Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. Sincere America Jaden. Is Egypt. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. Sincere Jaden. America is Egypt. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt.
The land of Egypt was commonly called by its inhabitants country of cat because of the dark color of the soil, and Egypt is the color of the ground for a few miles on each side of the Nile, be compared with the Arabian and Libyan desert. The appropriateness of the name Cam or Kemet is at once evident. Another old name of Egypt is Tamara, Tamari, the land of the inundation. Egypt was called by its people Tamari, meaning the beloved land, which is cultivated by the whole. There were other descriptive names of Egypt, such as Tayak, meaning the land of the flood and fertile soil; Kemet, meaning the black soil; Net, meaning the land of the sycamore tree; and Mezer, the safe and civilized country. The name of Egypt was derived from the name of earth god, Jeb, or from Egypt, meaning the covered land with flood water. For that fair historian said that Egypt is the gift of the Nile, and the Egyptians, basically due to their sincere efforts to use and get the utmost benefit of that great river and to establish this great and well-known civilization on its banks. It is also said that the world civilizations are the gift of Egypt, and Egypt is the mother of the whole world.
Paleoamerica. A Journal of Early Human Migration and Dispersal. Volume 7, 2021, Issue 2. Dental Morphology of Naya, a Late Pleistocene Human from Mexico, and the Synodont a Sundodont issue. The remains of Naya, a 13,000 to 12,000-year-old young woman from Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, possess a complete dental record in perfect condition, offering the unique opportunity to record the dental morphology of an early Paleo-Indian. However, when she is included in the population of North American skeletal remains that can be confidently placed before 9000 years ago, a different pattern emerges. The Paleo-Indians fall neatly between the two dental patterns, suggesting that the founding North American population exhibits a dental pattern of its own, independent of its East Asian relatives. Studies of early skeletons from the New World, including those from the Maya area, have thus far focused primarily on debates over the origins of the earliest Americans. Specifically, while cranial and dental morphology of Holocene Native Americans closely resembles groups from Northeast Asia, the shapes of crania predating 10,000 years ago demonstrate a surprising amount of morphological diversity, that in some cases more closely resembles phenotypes found in Australia, the Pacific Rim, and even Africa. Similarly, in a recent analysis of Naya's non-metric dental traits, Cucina and colleagues, 2021, found that while her teeth fit within Synodont morphology, consistent with East Asian ancestry, rather than Pacific Island Sundodont ancestry, the earliest North American individuals show great diversity that does not consistently fall within the Synodont-Sundodont dichotomy. Their findings suggest that the peopling of the Americas involved, not surprisingly, complex microevolutionary processes that included gene flow, drift, and natural selection, but they further fit within a growing literature that disputes whether this dental typology accurately distinguishes these regional groups. Analysis of craniofacial morphology of early Central Mexican individuals shows similarities to several Circum-Pacific populations, as well as to Paleo-Indians from Brazil and an archaic sample from Colombia, González José et al. 2005. Chatters and colleagues, 2014, argue that Naya's cranial and dental morphologies do not clearly resemble those of modern Native American groups.
But then one more thing I must say, just one more thing, very important. They have found a map of South America in ancient Egypt. It was known as the Piri-Reis map because of a Turkish admiral who found it there. And it has correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates. No European could have drawn such a map until after 1744 when the chronometer was invented, yet the Africans had it before Christ.
After correlating all data that have been made public to the present time, the conclusion is unavoidable that the oldest civilization was in Yucatan in Central America. Other discoveries may change this conclusion. It seems that Egypt was first peopled by immigrants from the Yucatan.
Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere.
Good evening and welcome to For the People. In 1920, historian Carter G. Woodson said, quote, "One of the longest unwritten chapters in the history of the United States is that treating of the relations of the Negroes and the Indians," end quote. How and under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans come in contact with each other? How much intermarrying took place between the two groups? How did white supremacy shape those relations? That great libertarian Thomas Jefferson said of the Native Americans, quote, "We would never stop pursuing them with war while one remained on the face of the earth," end quote. How close did Jefferson and other Europeans come to realizing this objective? We'll explore these and other questions with Dr. Jack Forbes, author of Black Africans and Native Americans, Color, Race, and Caste in the Evolution of Red-Black Peoples, 1400s to 1865. Dr. Forbes is professor of anthropology and Native American studies at the University of California at Davis. He is co-founder of DQ University, a Native American university located in Northern California.
Well, I think the main point is to fill in a gap that has developed because of the suppression of knowledge of the interaction of black people and Native American people. In other words, it's to tell the story to the fullest extent possible of the interrelations between these two ethnic groups with both extremely rich heritages of culture and history.
Where were the Native American population during the time that you studied?
Well, during that time period, I think virtually all areas of the Americas and all of the islands virtually, including up to Greenland for the most part, were occupied by different native people. So the entire continent and virtually all of the islands were occupied. Southern Greenland was a possible exception. When the Norse Vikings reached southern Greenland in the about 900, say, give or take, they found the remains of human beings there, but they didn't actually meet people in southern Greenland for a while. But almost everywhere else, there were native people occupying fully the whole space.
Folk Beliefs of the Southern Negro by Nubel Niles Puckett. pg.26. I have run across far too many cases of old slaves claiming direct descent from African rulers to be willing to accept all such as assertions at their face value. One has to be careful about such genealogies and also about the so-called African family traditions offered in support of them. Black Legacy, America's Hidden Heritage, by William Dillon Pearson.
93 such traditions were also received with skepticism by the social historian J.C. Furness, who nevertheless registered their commonness when in 1956 he suggested that claims of Black Americans to mixed ancestry may have been exaggerated because, as he sarcastically put it, the Indian appears as often as the African king in Negro fantasy about lineage. Willard Gatewood, in his study of the turn of the 20th century Black elite, effectively both noted and then disregarded the connections of the elite to African aristocracy by commenting, as in the case of their white ancestors, they tended to endow the African branches of the family tree with a prominence they did not always possess. Their genealogical charts contained a disproportionate number of African kings and Madagascan princesses. 94 There is probably some truth to the charge that not all the noble African ancestors who were claimed as kings, queens, princes, and princesses by their American progeny really held such exalted rank. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that hundreds if not thousands of noble Africans arrived on American shores. Indeed, when compared to European Americans with their middling and lower ancestry, Americans of African heritage truly are a noble people. It would be a pity if history were to forget Black America's royal heritage.
G.74. Normally, when we think of African immigrants to the New World, we consider them in terms of their ascribed social status as slaves. Indeed, not long ago historians did not even refer to African arrivals as immigrants. But slavery was a caste position most Africans acquired only because of the existence of servitude in the Americas. In Africa, these same bondsmen had usually been free, one and many were of aristocratic or elite heritage. Indeed, an elite of African headmen, chiefs, nobles, and royalty came to the Americas in considerable numbers along with their families. Unlike emigrants from Europe and Asia, who were most often the flotsam and jetsam of their homelands, Africa's forced migrants were not the teeming refuse of their native shores. Instead, many of the enslaved Africans were a true people of class, a reality almost antithetical to the stereotyping of slaves as simple, black folk. The commonly held notion that the population of the United States is derived from lower or middle-class origins may be true enough for whites and Asians, but it is often not true for African Americans. Given the wide-branching nature of inheritance, by now a majority of Black Americans may have the blue blood of African royalty and aristocracy mixed in their veins. Point 2 The nobles of Africa did not forget their heritage upon arrival in the Americas. If a bitter fate had made them other men's servants, they nonetheless continued to feel the innate superiority of their inherited status and elite upbringing.
The Portuguese particularly begin using the term negro or black for a wide variety of people other than people from Africa. They apply the term very commonly to the native people of India and to other areas of Southeast Asia. But when they arrive in Brazil, they also use the term for the native people of Brazil. They call the Indians of Brazil negros da terra, which means natives of the land. And then later, when they begin bringing people over from Africa, they call them negros da Guiné, black people from Guinea. This term Negro is just used very commonly, interchangeably with Indio. So you become, I've become convinced that basically what the Portuguese meant by Negro was non-white. In other words, any group of people who were not white would be categorized that way, and that Indians, therefore, were just another kind of non-whites or Negros. The term was also used in a very similar way by English-speaking people. And not only in Britain, but also in the United States area, you find instances where people who are clearly of Native American ancestry are categorized as Negro or black. The term black is used in English interchangeably with Negro very often, a blackamoor in England. So it's a term that we have to watch out for. In 1719, for instance, the government of South Carolina decreed that all persons who were not full-blood Indians, such as musties and mulattoes, which I'll mention in a moment, would be classified as Negroes. So when we find lists of slaves during that period of time, and subsequently, of course, where it says there were so many Negroes, this does not necessarily mean pure blood Africans. It can be people of various kinds of Indian and African mixtures. Now, I mentioned a couple of words there, musty and mulatto. Mulatto is a term that developed, I think, in Spain or Portugal, probably derived from an Arabic term, either muwalad, a term meaning one who is assimilated or adopted into the Arabic community, or from the term maula, which means one who has a feudal obligation, including the obligation of child to parent. In other words, in that system, a son was considered to have a relationship of malado, as it's called in Portuguese, to the patriarch of the family. From either of those terms, or from both coming together, I think the term mulatto evolves. It's not probably originally a racial term per se, but gradually it comes to mean a person who is essentially half African and half something else. But in the West Indies particularly, we see an example after example in the Spanish royal decrees and the definitions that are given by Spanish officials as well as by Native American writers. The term mulatto means primarily black and Native American. Not black and white, but black and Native American. Turning to the French colonies, we also find that the term mulat, or its equivalent in French, was used for people of American, Native American, and French ancestry, even without any African ancestry, in the Louisiana area, for instance. And the same thing is true in the British colonies along the Atlantic seaboard. In Virginia in 1705, for instance, the government decrees that the child of an Indian will be known as a mulatto. That is, a person who's half white and Indian, half African and Indian will be a mulatto legally.
Okay, let me cut you off here because we don't want to keep you here all day. The significance of this being what? What is the lesson? What is this telling us?
Well, there are several things that are significant about it. Of course, one of them is the way that colonialism tries to develop all kinds of elaborate classification terms for different kinds of people, but that's another subject. The most significant thing here is to reveal the much greater amounts of Native American ancestry that are present within the African American population than most people realize, because they might have been misled by the use of terms like mulatto, and also people of color. Colored people included Native Americans, for example, in the United States area.
But even with this classification system, you have this system, this classification system is still working in the interest of the European. Or what? Is that true or what?
Well, it's working in several ways, I think. It works to obscure the relationships between African Americans and other groups. For example, the Mexican American population has a lot of African ancestry. By and large, they don't know that, or the African American population doesn't know that. So it's very difficult to build a bridge of understanding, you see. What we are lacking in many cases is the realization that even though there are differences, even though we each have our cultures, which we want to protect and keep alive, we have our community traditions, we have different languages in some cases, but nonetheless we have also bonds of kinship. And we shouldn't forget those bonds of kinship.
I feel that I am a student. I don't try to portray myself as an expert in anything. I'm not a professional archaeologist. My background, as Uma said, is in journalism. So it's my job to be able to take this vital, important information that's really vital for all of our people, and to try to make it accessible and understandable, put it in everyday language, and that's what our magazine is about. What I want to talk to you about today is the lost history of black Americans. I'm talking not only about the blacks that are here north of the Rio Grande, but through our entire American continents, north and south. It started for me when I traveled through Mexico about 11 years ago. And I went to a place called Tres Zapotes, or the Three Shoes, which is on the Atlantic coast of Mexico. And there I saw, in a museum, this magnificent sculpture of a stone head 9 feet tall, weighs 40 tons. Magnificently done, of obviously a black African portrayed in a kind of a helmet or a crown. I learned that there were about 18 or 19 of these which were found all along the coast of Mexico, and that they were all reliably dated to 1,200 years before Christ. In other words, 3,200 years ago. They belong to a civilization called the Olmecs. Now, when I saw this great head, I thought, well, this couldn't possibly be a black American, but it looks like it. Then I investigated the others. I saw the others that are available. They also portrayed different black Americans, some with full features, some with thinner ones, different individuals. And yet the archaeologists tell us that no, there was no one over here from either Africa or Europe or Asia before Columbus. That is what I was told when I went to school, and it's what the archaeologists and what the establishment teachers still tell people, that there was no contact between the Americas and the ancient world before Columbus. I found that beyond this collection of these great stone heads that belong to this Olmec civilization, that there was a lot more information which is not getting out to the general public about this previous black civilization. It was a black civilization that was here. Now, to give you an idea when this civilization flourished 3,200 years ago, what was going on in the rest of the world at that time? Well, there was no Europe. There was only part of Greece. Troy was the big, powerful city at the time. There was no Rome. Egypt was a great power. There was a power going on in China. But more importantly for our discussion here, there was also a great power here in the Americas. We call it Olmec, the civilization, the first known civilization. It means rubber, and it refers to a great ball which these people used to make for a sacred ball game. The word Olmec is a term which archaeologists use just to identify these people. They don't know what they were called. Now, if it was only those stone heads, figure, well, maybe it's coincidence or something. But about 1920, a Polish anthropologist was doing work in Yucatan, right in Tres Zapotes, and he found the remains of several burials of black people that dated back before Columbus in this very same area. On top of that, throughout the rest of this century, smaller sculpture has been found in the Olmec, definitely portraying black people and related to this first civilization. Now, when these great black heads were first found in 1802, the Mexican, the European, and the American archaeologists said, well, these just happened to be slaves who were blown overseas and they made statues of them. But yet the local people there, the native people, referred to those as black kings, sometimes as African kings. Also, if you have a slave, you're not going to create this huge, magnificent monument to someone that's the lowest part of society. You only create giant monuments to your most important people in society. On top of that, all of these great heads that were found were not just laying out in the open. They had been ritually buried with reverence, which means that they probably were great monuments at one time, and that there was a period of mourning, and then they were ritually buried, sort of you interred the greatness of this person. To give you an idea how magnificent these stone heads are, I should mention one thing before I forget too. The archaeologists say, oh no, they don't represent black Africans at all. They represent a kind of Indians. But they resemble, as you'll see in the slides here tonight, nothing resembling Native American Indians. On top of that, they are all crafted out of black basalt. They're not, in other words, the basalt was chosen specifically to represent a black person, someone with black skin. They weigh 40 tons, and they were quarried in a mountain area that was 50 miles away, quarried there and sculpted there, beautifully sculpted, and then transported more than 50 miles to the capital of the Olmec civilization. Well, that's why he can sit there, that's all right. That'd be the same thing today as if you went, say, out to Gainesville, Georgia, found a boulder, crafted it perfectly, and by hand were able to transport it, this 90-ton work, all the way to the downtown Atlanta area. So whoever did this, they were obviously a great people with social organization on the same par of their artistic achievement. This is by no means the end for evidence of blacks in the Americas. A mound, a ceremonial mound, was opened in the year 1901 in northern Wisconsin, outside of the Apostle Islands. Now that's extreme north part of Wisconsin, right on the upper Great Lakes. When this mound was opened in 1901, the bones did not look Native American, and the skulls especially did not look Native Americans. Native Americans, you can tell almost at a glance that they are Native American skulls because the teeth, they meet. The upper and lower jaws. They have either no overbite or very little overbite. These jaws had pronounced overbite. So when the archaeologists found these skulls, they began to think, well, who do these people represent? So from that overbite, they investigated the rest of the jaw structure, the cheekbone structure, the parientals, this area up here, and unquestionably they belong to black people. Now, to be interred in a mound was a sign of honor. The average person in the Native American cultures in Wisconsin, when they died, they were usually buried under the floorboards of the house. It went down further and further. You kept the family literally in your domicile, or else if they were common people, workers and so on, they were just buried anonymously in Potter's Field. The mounds were reserved exclusively for regents, kings, shamans, priests, the movers and shakers of society. These 4 black men that were found in this mound were laid out respectfully with copper goods. Now there's a key there. What were these ancient blacks doing up in northern Wisconsin more than 1,000 years ago? And why with copper goods? The upper Great Lakes of our country forms the richest deposits of copper on earth. Among the largest, but more importantly, the richest, the highest grade copper. It appears that these black Africans were in the upper Great Lakes mining that copper. We do know, for example, that the upper Great Lakes area was the scene of a massive, complex, highly sophisticated copper mining operation. It was so complex that whoever these ancient people were, they dug a trench 5 miles long, were able to drill 60 feet through solid rock to remove this high-grade copper, and they were able to remove, while they were working up there, an astounding 500 million pounds of copper. Now, the Native American Indians, they used copper, it was known as float copper. They'd pick it up off the ground and they'd make it into bracelets and so on. They didn't use much of it. Somebody was involved in making huge amounts of copper mining. Now, who could that have been? Well, if you look on the other side of the world, there were black kingdoms in West Africa, some of them known as Ghana and Mali. And if you study those cultures, and a lot's known about them because they lasted all the way to about 1400 AD, when the Arabs came in. These people were great goldsmiths, great metallurgists. They used lots of copper. Now what's interesting, folks, is in that area of Africa, there are not many great deposits of copper. Where did they get all this wonderful copper? It's also known that these Africans were tremendous seafarers. They had things known as power canoes, in which there were 60 men manning these canoes. Then, on the other side of the United States, in California, you had a black tribe. And I will show you a drawing that was made from life, a beautiful illustration from life of a man decked out in a kind of an Indian getup, but he's definitely not an Indian. He is a black person. What are we to make of all this? These wonderful comparisons. First of all, there is no doubt whatsoever, regardless of what the establishment archaeologists say, that there were sizable numbers of black people in the Americas, and they were not slaves blown out overseas by mistake. They actually had come here for specific economic and cultural purposes. They raised kingdoms here. Let me just quote from my notes. I don't like to normally do that, but there's so much information here. My brain is so small, I can't get all this stuff down. one of the things that's interesting is that there was a 16th century historian. His name was Peter Martyr. This was a man who was with the Spanish expeditions to Mexico. He was an eyewitness to the Spanish conquest. And in his chronicles, he writes exactly what happened. And Peter Martyr, who accompanied Balboa, you know, the guy that was looking for the Fountain of Youth through Florida, they actually saw native blacks in Florida in the year 1513. There was also a priest by the name of Gregoria Garcia. He said that there were blacks on an island north of Colombia, again in the 16th century, and that the people in Panama referred to a Negro king or a black king who had just recently died. Garcia's associate, his name was Bartholomew Las Cosas. He reported blacks in Florida. They even wrote down the names of these black tribes. The black tribes were known as the Jamasi of Florida, the Caribbees of St. Vincent, and the Chirusas of Brazil. And they were regarded as indigenous black people. In other words, they were there before the Spanish arrived. When the Spanish arrived, they just immediately enslaved them. Those that survived the diseases that were introduced by the Spaniards. So very little of what is known about them beyond these reports exists today. Now, since this information has come out, there has been great strides made in DNA. You're all familiar with the O.J. Simpson trial, how they can get blood types down. And in this DNA research, they've been anthropologists, archaeologists, using computers, have been able to trace the different races that inhabited the Americas before the Spaniards arrived. One of the groups they've traced definitely are Mongoloid that came across the Bering Straits. Now, these terms that I'm using have no social bearing. So when I say Negro or Negroid, it's the same I'm using Caucasoid or Mongoloid. These are scientific terms to identify people. I'm not talking in social terms. The people that came across the Bering Straits we know about, okay, were Mongoloid. Definitely became the Indians and so on. At least two black strains, pre-Columbian they call them, before Columbus here, existed in America. One of those strains, those black strains, is unequivocally traced back to West Africa. This is revealed in some of the sculpture, the Olmec sculpture, which shows some of the blacks with a peripheral ridge, barely perceptible, a peripheral ridge around the lips. That is traced to a genetic type found in Ghana. It shows you also how excellent the artist was in portraying a real-life person.
Research has been done. One has become aware of far more things that have emerged from excavations that help to confirm with almost an absoluteness what we have advanced in the past, that there were Africans in America before Columbus. They came to America not as slaves but as masters. I am not the first to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus, nor is anyone in the modern period. Columbus is the first man to suggest it. In his diaries, and there is a marvelous book, a huge book, a trilogy in fact, published in 1904 by John Boyd Thatcher, 3 volumes. It covers more than 1,200 pages, which deals with all the diaries and voyages and journals of Columbus, in which he points out that on his second voyage, Native Americans of Haiti, which was then known as Hispaniola, came to him and told him that black people had come in large boats from the south and the southeast, trading with the Americans in gold-tipped metal spears. Columbus did not believe this, perhaps, but he did a very cautious thing, which is very important to us, in that he sent samples of these metal spears back to Spain. And they were assayed, they were examined by the Spanish metallurgists, and they ruled that these spears had the same ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as spears then being forged in African Guinea. Furthermore, The Portuguese told Columbus when he returned from his first voyage, the Portuguese told Columbus that they were aware of Africans leaving from the Cape Verde Islands and going far to the west with merchandise in large boats. There are two things to bear in mind here. First of all, the Portuguese were aware of African navigation because the Portuguese had been in Africa since around 1450. They in fact had clashed with the Gambian Navy. The Portuguese also were aware of a landmass to the south as a result of African movements, which will come up later in my talk. And furthermore, Columbus had married a Portuguese woman. He had been to Africa in 1484 at the Portuguese fort at San Jorge de Minas. His brother Bartholomew had married a Portuguese. They were both aware of the Portuguese court, and in fact, they had been trying to get the Portuguese to finance their journey across the Western Ocean before he went to the Spanish courts. Not only do we have, therefore, the documents of the Portuguese and that of Columbus himself, and oral tradition of the Native Americans, and the fact that the Spanish metallurgists had ruled on this and shown that it was African, but furthermore, they have found a cotton in the Cape Verde Islands, a cotton, Gossypium hirsutum var punctatum, which they thought was African because it was just off Africa and it had been taken by the Portuguese as they settled in the Cape Verde and planted before Columbus in the Cape Verde Islands. When it was examined, the cytogenics of the cotton showed that it was not African, it was some cotton grown in the Caribbean and South America, which means cotton which had been grown in the Caribbean and South America had got into Africa before Columbus how. Not only that, botanical evidence, but the navigational evidence shows, the oceanographic survey of the ocean shows that just off the Cape Verde there is a current that takes you to South America. There are three major currents off Africa, about 100 miles off the African coast, that take you automatically to America. Once you are caught in those currents, whether you planned it or not, you have to get to America unless the fish get you first. Anything that remains afloat is pushed towards America. Off the Cape Verde Islands, the current takes you onto the northern tip of South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. If you're off the Senegambia, it takes you to South America, into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. If you're off the southern coast of Africa, it takes you towards South America, and you could fall into the currents that take you into the Caribbean, into the Gulf of Mexico. The evidence shows that, and I will leave the Columbus period aside for a moment, the evidence shows that there were Africans in America not only before Columbus, but before Christ. And it has been carbon dated, and we can establish this beyond the shadow of a doubt. The reason why history has to be reconstructed in the Americas and in Africa in the way it is done now is because we cannot use the same historical methods that are used in Europe. Europe has had the enormous advantage of the conquest in that its libraries have remained fairly intact for many centuries. Our libraries have been shattered, and it's not a question of the lack of libraries. In the Americas alone, there were thousands of books. Only 3 major American books survive, and they're not even in America. They're in Germany, they're in Spain. 3 books survive. One of them is the Popol Vuh, the Bible of the Quiche Maya. You have the Titulo Koyoi, which Jairus Boy mentions. You have other codices. These things are the few things that survive. The destruction of libraries in Egypt, the sack of Alexandria, which destroys, as I pointed out this morning, perhaps 500,000 documents. The destruction of the Moorish documents in which blacks were involved, not just blacks. You have Arabs of different complexions and races perhaps, but you have an Arab-African thing in the Moorish domination of Europe. You have Cardinal Ximenes destroying about 84,000 manuscripts in Arabic at a time when many Africans and Arabs and even others wrote in Arabic as the language of science of the time. And Timbuktu was razed to the ground twice. So it's not just the absence of documents, but the destruction of documents. Fortunately, history does not leave its mark only on written documents. History leaves its mark on everything. If you do not find the books, there are scripts. If you do not find, there are skeletons, there are sculptures, there are plants. There are many things that have left their mark, and that is the reason why we reconstruct history by going to all of those strands, into all of those avenues. It is not an ahistorical method, it is the only valid, genuine historical method to reconstruct the fragmented history of Africa and America.
Africans and Americans must now be studied together without their relations always having to be obscured by the separations established through the work of scholars focusing essentially upon some aspect of European expansion and colonialism. It is especially important to note here, at the very beginning of this study, that those relations do not begin only in the Americas. On the contrary, they also take place in Europe and in Africa and perhaps also in the Pacific. Jack D. Forbes. The fact of a relatively small but steady American presence in Africa from at least the early 1500s onward may well prove to be a vital area for future research, since one would expect to find Native American cultural influences in regions such as Angola, Zaire and Ghana, Guinea, Cape Verde especially. When the Europeans first established intensive contacts with Africans and part Africans, they met people with a great variety of physical characteristics. This was especially true in the Iberian Peninsula and Mediterranean area, but undoubtedly many of the Moors and Blackamoors who came to England in Shakespeare's day were of North African as well as sub-Saharan background and from many distinct nations. Pg. 4. Later in the 16th and 17th centuries, diversity was also encountered, as when most English vessels sailing to the Caribbean dropped anchor at the Cabo Verde Islands. One writer in 1647 commented on the extreme variability of physical types met there and the great beauty of the mixed Cabo Verde women. Pg. 4. We must realize, therefore, that at the very beginning of the modern period racial terms as used by Iberians and as acquired by the English were going to refer to part African peoples who might not only have the features of the Gulf of Guinea variable as they are but also every conceivable combination of Central African, Ibero-African, Afro-Arabic and American African mixtures. Pg.
In the heart of the Brazilian wilderness lies a prehistoric rock shelter, decorated with thousands of strange paintings. South American archaeologists are finding unusual human remains. The skulls aren't European, but they aren't American Indian either. They belong to none of the prehistoric races known to have set foot in the New World. These skulls are as old as the Ice Age. So who were these first people to discover the Americas? And what became of them? Did they all disappear? Or did some of them survive? This is Serra da Capivara, a rocky outcrop of cliffs and valleys in a remote corner of northeast Brazil. Local farmers have long known about these rock shelters hidden behind the brush. Shelter walls are decorated with scenes from everyday life. A net to catch deer. A stick to collect honey from a beehive. A hand shielding the eyes. Here, 3 people are helping a pregnant woman give birth. Some of the paintings are harder to interpret. These curious-looking figures are thought to be men in disguise, dancing with women. Other images show human figures with decorated bodies. Some wear masks. They hint at some kind of ritual. No one yet has figured out what these scenes mean. But local farmers claim to know who originally painted them.
Our elders used to tell us they'd been made by Indians, known locally as the Fierce Ones.
Indians were the obvious candidates. Most of the people who live in northeastern Brazil today are descended from European settlers and African slaves. But these ancestral groups arrived in Brazil just 500 years ago. When the Portuguese first discovered Brazil, they found that Indians were already here. And a few of the local villagers are descendants of mixed marriages between Indians, farmers, and slaves. Indians, in fact, had been in America for thousands of years. Scientists today can tell precisely when they arrived and from where. All native peoples in South and North America belong to a racial type known as Mongoloid. They're descended from the ancient peoples of Siberia. During the Ice Age, 12,000 years ago, there was a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. Mongoloid peoples were the first to enter the New World, or so experts thought. The Brazilian finds point to a very different story of the discovery of the Americas. The paintings on these rock shelters are much older than the Indians. Here, hunters chased giant armadillos, an animal that flourished during the Ice Age, long before the arrival of the Indians. There's a playful feel to many of the scenes. Here, a group of men are standing on each other's shoulders, just like a circus act. And here, a rare romantic moment. The scenes conjure up a lost world of innocence. How long ago was this primeval paradise? French archaeologists have just finished digging in Pedra Furada, the largest of the rock shelters. Their aim was to go back in time to a period well before the arrival of American Indians. Every foot they dug took them thousands of years back into prehistory. When they reached layers 40,000 years old, they found these. Pieces of quartzite that look remarkably like stone tools. The edges on one side of the stones were flaked off. Were these stones shaped into cutting tools by human hands? If so, then the history of the discovery of the Americas would have to be rewritten. But if people had been here before the American Indians, surely there would be other traces of their presence. The archaeologists continued to dig, down to depths 50,000 years old. And then they found this. Fragments of animal bone and charcoal. For Anne-Marie Passy, one of the archaeologists involved in the dig, these fragments were proof of human occupation.
We found structures shaped like hearths. Next to the charcoal, depending on the period, we sometimes found food leftovers of animals they may have eaten.
The Brazilian finds show that the New World was discovered tens of thousands of years earlier than previously believed, certainly well before the time of the American Indians. But who were these pioneers? A much earlier wave of Mongoloids, or another race altogether? Clues to the identity of the first Americans are emerging in rock shelters in the northeast and southeast of Brazil. Archaeologists there have recently unearthed human remains. Prehistoric skulls were found buried in layers of soil 9 to 12,000 years old. They are the oldest skulls in the Americas. And this is the oldest of them all. The skull of a young woman nicknamed Luthia by scientists. Can she tell us who the first Americans were? Walter Neves is a physical anthropologist at Sao Paulo University in Brazil. He has been using a standard and reliable archaeological measure, the shape of the skull, to find out what race she belonged to. He fully expected Luthia to be a Mongoloid, an ancestor of the American Indians. But then he fed the measurements into the computer.
When we started running the computer and seeing the results, it was amazing because we realized that the statistics, the quantitative analysis we were doing was not showing just people to be Mongoloid. In fact, the analysis was showing these people as anything except Mongoloid.
So who was Luthia? And where did she come from? To find out, the skull was taken to a hospital in Rio de Janeiro to begin the process of reconstructing her face. The first stage was to make a three-dimensional CAT scan of Luthia's skull in order to build a replica. The cast was then given to Richard Neve of the University of Manchester in England, one of the world's leading forensic artists, to recreate her features.
That, to me, is a Negroid face that has all the features you associate with a Negroid face. The proportions of the face, it doesn't say anything about it being a Mongoloid.
Luthia belongs to a race found historically along the rim of the Indian Ocean, in East Africa, in the islands of South Asia, and in Australia and Melanesia. Was this then the face of a first American? Her reconstruction is confirmed by measurements Walter Nevis has taken of all his skulls.
The first reaction was not to believe in it. But as the results, repeated so many times, and the result is exactly the same thing. They are very similar to nowadays Aborigines and Africans, and no similarity at all with Mongoloids in Asia or with American Indians.
But how could Luthia be African and Australian? According to Walter Nevis, there's a very simple explanation. Luthia is a bit of both.
And under what conditions did Native Americans and Africans first come into contact with each other?
Well, the first contacts are probably lost in the mists of time and perhaps never will be known completely. The first evidence of early contacts, of course, consists in archaeological remains in various parts of the Americas that suggests a contact with Africa. The most famous and persuasive of those archaeological remains are the famous Olmec heads from parts of Mexico. In my own research, not being an archaeologist and so on, I don't go into that very extensively, but I do comment on it. After that ancient period, we then get indications of Native Americans traveling or being driven by storms via the major ocean currents to the west coast of Europe and down as far as Spain and Portugal. This is as early as 60 BC, and then during the Middle Ages we get more references. And even Columbus met Native Americans in Galway Bay, Ireland in 1477. So there is a possibility that Native Americans by drift or other means also reached the Canary Islands and the west coast of Africa. But there's a great deal of research that remains to be done there, which at this point all I can say is it's a possibility. I'm convinced they did reach Europe, but whether it's farther south or not, I can't say for sure. Okay. Well, this arises from the fact, principally from the fact that Christopher Columbus, above all else, was a slaver. And according to the Spanish Jesuit writer, not Jesuit writer, excuse me, but the Spanish writer Bartolomé de las Casas, who is the principal author of, that gives us the information from Columbus's diaries, Columbus chose to finance the conquest of the West Indies by selling Native American slaves. And he characterized it as his granjeria, or granary. In other words, it was the granary that was going to pay for the conquest, that is, Native American bodies. And Columbus himself sent at least 3,000 and possibly as many as 6,000 or more Native American slaves to Europe. This begins as early as 1493. On his return voyage, he takes about 24 Native Americans to Portugal and Spain. In the subsequent voyages, many, many more are sent, men and women. Now, he intends to sell them by the thousands, not only in Spain, but he mentions the Azores, the Canary Islands, the Cape Verde Islands off, the west coast of Africa, as well as in Portugal and Spain and elsewhere. So even before there are any appreciable number of African slaves being sent to the Americas, there are Native American slaves being sent to Europe, principally probably ending up in Lisbon and Seville, or Sevilla in southern Spain, but also being transshipped to Valencia and many other cities. Now, at the same time that that's happening, there are large numbers of African slaves being sent northward to the same cities. And in fact, as far as black Africans are concerned, they've been being sent northward since approximately the 1440s, 1450s to those cities. There are also, I might add, large numbers of white and brown Muslim slaves from North Africa, and white and Asiatic slaves from the Baltic also being shipped in by the Turks and Venetians, principally. So that throughout this western Mediterranean area, you really have a cosmopolitan scene in these cities, and to some extent in the rural areas as well. So it's in these cities where large numbers of black Africans and substantial numbers of Native Americans meet, undoubtedly intermingle, and become part, eventually, of the urban populations of these cities and others.
Now, they were slaves. What were they doing? What tasks were they performing?
Well, that needs to be studied in greater detail. We do know that some were engaged in agricultural labor. We do know that some were apprenticed to craftspeople. And unlike the slavery that developed in the Americas, it was, at least in Spain, primarily a slavery where there would be very small numbers of slaves employed by a few individuals, not huge plantation-type slavery. So I would imagine that almost any type of craft you can think of, almost any type of job. In Lisbon, for instance, we know that the slaves were allowed to, in their spare time, sell water. And there were particular spots along the river in Lisbon where certain kinds of slaves were given the exclusive right to get water. For example, the Moorish slaves from North Africa had one section of the river, men, and then the Native Americans and Africans and females and males had other sections of the river that they could get water.
Were allocated to them?
That were allocated to them. And this was so that they could make a little extra money. They had the right to make money in their spare time. And they'd sell their water in different parts of Lisbon and do other odds and ends. They also, in Seville, they had a captain general who was in charge of the slaves and of the free people of color in Sevilla. He was an African of royal blood who was named the governor and captain general of, as they say, all the negros y loros in Sevilla, that is, of all the blacks and brown people in Sevilla. And they had their own rules over weddings and other kinds of things. So it's a little bit different from slavery as it develops in the United States.
Okay. Ellen.
And for our purposes it is important to stress that many Africans from the Sahel or Savannah, Belt Hausa etc., as well as from parts of East Africa, sometimes resemble American African hybrids with various combinations of high cheekbones, prominent aquiline noses, semi-wavy or bushy hair, oriental eye shapes, etc. Why is this important? Simply because many part American, part African persons with no European ancestry could easily be subsumed under a racial term applicable to pure-blood Africans, and would not, in any case, be ethnically recognizable to most observers as being part American. The predominant physical type of the slaves brought in from Africa may have been that of coastal West Africa, but enough variability existed so that terms such as blackamoor, Negro, and black cannot a priori be assumed to be useful for determining precise genetic identity. Pg. 4. The primary purpose of this study is not to write a comprehensive account of Native American-African relations but rather to establish a sound empirical and conceptual basis for further study in this area and, more importantly, to demonstrate beyond any doubt that old assumptions must be set aside. This latter is especially true as regards the extent of Native American-African mixture and the significant genetic contribution of Americans to present-day, Black, or Afro-American, populations in the Caribbean, Brazil, the United States, and elsewhere. Pg. 5. A Native American Story from Guyana, presented by Jan Carew, in which Nian, an African sky spirit, along with the African Earth Mother, the African River Mother, and Anansi the Spider Trickster met the Great Spirit, the Father-Son, and other spirit powers of the Americans. The next day, all the peoples of the earth complained to Father-Son, and for the first time, the Ebony people, who were neighbors of Taihona, made themselves heard. They, the African spirits, agreed on condition that the Great Spirit, in turn, shared the distant kingdoms of earth and sky that Nian ruled. Pia, an American child of the sun and of Taihona, the Mist Woman, became a brother to Anansi the Spider-Man, and both agreed to live among human beings. Thus the spirit powers of the Black Africans are said to have established a close cooperative relationship with the spirit powers of the Americans. Pg. 6. Thus in spiritual as well as secular contexts, the American and African peoples have interacted with each other in a variety of settings and situations. These interactions may well have begun in very ancient times. Pg. 7. It is now well known that the Atlantic Ocean contains a series of powerful rivers, or currents which can facilitate the movement of floating objects from the Americas to Europe and Africa as well as from the latter to the Americas. In the North Atlantic the most prominent current is that of the Gulf Stream, which swings through the Caribbean and then moves in a northeasterly direction from Florida to the Grand Banks off Terra Nova, Newfoundland, turning then eastwards towards the British Isles and the Bay of Biscay. This current has carried debris from Jamaica and the Caribbean to the Hebrides and Orkneys of Scotland. Moreover, Jean Marion tells us that valuable hardwood was commonly washed ashore along the coasts of Ireland and Wales. This timber from the ocean, borne by the Gulf Stream, really came from the rivers of Mexico. Marion, a student of transatlantic navigation by small vessels, also states that the first success, of crossing the Atlantic by one man, could only come from the American side, because the crossing is much less difficult in that direction. A French writer has said justly, in all probability, that if America had been the Old World its inhabitants would have discovered Europe long before we did, in fact, discover America. Pg. 7. This is because of the prevailing winds from the west as well as the currents. Pg. 7. Stephen C. Jett cites the 68-day passage of one William Verity from Florida to Ireland in a 12-foot sloop as well as the crossing by two men from New York to the Scilly Islands in 55 days in a 17-foot dory powered only by oars. Thus the Gulf Stream demonstrably can propel small craft successfully from the Americas to Europe.
In the case of Columbus, for example, why is it we who are so familiar with the voyages of Columbus are not aware of the fact that Columbus never touched the American continent? Why are we not aware of the fact that Columbus remarked on this matter, not just once? Several times he mentioned on his third voyage that he went along the coast of Africa, that he stopped in the Cape Verde for several days looking for black animals because he found both the Africans and the Native Americans in the Caribbean were sacrificing black animals, and he wanted to please them with a black animal as a gift. That he wandered further, finding no such black animals, he wandered further into the Senegambia current and was swept. He said he had 6 ships, 3 were sent on the normal route, and he was swept on the Senegambia current, making it in far less time, but under grievous conditions because the Europeans were totally unaccustomed to the great sun burning down upon them in tropical latitudes. And Columbus reports how the heat was so great in the equatorial regions as he took the African route that the caskets burst, the meat roasted and putrefied, and that he feared for the life of his men and himself if rain had not fallen. All these things are recorded in the document. They're just the sides. They're just the sides, things dismissed, pushed aside, until we put together the botanical evidence, Gossypium, Hirsutum var punctatum, The metallurgical evidence that the Spanish metallurgists had assayed the metal spheres and showed them to be African. The navigational evidence, because the currents move in that direction and the Portuguese had noted the Africans had the navigational capacity and were actually setting out from the Cape Verde. The documented evidence, both of Columbus himself and of the Portuguese, the oral tradition of the Native Americans, all of these things are there. Until we pull them together, they make no sense, because they're constantly being thrust aside, because they suggest Africans are where they should not be. Let me deal not with that early period, because I merely pointed out as an example of the method that is used to reconstruct history, and that it is a valid and legitimate method, and the only method that is available to us now because of the great destruction of documents. It was in 1858 that peasants in the village of Tres Zapotes in the Gulf of Mexico discovered an enormous stone head. This stone head weighed 10 tons, just a head, 10 tons. It was made of basalt stone, and it had vividly Africoid features, as Dr. Matthew Sterling was later to comment on it nearly a century later, that it was vividly African, vividly Negroid was his term. It had broad nose, very full lips. It was clearly one of the classical African types. It had a helmet, which had never been seen on any sculpture found that so far in the Americas. Close by it was found a stele, which indicated a date of about 291, November the 4th, 291 BC, 291 years before Christ. They were not sure, however, if that date necessarily related to the head. And at that point in time, no archaeology, no serious archaeology had been done in America. However, in 1938, a scientific expedition set out from the Smithsonian Institute, University of California, and the National Geographic, and they found that head again. They not only found that head, but the following year they proceeded to another spot, La Venta, where someone noted they had seen a similar head, and they dug up 4 heads at La Venta. Between 1939 and 1940, 4 heads were dug up at La Venta, and again it was the same thing, enormous heads, 6 to 9 feet high, just a head, weighing between 10 to 40 tons in weight, having African-type features, and the same type of helmet, as Jairasboy has pointed out. You could find it at Tanis in the Egyptian Delta, with a flap falling along the side of the head. A kind of crest with a flap and incised markings, etc. And the extraordinary thing is that I discovered last year through a friend of mine, he's Wayne Chandler, he's an photojournalist. He discovered in the files of the Smithsonian a photograph that has been suppressed for nearly 50 years, which is shown here for the first time in public in my slides, which shows that the first head that was discovered not only had African features, but Ethiopian braids. It's carved out in the stone. It has never been published, it has never been shown. On top of the heads, the stone heads, they found terracottas, that is clay sculptures of Africa. Now with respect to those with the helmets, with the exception of the one I mentioned, you could say, okay, fine, perhaps it's a mistake, perhaps it's an accident. That's what they said. First they said they were baby faces, that's why they had full nose and full mouth. They were faces of babies. Then they said the reason why they have these enormous lips is because they're the snarling mouths of jaguars. These people among whom they were found, Olmec, they worshipped jaguars, and therefore the snarling mouth of the jaguar was copied. Then they said, one of them said it was made of molten rock, and it fell on its face, and that's why it became flat and full. The latest explanation is most ingenious. The Science Digest did an article on me in September 1981, in which they presented my case very fairly and objectively, showing the nature of the objections of the establishment, including one eminent historian of Mexico, Michael Coe. And they went to Michael Coe, Boyce Rensberger, the leading science writer for the Times, who did the story on me. He went to Michael Coe and he said, "Do you believe what Van Sertima is saying, that these are African?" And Michael Coe said, "They don't look at all African, and even if they do," he says his words, "even if they do, the reason why they have full noses, the reason why they have broad noses and full lips is because the tools were blunt and they couldn't make them any sharper." That's the leading authority on the Americas, prehistoric America. Let me present the case for the dating. On the wooden ceremonial platform where 4 of these stone heads were found at Levanta, which turned out to be the holy capital of the Olmec world, O-L-M-E-C, Olmec, the first major civilization in America. The dating of the wooden platform, the charcoal, there were 9 samples of charcoal dating, gave a reading of 948 to 680 BC. It's not just the stone head, but in addition to the stone heads, you have terracottas that are clay sculptures of African types. Not only the nose now and the lips, the hair is clearly Africoid. Because even though you could say that some Asiatic types who came across the Bering Straits may have Africoid type features, the hair now is very distinctive, the kink and coil of the Africoid hair, very distinctive on the head of the terracottas. And what is more, and note this, the artist went to the trouble of selecting oxide dyes for the clay so that it could be dark brown or dark red or dark black, so that it could be distinguished from the other terracottas. So that on the dark terracottas you're finding this African peculiarity of feature. And in addition to that, in addition to the stone heads, of which there are 14 spread over Tres de Portes, La Venta, and San Lorenzo in Veracruz, in addition to the terracottas spread all over that Olmec central area, you have skeletal evidence. Professor Wierzyński, a Polish skull expert, was able to show after a study at Tlatilco, at Cerro de las Misas, and at Monte Alban, in the dry areas of the Olmec civilization, where the Olmec from the swamps had moved into these areas. He showed Africoid types. He said it's probably West African. I have just come from a meeting in New Mexico before 200 professors who are studying ancient scripts, who have established beyond the shadow of a doubt, and I shall deal with that later in my talk, that the Egyptian script traveled to America before Christ around 800 BC. They have found on the Davenport Stela the Egyptian hieroglyphs, the Libyan script, and the Iberian Punic side by side, reading the same thing. And it could not be forged because it was found before the Libyan or the Iberian Punic was deciphered. But they did not know the Egyptian had anything to do with blacks. I informed them. The Reader's Digest had a big article after my book turned out. Europeans in America, 800 BC, the same period that I had pointed to. Europeans in America before Christ. Who are these Europeans? The Egyptians. It's taken for granted in most of these circles that Egyptians have nothing to do whatsoever with Negroes. In the Olmec world, as I say, you have this corroboration of evidence, the skeletal evidence in the dry areas, because in the swampy areas no skeletal evidence survived. Jai Rasboy has pointed to a very important thing, that is the possibility even of mummification in the Olmec world, but because the skeletons were not preserved, we find it in a statue where you have the rib cage outlined, the hands close together, the fingers open, the shroud, etc., just like in the Egyptian world. Nowhere on earth, on any archaeological site, could you find a corroboration of so much evidence. Stone heads representing a distinct physical type, terracottas representing the same type with the texture of hair and coloration of skin. and skeletal evidence representing that type, as high as 13.5% at Tlatilco, going down to 4.5% at Monte Alban. And you yet deny the existence of that type because it involved African and it could not be there. The general assumption, the conventional assumption, is that only Europeans and Asiatics can move. Africans do not migrate. Hence, if you find them outside of their milieu or you find them doing something unusual, either someone moved them, as Jeffries pointed out to me, someone brought them there. Even Wiener, Leo Wiener, the pioneer in this subject, who in the 1920s at Harvard recognized through a study of philology that there were Africans in America before Columbus. What Wiener was trying to show is that the Africans were merely bringing over Arab Islamic ideas and concepts and culture. The Africans had no culture, therefore, until the Arabs came. So even he, although he was showing there were Africans in America before Columbus, he was really saying that they had been porters or paddlers and they had brought over another man's cultural electricity. We have to be very careful to note that even with new discoveries, the script for the African is still not rewritten. Okay, so some Africans came to America before Columbus, so what? What did they do? Thank God they've changed the tune, because now I'm going to show what they did. Because we have evidence of what they did do, because it leaves marks. The first pyramid to appear in America appears right at La Venta, on the very same ceremonial platform where the stone heads first appear. In the first of the sequence, although they find later Tres Zapotes and San Lorenzo, the first of the sequence of the stone heads is at La Venta, and both the conical pyramid as well as the step pyramid appear. They said, well, but the functions are not the same. It's just a temple in America, it's a tomb in Egypt. That is not true. We have found many, many pyramids could be cited in America which serve both as tomb as well as temple. And in Egypt, many of the great pyramids have temples adjoining. So they have both the tomb and temple combination. And the great ones, the very great ones, the one at Teotihuacan in Mexico and the one at Gizeh in Egypt, they not only have the same base, the identical base, but they also have the third function, the geodetic marker, or the use of the movable capstone for astronomy, the notches, etc. They said at first that the Teotihuacan pyramid was 1 meter off from the Egyptian pyramid. Now they're allowing that meter because of mistakes in the reconstruction and excavation. Which means it's roughly the same base as the Egyptian pyramid. I'm not saying Africans built the pyramid in America, don't misunderstand me. I am saying ideas and influences were carried forward by that migrating group. There was a reason why there may have been Egyptians and Nubians in the Atlantic. They have no business being in the Atlantic. Egypt is too far away from the Atlantic. But there were reasons at that time, 3 reasons. First of all, there was a war with Asia. The Asiatics, the Syrian forces in Asia, the mighty power of Western Asia, were moving down the Mediterranean with their iron-powered armies. They had captured the Jews. The blacks saved the Jews in 701 BC, when Taharqa, the great Ethiopian general, before he became king, head of the Egyptian forces, marched into Jerusalem to save the Jews. They were when King Hezekiah of the Jews was trembling before the Asiatics. The Africans entered the battlefield and the Asiatics were defeated. There was a war going on. They had closed the eastern seaports. They found trade by Egyptians right up to Hawaii. They found Egyptian trade goods and scripts as far as Hawaii, as Dr. Fell has shown. They had closed those trade routes. The Egyptians and the Phoenicians, who were accounted for 50% of Egyptian import-export trade, were forced west of the Mediterranean. Script. Barry Fell has shown among the Micmac a whole series of words in astronomy As much as 90% in one area, 90% of the astronomy words are identical with Egyptian, the sounds. You go to the script and you look at the Iberian, Punic, the Libyan and Egyptian together, and the Davenport Stela, the hymn to the Aton written in the American. How come when I was at the conference in Arizona, I met a gentleman, I forget his name now, some famous doctor whose name passes me because I got so furious with him, I have forgotten him. He's written a book on the Micmac, challenges me. I said, all right, sir, if you think that this is a fake, I have both before me. I have the Micmac and I have the Egyptian. You are so acquainted with the Micmac, show me which is which. I don't want to be drawn in that, he said. But the audience, they really embarrassed him. They said, show him, show him. Show him which is the fake. Didn't dare do it. Didn't dare do it. There's so many, and it is true that in scripts you can have occasional parallels because there's a limit to human science, but these things were for arbitrary things, very complex markings for arbitrary things. And there was no question of correspondence. Correspondence so remarkable, so plentiful that there was no question, no statistical possibility of accident or fluke or coincidence. You go to Elvia John in the Olmec world, and there is paper made from wood pulp. Nowhere in America were they making paper from wood pulp. Nowhere in the world, except in Egypt at that time, where both the papyrus and the wood pulp was making paper. It was done in China later. It appears in the Olmec world. Isolated incident that appears in the Olmec world. You go and look at their other aspects of their technology. Professor Heiser, who had attacked this thesis all his life, in the last 3 years of his life, he was converted. Do you know what he did? He stopped publishing. He started writing things in favor of the Egyptian thesis, but he didn't publish it. It is now in the Smithsonian as posthumous files. There is where we have found that Heiser showed that the heavy transport techniques the Native Americans were using in the swamps were identical with Egyptian heavy transport techniques. All of us marvel at the Egyptians, how they moved those incredible stones, taking 50-ton capstones and putting it at the top of their skyscrapers without being a fraction of an inch off. And these guys are suddenly, people, they were marvelous at sculpture, yes, but they're suddenly making these colossal things which they never made before. Making it out of this incredible basalt stone, one block of stone. Some of them close to 40 tons in weight, bringing them down from the quarries to their platforms and building them up with the same skill and technological ingenuity the Egyptians when they hadn't been doing it before. How come? How come when we go to the Middle Americans and study the way they have, not the exact proportions because the individual pyramids change, but they have so many things in their mathematics that are close, as the man who's recently, Peter Tompkins, who's done studies of the Mexican pyramids and the Egyptian pyramids, so the correspondences, the structural correspondences, even in spite of superficial difference. And when we come to ritual, that is the most astonishing thing, and I must give great credit to Jairus Boy for what he's done in ritual. Jairus Boy showed several gods of the Egyptian that are identical with the American. There is the god Sokar. He is standing there and he has open arms, outstretched arms, and he has wings on his arms, and he's standing on the back of a snake, and the snake has a head at the head and a head at the tail. You go to Mexico, and there is this god standing there with arms outstretched, wings on his arms, standing on a snake with the head at the head and a head at the tail. How come? The god Aken, he pointed to the double rope swallowing god, identical. The faceless Aken with the double, swallowing the double rope, there in Mexico in the Olmec world. He shows feathered sunshades, made of 3 concentric circles, 3 colors. These are very detailed things. These are very complex correspondences. They're not flukes. And there you find the same thing duplicated. The double crown. Who wears the double crown in all the world except the Egyptians who united the north and south? for whom there was a political necessity to have a double crown, the red and the white crown. And there among the Olmec, we found two examples of it now. Chief dignitaries wearing a double crown. The flail, the crook, you find it on the Olmec dignitaries as among the Egyptians. The use of purple, we have found the codex. A codex is recent, Natal Codex, showing pictures of black-skinned as well as red-skinned kings in ancient America. And you look at the nobility, you look at the women, you look at the kings and the priest kings, and you find purple as a symbol, as a signal of their index of their rank, just like among the Egyptians. And there's recently been done a study in purple, the Phoenician thing about purple. Their search for purple, because purple was sacred among the Egyptians, it is emblematic of the power of the gods. And the Phoenicians, in their travels, exhausted most of the purple supplies in the Mediterranean. There is another suggestion of why they should have come to the Americas for this purpose. You look at other ritual scenes. The human-headed bird, ba, is found in Mexico. A bird with a human head. This is in Egypt and on the Egyptian tombs, and they have a little hole in the tomb with the bird to fly out. You see it duplicated in America. Nowhere else. All these correspondences. How come? How can you explain that these things were not happening before? They have no antecedent. They are complex. They are not just single traits. They are a complex of interlocking parallels. Why should we believe that it took Columbus, who stumbled into the Caribbean, which he called Asia? Do you know Columbus called America India? It wasn't called America, it was called India. That is why we're still calling the Americans Indians. He still called the Native Americans Indians. Columbus had a right theory, which in fact was not new. The Arabs and Africans knew the world was wrong. You look at the globes that Africans used and Arabs used to teach geography. They were all wrong. So only Europeans believed the world was flat, until some of their geniuses were persecuted, proving that it was wrong. That's a fact. You look at the maps, those early maps. You look at the early globes that were used in geography. But the thing, and you find it in Arabic documents in the Moorish period, there was assumption all through that Moorish period that the world was wrong. Columbus wasn't new about that. He was right theoretically. If the world is wrong, you could go far to the west and end up in the east. What he didn't know is that you would need an airplane to do it, not the Santa Maria. So the Santa Maria collided with another continent, and he assumed, do you know that even though Columbus doubted that it was Asia, you know what he did? He sent his notary Fernando Perez de Luna among the ships and got every man to sign a document that he was off the continent of Asia. He couldn't take any chances. They spent a lot of money sending him out. He had to find India. He had to find the treasures of Marco Polo, come what may. And he got them to sign a document, and he threatened them. If any man were to say they didn't go to the continent of Asia, or they were not off the continent of Asia, if they were officers, they would be fined 500 maravedis, several months' salary. And if they were common sailors, they would be given 100 lashes and have their tongues cut out. That's in the documents. That's the great discoverer, St. Christopher. When he came back, he was coming back to Spain. A storm blew his ships into Lisbon, Portugal. The Portuguese were rivals of the Spanish. He sat down. My book begins, and that is no fiction. I have researched every word of it. He sat down to dinner with the Portuguese king, King John II. They sat to dinner on March the 9th, Saturday evening, 1493. Rain fell the next day. I know all the details that
of American slavery. They don't think of the enslavement of Native Americans. Why is this?
Well, partly because the enslavement of Native Americans occurred first, and
say that again, please. Say that again.
The enslavement of Native Americans really began before the enslavement of Africans, not only in the Caribbean by the Spanish, where it was extremely extensive. And in the Caribbean, I might mention that the numbers were huge that were involved, and They had several kinds of slaves. They had the normal slave, but they also had people who were called, well, they were called Indians from the useless islands. They were from islands where there was no gold. And so they had the right to go and remove people from those islands.
The useless islands?
Yeah,
What
well, Jamaica, for example, would be a useless island because it had no gold. Inutiles, not useful. And they needed labor so badly on Haiti, where the gold was found, Haiti, and Cuba, that they were stealing people constantly and removing them by force from other islands, even after it was no longer technically in the best or possible, legally even, to enslave. They still could remove them as forced free labor. We could call it later coolie labor, right? And then they had other categories of unfree Indians as well. But once the population declined on the islands themselves, they began raiding the north coast of Venezuela and Colombia very extensively, also part of Panama. They also came up here and cleaned out the Bahamas completely. All the Lucayo people.
What period are we talking about now?
Well, we're into the 1440s, 1540s, 1560s. Many people from Florida, South Carolina is raided for slaves, and also the west coast of Mexico in the 1530s. Many Mexican Indians are sold as slaves, and it extends on into a much later period of time. But in short, the tremendous numbers of Native Americans were enslaved, and the Spaniards kept looking farther and farther afield for slaves to replenish the labor supply. And part of that, of course, meant then that they turned to Africa. And particularly, well, in the early 1500s, they started bringing in a few African slaves, but they had some second thoughts because many of the Africans ran away and joined the native people. And there were major rebellions, particularly famous on the island of Haiti, led by an Indian chief named Enriquillo or Enriquez, who had Africans as well as Native Americans in his rebellion. There were a number of those. And so because of that, they held off for a little while. They thought the mixture was too dangerous. They were also very worried because some of the Africans, particularly from Senegal, were Muslims. And they didn't want Islam, they didn't want Judaism either, but they didn't want any foreign religion but Christianity spreading in the Americas. In any case, what happened was that about 1520, they began bringing in many more Africans again. So you get, again, the Native American being the first slaves in the region, and then African slaves coming in and supplementing their numbers.
You have said that one of the reasons that most of us don't think of Native Americans and we think of American slavery is that the enslavement of Native Americans was first. But are there other reasons?
Well, I've thought about it some. I don't know that I have a definitive answer, but I believe that one of the interesting things that happens with Native American people, especially in the 20th century, is that they are, by and large, forgotten about whenever the military battles are over. That is, the popular movies that have taken place and so on are almost always to do with the armed resistance of Native people to conquest, right? But you probably can't even think of a single movie where whatever happens to these Indian people after the battle is ever told about, right? So they might have a couple of guys shaking hands and saying, oh, sorry about the warfare, you know, it was due to a misunderstanding, you know, now we're going to live at peace together, chief, you know, and everything's going to be great. But you never see what happens after that. I think partly because it's very difficult for the white newcomers to North America particularly to face up to the fact that this isn't just a little romantic set of interludes between knights that are jousting with each other. This is a materialistic and economic war, not only a war for land, but a war for resources and a war for labor. And in many, many areas, Native Americans were reduced to poverty and forced to become workers and laborers on white people's ranches and so on, in addition to, in the earlier period, being enslaved. So that I think that the white population just wants to bury what they've done to the native people. They don't want to really know what they did and what they're still doing in some areas. I think that's one of the main factors. I think another factor, however, has to do with the overwhelming presence in later periods of time, particularly in the East Coast and the southern United States, of people of African descent, and the white population becoming preoccupied with its relations with the black population.
Okay. Could you talk about how Europeans went about capturing Native Americans?
Well, it's not a happy thing, but it illustrates one of the kinds of great lessons that we as human beings have to learn. And that lesson is to be very astute and not allow ourselves to be used against our brothers and sisters. Not allow ourselves to be dupes and to be used in brutal ways against other human beings. Okay, often we don't simply have the information, and the Spaniards were often very direct and very brutal. They just went in and captured thousands of people and rounded them up and took them to market. But in other cases, the colonialists were much more clever. For example, the Portuguese conquered Brazil basically by Portuguese men intermarrying with native people, particularly powerful tribes living along the coast, powerful chieftains. And then, of course, you know, Native Americans value their families very much. Kinship is extremely important. And so, without realizing it, now they've got a new member of the family. He doesn't have the same motives that they have, but there are kinship obligations by means of which this Portuguese guy gradually takes advantage of existing enmities that may exist between Indian groups, maybe some old hostilities, and uses then his relatives against other Indian groups. And pretty soon rewards them with guns and with other weapons and goods for capturing other human beings. And so it starts out small, but as time goes by, it becomes tremendously big operations. In southern Brazil, for example, in the 17th century, there was a period of time in which at least 200,000 or 300,000 Indian people from Spanish Jesuit missions in the Paraguay area are raided and carried off to the coast as slaves, largely by bands of people who are mixed Indian and Portuguese or Indian, but led by mixed blood or Portuguese chieftains who are the founders of Sao Paulo, or Paulistas, they're called in southern Brazil. Other colonialists, example in South Carolina, the English are very astute to also take advantage of existing animosities. And they get some of the tribes to provide a lot of the slaves, and by that mean they acquire, for example, lots of Choctaw slaves from Mississippi. Choctaws are among the largest group that are enslaved and are sold through South Carolina to the West Indies and to New England and held in South Carolina. There are also tribes even west of the Mississippi that get raided and are brought in as slaves. Florida is cleaned out. Firstly, all the Indians that remained in Florida after the Spanish period are cleaned out by the English and sold as slaves in South Carolina.
You say cleaned out?
Yeah, virtually depopulated. Florida is virtually depopulated of its native population. The Indian people who later live in Florida are primarily people moving south to get away from the whites. Seminoles, for example. They moved south from what is now Alabama and Georgia. But the native inhabitants, by and large, are enslaved. They're Christians, they have Spanish surnames, but they're brought north here to South Carolina and become part of the slave population.
You mentioned Alabama and Georgia, these names that we now know for these places, and you probably don't know some of the names that were used for, say, what is now the southern United States or the eastern seaboard. I don't know. Would you happen to know some of the Native American names for these areas?
Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Atan Akamic.
You know, Washington? Or
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamic was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamic means a place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention to you is Chicora, which is very important. South Carolina should probably change its name to Chicora, or some people would write it Shakori or Shakora. The reason for that is because the first Africans were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora.
People start shouting everywhere, tasting bitterness in the air.
With their father or something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. Later what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on.
Their pride was reinforced by the esteem of fellow countrymen who loyally continued to hold them in highest regard. Even the whites of the master class, who, after all, lacked nobility of their own, were impressed to have among their servants patricians, men and women of royal blood or noble birth. For because of the hundreds of African societies from which slaves were taken, the multitude of political units involved, and the large size of polygynous African families, there were many more Africans of prestigious rank vulnerable to enslavement than we might, as Westerners, suppose. Consider, for example, T.E. Bowditch's description of the Gabon region. Kings are numerous in Gabon. The greatest trader, or the richest man of almost every small village assumes the rifle. In the 20th century, the anthropologist Melville Herskovits commented on the same phenomena along the West Coast generally, where historically many states had been no larger than a few hundred square miles. To this day, in a small village, one may be introduced to its king by a loyal follower of this petty, powerless potentate, and the village will likewise be designated a kingdom. These reflect identifications which, earlier, were to independent states. 5. Moreover, noblemen from the upper classes were especially liable to be enslaved for reasons of political intrigue, for as Muhammad Gardo Bakwakwa reported, when any person gave evidence of gaining an eminent position in the country, he was immediately envied, and means were taken to put him out of the way. The African elite were also often victimized by the internecine wars fostered by the international slave trade. Nobles from the losing sides of battles were too dangerous to keep as local servants in Africa's less restrictive bondage. Instead, they were killed or sent into exile in the Americas. One such prince explained to John G. Stedman in 18th century Suriname, "My father was a king, and treacherously murdered by the sons of a neighboring prince. To revenge his death, I daily went a-hunting with some men, in hopes of retaliating upon his assassins, but I had the misfortune to be surprised, taken, and bound, hence these ignoble scars around his wrists and ankles. I was afterward sold to your European countrymen on the coast of Guiana, a punishment which was deemed greater than instant death." Even the importance of African royalty in the New World first struck me when I was researching the black community of 18th century New England. Far more often than I would have expected, the town histories would note one of the town's slaves as a prince or princess of royal African blood. In Massachusetts, King Pompey, Shobogi Turi Wary, Prince Yungi, Prince Freeman, and Jin Cole were slaves said to be of royal birth. In Rhode Island, Queen Abigail, Prince Robinson, Venture Smith, and Senegambia were likewise remembered as royals, as were Prince and Cuffy Whipple in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. In Connecticut, Bill of Freedom of Litchfield and Tobiah and his son Eben Tobias of Derby were all recognized in local histories to have been of majestic ancestry. 8. Because the black population of early New England was small and Yankee slaves usually lived as part of their masters' families, the heritage of the bondsman was well known by the master class, so much so that in her novel of local color, Old Town Folks, Harriet Beecher Stowe made use of the royal stereotype by casting her fictional character Boston Fuda as of princely blood.
went to see King John's Queen in Villafranca on the left bank of the Tagus on Monday, I don't know what for. But there in that weekend, on that Saturday and Sunday, there were discussions. And at the dining table, he brought with him 6 Native Americans whom he captured. He was the first man to make slaves out of the Native Americans. And he brought 6 Native Americans with him who fascinated the Portuguese court with the red tint of their skins and their hair. These are not the Africoid types who visited. I'm talking about the Native Americans who came across the Bering Straits during the glacial migrations. And he brought these men. And while they were at table, a dish of beans were brought out at the order of King John. And King John beckoned to one of these people with sign language to build with these beans on the table these lands that Columbus said he had discovered. And a chain or necklace of islands was built up, which included various parts of the Caribbean, Cuba, the Lucayes Islands, etc. And when King John saw the massiveness of the discovery, the so-called discovery, because Spain is small compared to the Caribbean. The Caribbean stretches over 1,000 miles of the Atlantic. Some of you don't think so because you came from it and you think it's pretty small. I'm not talking about small in the sense in which you think of it. I'm talking about its physical size. They were upset because the Portuguese, both King John I and II, had refused to give Columbus permission or support. And now the Spanish were going to rule 2 worlds. And they were so upset by that they asked Columbus to go back home and argue for a line to be drawn across the world to separate the claims of the 2 Catholic kingdoms. This was known as the Tordesillas Line. It was signed on June the 4th, 1494, before the discovery of South America by Europeans, before Cabral had got there in 1500. And it was drawn across. The Pope did not give it his blessing until afterwards, but it was drawn in 1494 at the Treaty of Tordesillas, and it includes South America, and they had never seen it. It includes Brazil, 200 miles of territory from that ocean going right back. And why did the Portuguese do that? They hadn't been there. They were concentrating at the route along Africa up into India because of the strength of knowledge they got from Africans, who were aware of a southern land mass, just below the equinoctial line within the same latitudes as Guinea. And Columbus was told about it. Columbus went back to Spain and argued because he was then Prince of the Ocean Sea. He came almost like a king. He was nothing. He argued with the Spanish that they should agree with the Portuguese. Let them draw the line because there's only water within the line. It's only 375 leagues from the Cape Verde, which is 4.5 miles according to Vespucci. Roman miles give it 4, but they give it 4.5, about 1,600 miles. And Columbus said, nothing to worry about. You're not giving anything to the Portuguese. I have traveled twice as many leagues, and I have found no such land, which is true, because Europe is twice as far from America as is Africa. But when Columbus was on his second voyage, a man called Jaime Ferrer appeared in the Spanish court and told Ferdinand and Isabella that Columbus was lying, that he had knowledge from Arabs and Ethiopians. The word Ethiopian was generally used for African, that there was a landmass to the south within the line, that the demarcation line they were drawing up between the Portuguese claims and the claims of the Spanish. And he said a damaging thing. He said, Columbus knows more about this sleeping than I do waking. So when Columbus was sent a letter from the King of Spain, he said, please come home immediately. And I want to know all that you know about this demarcation line. Columbus wrote back to say, I have arthritis and I am too ill to move. And then he said something which was a deliberate lie because he knew it was not true. He said, Cuba is the continent. I have found the continent. I'm no longer among the islands. Cuba is the continent because my ships cannot circumnavigate it. He knew that was not true, because whether his little ships could circumnavigate it or not, The natives had lived there for centuries and had told him so, and he had made this clear to the Chancellor of Aragon months before this missive. So when he came back, they didn't want to hear anything more about colonizing the Caribbean. They wanted to send him to find the southern landmass, so they gave him 6 ships. And he sent 3 ships along on the earlier route, and he sent 3 ships along Africa. And here are the 3 ships coming down into the Cape Verde, searching for black animals, going into the Semi-Gambia current, then into the tropical latitudes. And they landed 1 day's journey from South America. They landed in a place where they saw 3 hills. And he said those 3 hills reminded him of the Trinity, so he called it Trinidad. Very religious man. The next day, the ships landed in South America. Columbus did not come off the ship. The great navigator, so eager to explore, would not come off the ship because he's terrified to give the Portuguese away. Because I found the letter he wrote to his son Diego Columbus in 1505, in which Amerigo Vespucci is about to appear before the Spanish court, and he says, tell him to do this and to say this and to say that and to do this and to do that, because the man would do anything for me. It was his brother, Genoese brother, tricking both the Spanish and the Portuguese. And he said, certain monies are being paid to me, but I cannot detail them here. I'll detail them yonder. What money is he talking about? Not Spanish money for the prospective discoveries in America. It's the Portuguese money for keeping the Spanish away from the south. That's why Columbus pretended he had an arthritic fit, because he did not want to go into the south. That is why he was arrested. How many of us are aware of that? On his 4th voyage, he was arrested by Bobadilla, he and his brother Bartholomew, and sent back like a black in the hold of the ship to be tried in Spain. So all this Columbus period is built upon a fraud. Thor Heyerdahl, the Norwegian explorer, took a papyrus reed boat, which the Egyptians had used and the Ethiopians had used on their inland lakes and elsewhere. And he showed that the curves of this boat showed that it could cross the ocean. It wasn't just for inland shipping, and it was used 800 years before Christ. And he said it can cross the Atlantic. And scientists scoffed at him. Scientists took the papyrus reed and they said, if you put it in a tank, it will sink. And they put it in the tank and it sank. And Heyerdahl said, if I took a piece of the Queen Mary, which is made of iron, and put it in a tank, it would also sink. So, rising above the idiocies of the scientists, he built the papyrus reed boat with the help of Abdullah de Jibrin and the Baduma people on Lake Chad in 1969, and they sailed across the Atlantic successfully. They only got in trouble off Barbados because the Africans had cut a rope which was attached to the bow and the deck. And they cut that rope thinking it merely had to do with curvature and of the bow. In fact, it was a flotation device. That was the only mistake they made. When the Aymara Indians, without the help of African experience, rebuilt the identical boat, because on Lake Titicaca in South America, the identical boat was being used that was used by the Egyptians. They crossed the Atlantic in the Ra 2. And the strange thing about the Ra 1 is that, as I have said, it did not steer to America. It came by itself. The rudders broke on the first day. They could not steer. The currents took the thing from Africa and landed it in America. And Heyerdahl is not the only one. There have been 120 experiments with small boats across the Atlantic. And it has been shown that the small boat can arrive earlier than Columbus or Vespucci. And a man who showed that, you have experiments by Alain Bombard and Hans Lindman. Bombard set out in a dugout, which no African would be mad enough to use on the Atlantic. He set out in a dugout without a crew, without a sail, and crossed the Atlantic safely from Africa to America in less time than either Columbus or Vespucci. And talking about the boats of Columbus and Vespucci, The sails on those boats were Arab Latin sails, which Arabs and Africans had used on the Indian Ocean. They were not European sails. The compass was not invented in Europe. The astrolabe was not invented in Europe. It is true that after the massive and continuous migrations of people to the Americas, that you had an improvement in hulls, an improvement in ships, which went far beyond other conquered peoples. But at that time, those boats were not superior. So to think that man had to sit down and wait for centuries until the stumble of Columbus landed in India and called Cuba the continent and South America an island, this has nothing to do with the truth of the past. But as I come to a close, I want you to bear this in mind. The history of the world is not written. The history of Europe, perhaps. There remains a great deal to be done. There's a whole world out there. Every time I go back into Mexico, extraordinary things are found. They found the pyramid of Comalcalco with bricks, with various writings, boats, scripts thereon, which has recently been found. A whole new set of things are emerging. This is not a finished chapter. This is no closed chapter. This last chapter has been written with a certain eye, an eye which has been blind to the genius of the African. Therefore, it is only by opening another eye, by having a different kind of illumination, a different kind of vision, that the history of the Americas and the history of Africa can be truly written. Before Congress on July the 7th, 1987, I'd been summoned there to give due cause why they should not refer to Columbus's accidental stumble into the Caribbean, which he thought was the backside of India, as a discovery. I remember when I entered the chamber, this gentleman, head of the Quincentenary Commission, came up to me and said, "You don't mean to say you come here to say Columbus did not discover America?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You must be mad." I said, "You look mad to me too." As a result of my presentation, Congress decided to delete the word discovery from official documents. I presented a vast body of evidence, and it started as a peculiar accident because I was in the British Information Services, then I was in the British Information Services, and never intended to come to America. I'd heard such dark things about America, but I'd heard dark things about most countries. Anyway, I was on my way back. My Prime Minister had invited me to read poetry at the occasion of the independence of our country, independence celebrations, because I was known then as a poet. And I was on my way back, and Jan Carew, a famous Guyanese author, invited me to come to America, and I said, no, I'll never go to America. I've heard such dark things about America. No. He said, "Don't be foolish. There are dark things about all places in the world. You come and check it out." So I came there on a Saturday. Sunday morning he was asleep when I came down into his library, and I saw 3 green books, Africa and the Discovery of America, by Leo Wiener. This was done, I think, in the 1920s. The problem with Leo Wiener, however, he was strictly a linguist. And I felt that finding a number of African words in America would not be enough to prove the point. To prove something like that, which would overturn a great amount of thinking, would call for a vast body of evidence in many fields. So I actually began a critique of this 30 years ago. I actually began to attack my own subject. I didn't know it would become my subject because it wasn't good enough. Linguistics, I was trained as a linguist. I know that you could occasionally get a number of words. You'd have to prove a lot of things. You'd have to have evidence in many fields to prove something like this. So I sent it to the editor, and I said, if anyone could show me just a few sculptures or portraits of Africans in America before Columbus, I would take another hard look at this matter, because he presented no pictorial proof, and he knew nothing about skeletal material, so he couldn't provide skeletal proof. And the editor at Random House, Charles Harris, called me up and said, "Van Sertima, something strange has happened on my table. You ended your piece by saying if anyone could show me images of Africans in America before Columbus, I would take another hard look at this matter." And I turned the page, and I turned the page, and I turned the page. There were 7 images of Africans. John Williams, the novelist, author of The Man Who Cried I Am, had been to Mexico and met a strange German, last of the Royal House of Germany. Hitler had put him in charge of the German embassy in D.C., and something happened, and he was dismissed. I was later to find out why he was dismissed by Hitler, because Hitler sent around a circular saying that everyone in the diplomatic service has to sign a statement saying they're a pure Aryan. And von Wutenau wrote back. Now, he was a conch, the last of the royal house in Germany. This was strange for von Wutenau, strange for anybody in that position. Wrote back to say, there is no such thing as a pure Aryan. All people have black blood. Oh, God, he had to flee after that, because Hitler would have gotten him. So I rushed off to Mexico to meet this strange man. And I went to his chateau. He'd heard about me because I had written him first and told him what I had done. And we sat in that place, okay? We sat on his steps half the night arguing, because he couldn't, you have to show me a hell of a lot of evidence to convince me of something that everybody believes is true history. And he says, I said, I have to see these heads. He said, I have a few in my study. I said, that's not good enough. I have to be sure that they are valid, that you are not making this up. He was a little annoyed by that. He wanted to throw me out of the house. But nonetheless, I persisted. You have to prove this to me. I need to see sculptures of these people. And he says, they're not in the big museums. They don't take chances like that in the big museums. You have to go to private collections. And the next day he started to take me to private collections, and I was utterly stunned. You would be surprised how much history is hidden in private museums. They don't allow these things in the big places. It's just like in Egypt. I am responsible for returning to the modern Egyptians the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin which Napoleon's army blew off. A friend of mine, Garland Roberts, an adventurer, he was in England. He went into the British Museum, and he found that they had the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin. How he did that, but he's a fellow, he's a daredevil. He would risk his life just to prove a point. And I says, you go back there. I'm going to pay your way to Britain. You go back and photograph the damn thing. Pretend you are a, messenger boy, whatever it is, get a job there, get the damn thing. And he brought back startling pictures. And I called Sheikh Anta Diop, the head of the radiocarbon laboratory in Dakar. He's dead now. He was the leading African scientist. And I got in touch with him, and I told him what had happened. And I got in touch with Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, the Arab delegate at UNESCO. Sheikh Anta was at UNESCO too. And I got in touch with, I told Garland Roberts, he has to be on the phone. And we started a conversation with the British Museum. And I started out by saying, sir, we understand and we have hard visual proof that you have the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin in your museum. And I have the Arab delegate at UNESCO here and the African delegate, etc. And we'd like to negotiate the return of the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin to the Egyptians. Now, okay. Now, Van Sertima, we can't do that. See, most of the things we have in our museums come from all over the world. If we started returning things to this and that country, we'll have no museums. I said, sir, we're not asking you to destroy the museum. This is a specific object. This is a matter of the very gravest importance. I have on the line with me Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, the Arab delegate, Sheikh Anta Diop, the African delegate, myself, Garland Roberts, who has proof that they were the pieces, he photographed them. And he said, well, we will consider it. Do you know? Sheikh Anta spoke. I had a French translator. Sheikh Anta spoke. I spoke. Garland Roberts spoke. Do you know the Arab delegate? We're returning it to the bloody Arabs, you know. He never said a bloody word. Because the Arabs are not Egyptian. Don't make any mistake about that.
PG 7. In this context, it is also worth noting a report that Columbus had information about strange people from the west who had reached Ireland prior to 1492, doubtless via the Gulf Stream. Marion tells us that Bartholomew or Christopher Columbus had marginal notes in their copy of Pius II's Historia, 1477, to the effect that some men have come from Cathay by heading east. We have seen more than one remarkable thing, especially in Galway. In Ireland, two people tried to two wrecks, a man and a woman, a superb creature. Marion also believes that the first documented case of a single navigator crossing the Atlantic consists in the record of a Native American who reached the Iberian Peninsula long before Columbus's day. In the Middle Ages there arrived one day on the coast of Spain a man, red and strange, in a craft described as a hollowed tree. From the recorded description, which specifically states that he was not a Negro, he might well have been a native of America in a piragua dugout canoe. The unfortunate man, ill and enfeebled, died before he had been taught to make himself understood. To return to our own discussion of the Gulf Stream, it should be noted that this eastward flowing current has a southern extension which swings the Canary Islands. From the latter region it turns southwestwards and then westwards, returning to the Americas in the vicinity of Trinidad and rejoining the Caribbean segment of the Gulf Stream. Thus it would be theoretically possible to float in a great circle from the Caribbean to Europe and northwestern Africa and then back again to the Caribbean. In the South Atlantic, as noted, a strong current runs from the west coast of North Africa towards Trinidad. Below that a counter-current is sometimes shown, running eastwards from South America to the Gulf of Guinea. Then a strong current runs westwards from the mouth of the river Zaire Congo to the north of the Amazon, where it divides, part joining the northwesterly current which becomes the Gulf Stream and part swinging southwards along the coast of Brazil until it veers eastwards across the Atlantic to Africa again, reaching southwestern Africa, from whence it curves northwards to rejoin the Zaire-Amazon current. Thus, as farther north, a great circle is formed. PG 8-9. Bartolomé de las Casas states that the Azores were the Elacassiterides mentioned by Strabo in his geography and which islands were repeatedly visited by the Carthaginians. Allegedly, there lived in the Azores a people who were of Loro or Baco color, that is to say, people of the color of Native Americans or intermediate between white and black. The Canary Islands were inhabited in the 15th century by a people who were isolated from nearby Africa and whose cultures somewhat resembled those of some Americans. PG 9. PG 14. Columbus was also aware that Africans may well have utilized ocean currents to navigate to the Americas. His 1498 voyage specifically used the southern route from the Cabo Verde Islands to Trinidad, an easy crossing traveled consistently thereafter by Spaniards, Portuguese, Britons and others. Columbus was especially intrigued to see what lands lay in the South American direction, since the King of Portugal had said that there was tierra firme in that direction and was greatly inclined to make discoveries to the southwest. In short, the Portuguese had found boats canoas which left from West Africa to navigate to the west with merchandise. He saw well-made multicolored scarves or sashes, identical with those of Sierra Leone. Later Columbus stated that each American wore scarves which resembled almazares, Moorish sashes, one for the head and one for the rest of the body. Thus, Columbus wanted to verify the truth of what the Americans of Haiti had stated previously, to the effect, black people, had come from the south and southeast and that their azagaya spear heads were made of guanan, a brass or bronze-like mixture of gold, silver and copper. PG 15. Pedro Martir de Angularia obtained information, at second hand, to the effect that in 1513 Vasco Núñez de Balboa met members of a tribe of Ethiopians in Panama. While crossing the peninsula, Balboa reached the native village of Querequa on the Caribbean side of the summit of the mountain, and thus the Spaniards actually are said to have seen black slaves belonging to the Americans, but they learned that these slaves came from a totally black village located 2 days' journey away, and they conjectured that the blacks had come from Ethiopia at some earlier date. Lopez de Gomara also reports that Núñez de Balboa reached Querequa. He saw Negroes that were, as of Guinea. A Jesuit also makes reference, in 1554, to his judgment that some Ethiopians were living beyond the Amazon River region. pg. 16. In November 1494, a German, Dr. Geronimo Munzer, wrote a letter about his impressions of Lisbon, Portugal. He reported that there were many Negri blacks in Lisbon and that the King of Portugal had sons of Ethiopian kings with him for educational purposes. Interestingly, on January 11, 1503, a sailor from Lisbon presented for sale in Valencia, Spain, 5 Negroes. One of them was Miguel, 20 years old, of Terranova. In 1505 was presented also, as a slave, Juan, 16 years old, of Terranova. Thus Miguel was born in 1483 and was taken from Newfoundland to Lisbon when he was small, so probably before 1493. Juan was born in 1489 and was captured when small, so before 1499. They are among many slaves from Terranova sold in Lisbon, Seville, and Valencia after 1500. pg.21.
The world has changed dramatically. There have been half a dozen invasions of Egypt, the Persians, the Greeks, the Syrians, the Persians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. That is not Egypt. Egypt is no longer Egyptian. They have not a damn thing to do with the building of the pyramids. We now have hard proof, very hard proof, that Egypt was African when the pyramids were built. There is no question about it. This is not guesswork. This is not theory. We found the skeletons in the ancient graves. We found sculptures, which you'll never see when you go to Egypt. They don't put those things on display. But now we have the hard proof. And I'll deal with that later when we come to deal with the Egyptian section of this lecture. But I appeared before the Congressional Committee and I presented 12 witnesses, all European. Because they're going to say I'm Afrocentric if I show them this African said this. No, no, no. I'm going to take the very people that you think you will listen to. Columbus is the first person. I said, that's how I began. I'm not the first person to suggest there were Africans in America before Columbus. Christopher Columbus is the first person to say that. He actually says in the Journal of the Second Voyage that when he was in Haiti, Native Americans came to them and told them that black-skinned people had come from the south and southeast trading in gold-tipped metal spears. Columbus may or may not have believed, but he actually collected samples of these spears. They were sent back to Spain. They were meticulously, microscopically examined in Spain. And they were found to be identical, not just similar, identical with spears being forged in African Guinea. Of 32 parts, 18 were of gold, 6 of silver, and 8 of copper. Not only were they identical metallurgically, the words the Africans were using for these spears were the words the Americans were using. African word for gold, Ghana. That's why it's called Ghana. Gold Empire, the Golden Empire. And I checked it out in several African languages. Sarakole, Soninke, Gadzago, it's Kane. Vayan Mende, Kani. Kisi, it's Kani. Kono, it's Kanin. Fuel, it's Kane. That's the word for gold. And that's the word the Americans are using. And they have their own bloody gold word. Why are they using this strange word? And presenting material which when checked out, when the metallurgists checked it out in Europe, they found the spears were identical in the ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys. How could you have linguistic and metallurgical identities like that? It is utterly impossible. Not only that, I then went beyond that. I not just showed Columbus. Ferdinand wrote a book about his father, and he said, my father told me that he saw Negroes north of Honduras. Columbus knew what a so-called Negro looks like. He was in Africa. That's how my book began. Columbus sitting at a table in Africa, arguing with the Portuguese. I tracked this man down. It is possible when you become very famous, people could track every little thing. Who you slept with, who you tried to kill, who slept with your wife or your husband, everything. And one found a hell of a lot of stuff on this clown, or rather this villain. He did some horrible things. He's known as the great discoverer. Ferdinand said, my father told me he saw Negroes north of Honduras. He not only heard of them in Haiti, he actually saw them north of Honduras. Vasco Núñez de Balboa, on September the 25th in the year 1513, I've got it down to the day. He's coming down the slopes of Paracu in Darien, which we now call Panama. And he and his men saw two tall black men among the Native Americans. They are startled. They haven't brought no black people there. Several of them commented it. Peter Martyr said they must have been shipwrecked. Then he also said they were Ethiopians. Well, Ethiopians, the word Ethiopian is not used for people of Ethiopia. The reason why Ethiopia gets that name, Ethiop means burnt skin. People of burnt skin would generally call them Ethiopians. So it's not referring to Ethiopia. Peter Martyr said they must have been shipwrecks. Lopez de Gomara said these blacks Balboa saw in the Indies were identical with the blacks we saw in Guinea. Rodrigo de Colmenares saw blacks. Captain of Balboa saw blacks east of the Gulf of San Miguel. Alphonse de Catafalque reported in his book, Study of Panama. L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg was the guy who went to Panama, said there were two distinct people in Panama. The Mandinga, black skin, and the Tule, red skin. The red skin would be the Native American. And Alphonse de Catafalque presents us with a map showing blacks in various places in early America. The Charus of Brazil, the Yamasee of Florida, and the black Caribs of St. Vincent, pre-Columbian. Alonso Ponce cites them off Campeche in Mexico. River Palacio cites them off Tegucigalpa in the Nicaraguan Honduran border. Ramon Pane speaks of them as the black gold traders. Fray Gregorio Garcia cites them off Cartagena, Colombia. A dozen Europeans, Christopher Columbus, Ferdinand Columbus, Vasco Núñez de Balboa, Peter Martyr, Lopez de Gomara, Rodrigo de Colmenares, Alphonse de Catafalque, L'Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, Alonso Ponce, River Palacio, Ramon Pane, Fray Gregorio Garcia, seeing things that are not there. Probably blacks are haunting their dreams. It's absurd. You cannot have 12 eyewitnesses to an event that never happened. And I have not just 12 eyewitnesses. That is just one piece of evidence. I have 12 pieces. So it's not just the eyewitnesses, there's the metallurgical evidence. That it was tested, they were found to be identical in the ratio of gold, silver, and copper alloys as spares being forged in African Guinea. 18 parts gold, 6 silver, 8 copper. How could you have identities like that? Then there's the linguistic identities, which I just mentioned. Saracolis and Inki, Gadzago, Vai, Mende, Kisikono, Pule went through half a dozen African languages to check out the word. And they're using the same bloody word that the Americans are using. How is that possible? If it was a European, you only need one piece of evidence. I'm giving you 7. How could you deny that? And it doesn't stop there. There is the botanical evidence. Take the banana. We use the word banana for the banana, but that's not the African word for the banana. The word for the banana is bakoko in Africa. Banana is an Arab word. The Africans didn't have bananas. The bananas were introduced into Africa by the Arabs very early, and they have a different word for it. Banana. They do not have banana. They have bakoko. I have checked the bakoko word because they found bananas in Peru. Peru didn't have bananas. Pre-Columbian Peru was not supposed to have, they didn't have original bananas. The banana, the reason why we found the banana is because when they buried their dead, they would have ceremonies every year, the year of the day of the death, and they would put fruit in the grave, and among the fruit they put in the grave was the banana. And they do not originally have bananas. That has been checked out. It's only found in these graves. If they were eating the banana, we'd find other kind of evidence. And the word for the banana in Peru is the same as the word for the Africans have. We call it banana, but the Africans call it bakoko. So I started checking out the words in Peru. How did this banana appear? They don't have bananas at that time in South America. And found in Galibi it's bakuku, in Oyapock it's bako, in Oyampi it's these are all South American languages. In Oyampi it's bako me, and Tupi is bako ba, because and are interchangeable plosives. In Apiacus it's bakowa, in Puri it's baho. So you have bakoko, bakuku, bako, bako me, bako ba, baho. Can't happen unless you have a connection, a very early connection. And then comes the oceanographic evidence, because most people say, here is Africa and here is America. How could the Africans cross? They only have canoes that Tarzan can turn over in the movies. But that's another myth again. First of all, there are two things here that they did not take into account. I lived on the river. My father was superintendent of road and river transport over an area that was as large as Scotland and Wales. I grew up in the river. And my mother and father were divorced. That was the first divorce in our country, recorded divorce in our country. They later remarried. That was the first recorded remarriage in our country. I wouldn't advise you to do it. It doesn't work. But anyway, they did it in order to save the children, and I am grateful to them, but they suffered. But anyway, to come back, you have this knowledge. I had this knowledge of currents because I used to swim 3.5 miles across the water to the air base. That was a big thing to show how you are. You know, boys are like that. They always play in the ass, trying to prove they're strong. Several of us drowned. So you could see what I mean by playing the fool. Anyway, I used to swim across the river, so I was extremely strong. And I knew about currents, because most people think the river is just like that. No, the river is alive. In certain parts of the falls in Guyana, the water is running as fast as a motor car. You don't have to have an engine. You have to know how to steer. Or it hits you against the rock and you're blown to pieces. The water moves as fast as a motor car. And in those waters, they do not move as fast as a motor car, the great rivers, but they move with force and take you places. And we have discovered 3 currents of Africa that take you automatically to America. There's one up the Cape Verde, one up the Senegambia coast, one up the southern coast of Africa. Once you are caught in those currents, you have to come to America unless the fish get you first. Whether you have an engine or not, the water is the engine. It's very powerful. And it's exactly where those currents end that we find the African presence. It goes to Mexico. It goes into other parts of America. It goes to Brazil. They've recently found, listen to this, look at the lies involved here. They recently found an African Negro woman. I say Negro because not all blacks are Negro. The African has 6 faces. For example, if you're in a dry African climate, you have a narrow nose. If you're in a wet or moist African climate, you have a broad nose. Most people don't know that. They don't know they have 6 types of African. There's the Nilotic type. They're all black. But they have the Nilotic type, the so-called true Negro type, all sorts of types they have. And I have in my new book the faces of the various types. And all of these types appear. But what is most extraordinary is the evidence we have of their ships. They had the ships. Thor Heyerdahl became world famous because he got the Baduma people on Lake Chad to build a boat that the Africans built before Christ. Thor Heyerdahl used the boat the Africans built before Christ. They showed him the model. They built the boat. He financed it. A boat they were using before Christ, and it crossed the Atlantic successfully. Heyerdahl told me, Van Sertima, we did not even have to fish. The fish jumped on board. Because in those currents are millions of fish. Millions! And it wasn't just Heyerdahl. Alain Bombard also tested African boats. And they made it in less time than Vespucci. You have several, if you study the work I have done in the new book, Early America Revisited, you see these guys made it in less time than the European boats because of their knowledge of the currents. And they're not only currents off the Cape Verde, off the Senegambia coast, off the southern coast of Africa that take you to America. They're currents that spin you back towards Africa. We have an evidence of a boat, American boat, Native Americans landing in Africa 62 BC. There were 7 in the boat because it was an accident. They were taken because the currents that not only take you there and pull you back. We don't have any evidence of Europeans doing that. We have it in Native Americans 62 BC. That is in my book, They Came Before Columbus. And apart from this oceanographic evidence, there's the navigational evidence. That's the boats. The Africans had the boats. The Africans built the boat for Heyerdahl. Heyerdahl became world famous about how he crossed the Atlantic. He didn't build the boat. It was Africans who built the boat for him. A boat they had used before Christ, the Baduma people on Lake Chad. It's in my new book, Early America. You'll see the boat. The Africans built it. They could easily have crossed. And when you cross, the current actually takes you into the Caribbean, to Brazil, or parts of South America, to Mexico, etc. Recently, listen to this. Look at the cheating going on. Look at the profound dishonesty of scientists. They found a Negro woman in Brazil, where the currents come from Africa, the Caribbean, Brazil, etc. They found a Negro woman in Brazil, 12,500 years old. That is even before the Native Americans. Now, Negroes always came from Africa, but it was so embarrassing that they suggested, yes, it's a Negro, but it came from Asia. Now, this is Brazil, you know. Brazil is on the Atlantic coast. To come from Asia, you have to get a boat that's going to take you all the way to South America, and then you have no currents may take you, help you to get to South America, but then you have to walk to Brazil. Then you get the tip, you have to walk all the way to Brazil to drop your skull. And the New York Times ran the story like that, you know, thinking, and they even changed the name. When they found this Negroid woman, they call her Louisa, because the first human we found on earth is Lucy, an African. So they call her Louisa. But when it got to the New York Times, they call her Valherbe or Malherbe or something like that. And she comes from Asia. Niggers don't come from Africa anymore. They come from Asia. You find them in the wrong time, in the wrong place. Jesus Christ. I mean, how far can you take this nonsense? It is absurd. And you find also skeletal evidence. Listen to this, because I have to be very careful here. I was in 2 intelligence services in the world, the Guyana Intelligence Service and the British Intelligence Service, and you're not supposed to tell secrets. So I have to say this in a way that shows that I don't know nothing. Okay. They found 2 African skeletons in the United States Virgin Islands at Hull Bay, St. Thomas. These skeletons were found in a strata or layer of earth which is datable 1250 AD, 2.5 centuries before Columbus. But they could not date the bones. Something strange had entered the bones of these skeletons. Now I know why something strange had happened, why something strange had entered, because of something that was done in that area, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. All I could say is now far from Cuba, and Cuba was giving us some trouble, and we had to tell Castro, come on, we're the world power, so don't play the fool with us. We'll teach you a lesson. That's all I'm allowed to say. But I went down to the Virgin Islands when I heard about these skeletons. And they promised, I shamed Vesalius, the archaeologist of the island. I spoke to the whole university, a big crowd, shamed him. He said he'd allow me to see the skeletons. Come there by 12 o'clock the next day. I arrived 10 to 12, raced across the island. Arrived at 10 to 12. The door was locked. Well, I am a very nice person. But when I get angry, I'm not very nice. So I ran at the door, wham! Shook the place. The police came out. What are you doing here, sir? I was invited here. You know the place, don't you see the place is closed? Yes, sir, but it's very strange that it should be closed. I was invited here, I was to come here by to move along, sir, or we have to arrest you. Well, I moved along. But fortunately for me, friends on the island who'd heard of my interest, and I'd spoken to the university there, they took me to a rock pool at St. John. That was St. Thomas where they found the skeletons. They took me to a rock pool at St. John's in the Virgin Islands. And they wanted to show me carvings of tropical animals. When I saw these carvings, I said, no, that is not evidence. Those tropical animals are in both places, both Africa and America. But as I was preparing to leave, the light of the sun shone on the rock, just above the rock pool. And I looked down and I saw a strange formation, dots and crescents. And I said, nature cannot do that. Nature cannot do that. It's because it will wash against the rock and it may cause a kind of cleavage in the rock, but it can't make perfect curves and dots and curves. It cannot do that. So I went down there and I cleaned the rock and I photographed it. I sent it to various parts of the world. I sent it to Africans. So someone in Africa, in Ghana, said it's the Gay Name sign, and I said, send me evidence of the Gay Name sign, and he sent it to me, and I said, no, don't waste my time, man. That doesn't look anything like the Gay Name sign. But I kept taking it wrong, and eventually Dr. Barry Fell of Harvard, he's dead now, he'd written America BC. The New York Times ran 3 pages attacking me and Fell. I brought out, they came before Columbus. Barry Fell brought out America BC. He was dealing with other kinds of contacts. I was dealing with African contact. The New York Times ran 3 pages attacking me and Fell. They wouldn't even allow anybody in America. But fortunately for me, Dr. Clarence Wine, the oldest of American archaeologists, who'd been on the place where they found the stone heads with African faces, he wrote a marvelous essay on me. Because he was the oldest American archaeologist, they couldn't kick out his essay. So he said, I am absolutely convinced of the soundness of Van Sertima's conclusions. So in spite of all that, it came through. But look now, the skeletons, we cannot move on. Because recently we have another clown who's entered the Virgin Islands, and he's saying now that even though they're in strata 1250 AD, these skeletons could not be, could not be Africans because they have, could not be proper Africans because they have something teeth. You know, they have some problem with the teeth. And Africans cannot have that problem because they some sort of nonsense about they don't eat certain things, you know, so that they, I mean, the most absurd, I mean, I find it difficult to remember it because it is so absurd, I do not know how long I could keep it in my golden brain. I mean, these people are awesome. I mean, look, what incredible evidence. if I did not find that script which was translated, plunge in to cleanse yourself. This is water for ritual ablution before prayer, because Barry Fell says it's Libyan, so I sent it to the Libyan Department of Antiquities, and they came up with the translation. Plunge in to cleanse yourself. This is water for ritual ablution before prayer. And then comes a map. It's in my new book, a map of Brazil that shows independent black settlements in Brazil, pre-Columbian. And then comes the oral evidence in Mali. They speak of a king, Abu Bakr II, who wanted to cross the ocean because he felt there was land beyond. And he appears, the Mexicans report this strange black man in white robes appearing. And it is also reported by the Arabs, because Mansa Musa went to Cairo. He's a Muslim, and he went to Cairo. When he was in Cairo, he talked about, they asked him, what happened to your brother? And he told him that he wanted to cross the ocean and he never came back. And it's recorded by the Arabs in Al-Kashandi and the Masalik al-Absar, Fi Mamalik al-Amsar, so that's the documented evidence. Then there's the iconographic evidence. So I've presented 12 pieces of evidence: eyewitness accounts, metallurgical evidence, linguistic evidence, botanical evidence, oceanographic evidence, navigational evidence, skeletal evidence, epigraphic evidence, the script, cartographic evidence, a map, oral evidence of the Mali Griers, documented evidence, the Arabs, the Al-Kakashani, the Masalik al-Absar, Fi Mamalik al-Amsar, and the iconographic evidence. That is, you look at my book and you're going to see sculptures of Africans. There's everything. The texture of the hair, the shape of the faces, lips, noses, everything. And one of the things they found, and I'm not going to talk about it at this point in the lecture, later, they found something that is so astonishing that they are utterly embarrassed. And that was found after. But here is the 1310, 1311 journeys where I present 12 pieces of evidence. I did not know of an even earlier visit, because that is what I presented to Congress, and they decided to delete the word discovery. So let me make it quite clear. Truth, trust the ground will rise again. Now we come to another part of this BC, something that happened before Christ. Now, Egyptians made a journey across the Atlantic. How did they do that? Why did they do that? How do we know that they did it? Listen carefully. Do not confuse modern Egypt with ancient Egypt. These are two totally different worlds. I am part American, I am part Makusi Indian and part African, but it would be difficult to find an American audience that is pure American. That's why Egypt, do you go to Egypt and you said the Arab is not an Egyptian? The people who built the pyramids were not Arabs. I know, man, because I am responsible for returning to the bloody Arabs the splinters of the Sphinx's nose and chin, and the Arabs do not want to remake it because it looks Negro. But we can go into the graves. We can go into the graves and we find the hard evidence. The skeletal evidence is overwhelming. But you see, Egypt was so rich. The Africans were so extraordinary. And they were not superior people. You don't have inferior and superior people. This is what makes you superior and inferior. A certain vision of the world. A certain vision of yourself. Many of us have been destroyed. Reduced. Because we've been made to accept other people's vision of us. You look at Hitler. Hitler was a bloody lunatic. We threw him in prison in his early 20s. Hitler was walking about the prison like this. Guards bowed to him. That was an awesome person, boy. I mean, he was evil, but he was awesome. Napoleon, too. Napoleon wasn't even a Frenchman. Most people don't know that. I am destined to glorify a people I hate. Could you imagine that? As Napoleon, I read his diaries. I am destined to glorify a people I hate. And then the one thing I regret most in my life, this is Napoleon. The one thing I regret most in my life is that I did not make Toussaint, I did not make the black Toussaint governor of Haiti. I blame it on my black wife. Do you know Napoleon was married to mulatto from the West Indies, which we would call black hair? But do you know, she was the prejudiced one, not Napoleon. Napoleon wanted to make Toussaint governor of Haiti. His wife said, no, why would you give up territory to nigger? It's as crude as that. So bear in mind, here I am responsible. I financed a telephone link-up between Gamal Abdel Mokhtar, the Arab delegate at UNESCO, Sheikh Anta Diop, the African delegate at UNESCO, myself, the representative of the British Museum, Garland Roberts, who found the pieces, and another gentleman who did translations from the French. And the British began, no, Van Sertima, we can't do that. Because if we start returning this item and that item to this and that museum, we'll have no museum. I said, sir, we're not asking you to return everything from your museums. You're well aware of the things that have been taken from other museums and other places. This is a very specific thing. It is of no value to you. You can't show it. What is the point? You can't show the splinters of the nose. Nobody's interested in splinters. Put the nose back on. But the Arabs do. The Mokhtar, the Arab delegate, never said a bloody word. Boy, he don't want no nigger nose interfering with the tourist trade in Egypt. It's as crude as that. Look why Egypt is no longer Egyptian. Those are not the people who built the pyramids. The Syrians attacked in 654 BC. The Persians attacked in 550 BC. The Greeks attacked in 320 BC. The Romans attacked just before and after Christ. The Arabs attacked 638 to 640 AD. That is why Egypt is no longer Egyptian. They have nothing to do with the building of the pyramids. If you go back in the graves, we have found hard evidence in the graves that Egyptians were African. Let me listen to the anthropologists, all the great anthropologists. Because this is hidden, this doesn't come out in history books. The earliest human fossil found in Egypt was the skeleton of the Nazlet Kata man found near Tata, Egypt, which was dated 35,000 to 30,000 years before Christ. Regarding the racial affinity of this skeleton, Thoma concludes strong alveolar prognatism combined with fossil Prinacilis and an African skull is suggestive of Negroid morphology. He proves it's a Negro. Then comes Wendorf, 1982. Wendorf discovered the skeleton at Wadi Kubaniya, located 10 to 15 kilometers north of Aswan in Egypt. This skeleton dated approximately 20,000 years before Christ. The wide nasal aperture, lower nasal margin morphology, presence of the sulcus prinacilis, wide interorbital distance and alveolar prognatism demonstrate affinities with broad African variants. All of the great anthropologists, archaeologists, Thoma, Fehrenbach, Wendorf, Stewart, Green, Armilagus, Wrightmore, Crawford, all of them prove that those early Egyptians in the Pyramid Age were African. That's the reason why Mokhtar, the Arab delegate, doesn't want a Negro nose on the Sphinx. Because they don't want to relate back. But the Germans sent me, I have it in my new book, you see a beautiful color photograph showing you what the world was 1,200 years before Christ. The black is on top of the world. He is in charge of Egypt. There's no question about it. And they built the pyramids. The Japanese came to my friend Sheikh Anta Diop, seeking advice on building a pyramid. And Sheikh Anta Diop said, do not use bronze tools. And the Japanese said, how could you say that? The last stage of the Egyptian was the Bronze Age. And he says the last age is not the best age. You cannot. The Japanese would not listen. They went there. They made such a mess. They had to throw them out. Bronze tools, the tools broke. They had to use air jack hammers in order to cut the stone, and they could not cut it, the stone the ancient blacks in Egypt did. Let me tell you, this is scientists reporting with amazement at how these Africans cut stone. The mean variation of the cutting of the stone from a straight line and from a true square is but 0.01 inch in the length of 75 inches up the face, an amount of accuracy equal to most modern opticians' straight edges of such a length. In other words, we only cut eyeglasses like that. These joints, with an area of some 35 square feet each, were not only worked as finely as this, but were cemented throughout, though the stones were brought as close as 1/500th of an inch, or in fact into contact, and the mean opening of the joint was 1/50th of an inch, yet the builders managed to fill the joint with cement, despite the great area of it, and the weight of the stone to be moved some 16 tons. To merely place such stones in exact contact at the sides would be careful work, but to do so with cement in the joints is almost impossible. This is Flinders Petrie, Our Inheritance of the Great Pyramid, London, 1874. Thus the builders of these great monoliths quarried and cut stone within 1/1000th of an inch of mathematical perfection, and raised the man-made mounting as meticulously as we cut gems. There are approximately 2,300,000 blocks of stone which comprise the Great Pyramid. These individual blocks weigh from 2.5 tons to 70 tons, as much as a railroad locomotive. Originally covered an area of 13.1 acres. The Great Pyramid, listen to this as I close on this part. The Great Pyramid contains more stone than all the churches, chapels, and cathedrals built in England since the time of Christ. If all the stone in this pyramid were sawed into blocks 1 foot on an edge, and these were laid end to end, they would stretch 2/3 of the way around the globe at the equator. The Great Pyramid contains enough stone to construct 30 Empire State Buildings. Now, if you really knew what the African was doing, most of us would not be behaving like inferiors. We'd have challenged the system long time ago. The Africans had a fixation about 7. They had a fixation about 7. They created the 7-day week. There's no such thing, you know. The Africans noticed in Egypt that there are 7 orifices in the human body. I can't mention all of them. There's 7 primary colors in the rainbow: violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. There's 7 notes in the musical scale. There's 7 layers of skin. There's 7 parts of the human brain. There's 7 parts of the human eye. 7 is critical in the ages of man. 7 is the age of reason. 14, 7 years later, puberty. 21, 7 years later, maturation. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. That is why they created the 7 deadly sins. Christ was in Egypt. He's not an Egyptian, he's a Jew. He was born in Jerusalem, but he went to Egypt. Read Hosea, out of Egypt shall I call my son. He was brought back to Jerusalem, where he was crucified. 7 deadly sins, 7 cardinal virtues, 7 days of the week. That's, the Africans created the 7-day week. There's no such thing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. And then they sent out 7 ships across the water. Now they had intimate interconnections with the rest of Africa. We have found evidence of that. Lady Lugard reports a visit of Egyptian pharaohs to Hausaland. We have found, and here is where Diop was very helpful to me. Diop and Obenga. Obenga, 2 weeks ago, introduced me to an audience in California. Obenga is the most remarkable African scholar in the world at the moment. Sheikh Anta Diop was before, but he died. And I managed to make contact with these gentlemen. Sheikh Anta and I had a nice quarrel about tobacco, because Sheikh Anta was the only African who was allowed to examine mummies in a certain part of Egypt, and he found tobacco in this mummy, and I was explaining to him that the Africans have their tobacco, the Americans have their tobacco, and I was pointing out that certain distinctions could be made between the two tobaccos, and that in my book they're using the same term, and I explained why they're using the same term, because of a certain kind of pre-Columbian contact, but that it's not the same tobacco. Well, Diop surrendered and that, he was a most remarkable man. I want to dedicate this lecture to him because he had the most profound impact on so many of us. We invited him to the Nile Valley Conference, and his plane crashed. He didn't die, and he had to be rushed from the burning plane, and I told him, do not come by plane the next time. You are to go and visit your wife in France, and then you're to do overland, and then you're to take another kind of ship, but do not let it be known where you're moving. Okay, we are not to talk on the telephone. You have to be very careful about that. Diop came to Atlanta. That was a marvelous occasion. He was the most remarkable man I have ever met. And we had these marvelous conversations, etc. But I knew he would die soon, because like John Clark, I noticed it with him too. They do not pay attention to what they're eating. After you get 60, you have to pay close attention to what you're eating. You can't just eat any old thing because it dies there and it's not buried easily. So be very careful. I'm 65 and I know. I exercise every day. Okay, and that's what saved my life last year. I was rushed to hospital last year, and these crooks in the hospital, they want to make money because they know Rutgers pays most of the bill, so they want to make money. Not telling they have all sorts of things on my heart. I said, there's nothing wrong with my heart. Yes. They have all these sorts of things on my heart. 3 days in the hospital and I don't know what's happening. So I got really mad, and when I get mad, I get real mad. I grew up in the bush, and when I get mad, I behave like a bushman. I mean, all the civilized cover, that disappears completely. I just curse, smash up things, etc. And so they came, held me down. I said, I want to leave right now. They said, but you can't leave, you know, you're very ill. Something wrong with your heart. I said, there's nothing wrong with my heart. He said, well, if you leave now, you have to pay the bill. I said, well, I've only been here 3 days. Yes, but your bill is $5,500. I say, well, I'll stay. So they said, I said, but okay, I make a deal with you. Put me on a treadmill if you think there's something wrong with my heart. And I ran a mile at full speed. And then they shook their head. Well, you're under a bit of stress. But if you had run that mile the way you ran it, and there was something wrong with your heart, you would have died. I said, thank you very much for being so truthful at last. But to come back, the incredible things that we're finding now, we found in America, not that the Egyptians made a trip to America. They sent out 7 ships. He found it in a tomb in Egypt, where these ships, 7 ships are heading towards the west. 7 was everything to them. So they sent out 7 ships. And we have it in this painting among the Ramesses around 1200 BC, these 7 ships heading towards the west. And we find intimate interconnections between the Egyptians and the rest of the Africans, because people could say, okay, Egypt is separate. Today it is, because the Egyptians are no longer Egyptians, just like the Americans are no longer Americans. You come into this room, it would be hard to find a Native American. You go to Egypt, and it's hard to find an Egyptian. So be very careful about the past and the present. These worlds have changed dramatically. And so we have lots of evidence of their links with the rest of Africa. Sheikh Anta Diop and Theophile Benga presented, and it's in my new book, more than 100 words in Wolof, a West African language, the language of Sheikh Anta Diop, more than 100 words which are identical in all their forms. That is utterly impossible. UNESCO surrendered. All of these big professors with all their big degrees, and so they had to surrender because these 2 super Africans proved beyond them, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that that's all a lot of nonsense. This clearly what we say it is. And they surrender. It has been established beyond the shadow of a doubt. The connections between Egypt and the rest of Africa were extraordinary. We have Lady Lugar reporting on a visit of Egyptian pharaohs to Hausaland, an Egyptian golden breastplate found in an ancient layer in Nigeria, more than 100 Egyptian words in all their forms and variants found in Wolof, Diop's language. The African word for God, what is the word for God? Amen. You use it in your prayers. That's African. Amen. Jesus was in Egypt, you know. Out of Egypt shall I call my son. He wasn't an Egyptian, he was a Jew, but he went to Egypt. He was smuggled out by his uncle because they were killing off the firstborn. That's how Jesus landed up in Egypt. And the 7-day week is Egyptian. Egyptian golden breastplate found in ancient Nigeria. As I say, nearly 100 Egyptian words in all their forms presented to UNESCO. UNESCO had to surrender. They couldn't believe it. Obenga and Diop proved it beyond the shadow of a doubt. They even take the word for God. What is the word for God in Egypt? Amen. You saying it in your prayers. That's African. Amen. Amun and Amen is Egyptian, and Am is West African, comes from that, and Nyam is East African. So you have Amen and Amun Egyptian, and Am West African, and Nyam East African. Don't think everything is lost. There are all sorts of clues left in the past, and that if you learn certain things, you can pick them up. So they can't fool us anymore. And we find the incredible things that they did, the building of the pyramids and all these things, but they also built remarkable ships. And we have evidence, not only they show their ships moving, but they show, it is shown among the Americans, the Popol Vuh, the Bible, the Quiché Maya. I have the Bible, the Quiché Maya, that shows blacks arrived in America before Christ. Champollion supports that, Lefebvre supports that, Sahagun supports that, Sorensen supports that, Sav Soderbergh supports that, Rosalie supports that. I've been through all these documents. They're finding these things and people are just pushing them aside, but not anymore. Then came the clincher. I was invited to, before the Columbus celebration, I was invited to the Smithsonian, the leading scientific institution in this country, hoping to wipe me out before 1992. And my opponent surrendered. Showed them the 7 braids that you can't argue with. No sculpture in America has 7 braids. 7 is everything to the African Egyptian. He created the 7-day week because he finds there's 7 parts to the human brain, 7 parts to the human eye, 7 notes in the musical scale, 7 primary colors in the rainbow, 7 orifices in the human body, 7 layers of skin. You can't argue with that. So he invented the 7-day week. All this thing about God created the world in 6 days and rested in the 7th, that is taken by the Christians from the Egyptians. Jesus was in Egypt. Even the word Christ, he's not Jesus Christ, he's Jesus the Christ. Christ is an Egyptian word, K-R-S-T, Christ. K-R-S-T, the anointed one. That's how he became the Christ. Don't dismiss him, okay? I'm just pointing out the terms, okay? He was in Egypt, out of Egypt. Read Hosea, out of Egypt shall I call my son. He wasn't born in Egypt, but he was smuggled out in Egypt because Herod was killing the firstborn. And he appears among the Egyptian doctors. And so you get certain evidences like that. And I've checked out this. I have so many sources. Champollion, reporting the 7 ships arriving from across the water. Champollion, Lefebvre, Sahagun, Sorensen, Sav Soderbergh, Rossellini. And above all, the Bible of the Quiché Maya. They destroyed so many books in America, but they didn't destroy all the Bibles of the Quiché Maya. So we have that reporting these dark-skinned people arriving on 7 ships, and they have the 7 ships. And then we have the clincher. We have a map of South America found in ancient Egypt. with correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates. I showed that to NASA. I was the first person to go to NASA to study blacks in space. You don't even know what it's not only we don't know the history, we don't even know what's happening. Do you know the leading technical astronaut in our space team is a black man? Colonel Gregory. He's restructured the cockpit of our spaceships. Do you know that the leading woman in our space team is a black woman, Dr. Christine Darden? She's reshaping our airplanes so that in the 21st century we've just entered. Certain airplanes, not just the exotic airplanes, will be able to fly faster than some. Do you know that? No. I had to go there. I nearly died at NASA because they invited me along with delegates from all over the world, China, Russia, various, to witness the blast-off of the first black American in space. And I did not realize I have different ears. I grew up in a forest. I hear lights. I thought everybody heard lights. You have to hear differently in the forest. Because snakes, you can't see snakes. Snakes take on the color of trees and foliage. Therefore, you have to hear that when he starts. You have to hear that. Are you dead? I didn't know I had different ears. I thought everybody heard lights. I'm standing, these Russian and Chinese delegates, and I'm standing, it's 5.5 miles away from the spaceship. This is an awesome thing. It's bigger than a house. And we're going to shoot it off into space. And they start the countdown, and they stop. Something wrong. And I start looking nervously, how could something be wrong? You know, a big thing like that with all this incredible thing, if it explodes, what would happen? Then they start the countdown again. The third time they start the countdown, you had this tremendous noise, and I fell over because my ears, blood came out of my ears. Because I hear differently from urban people. I grew up in the jungle. I hear different. So that really startled the hell out of me. I never went back to NASA after that. But I'd learned enough about it. It's in a book, Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern. You see me with the leading technical astronaut, etc. And you would be amazed what blacks are doing in this country, totally unknown. Bell Labs employs more than 1,000 black scientists. They created the transoceanic cable. They were major in that development. They're reshaping our airplanes. They remade the cockpit of the space shuttle. You never hear about that. If a black commits a crime, yeah, that's news. But when he does something extraordinary, oh my God, no, there's something mistaken here. It's like the New York Times calling the black Val Herbe, so nobody would think it's a black. Now they're saying this Negro they found in Brazil came from Asia. Could you imagine that? She's going to take a ship all the way to the edge of South America and walk all the way up to Brazil because there are no currents will take you out. Walk all the way to Brazil to drop her bloody skull. This is the state of the world we are in. But let me show you the slides now because you have to see some of these things to believe them. So if we could shift to the slides.
It is well documented that in October 1501 some 50 or 60 Americans from the Newfoundland region were brought as slaves to Libsyn. This was followed by another shipload in 1502. These could be the origin of the Terranova slaves referred to above, except for the dates of their probable capture, pg. 21. pg. 22. Columbus on his first voyage kidnapped at least 27 Americans, 2 of whom escaped, leaving a total of 25 in his hands. His attitude is expressed as follows, when, after abducting 7 males, he says, "When your highnesses so command, they call all be carried off to Castile or held captive in the island itself, since with 50 men they would be all kept in subjection and forced to do whatever may be wished." Thus, at the very first island reached Guanani, Columbus already was able to express his willingness to depopulate the entire island in order that the Americans might be sold as slaves in Europe, or held as captives in their own land. This, it should be noted, is long prior to any disappointment about the failure to find gold or other riches in quantity. A month later, after capturing 5 boys, Columbus says, Afterwards I sent to a house which is near, and they brought 7 head of women, small and large, and 3 boys. I did this, in order that the men might conduct themselves better in Spain, having women of their own land, because already it has many times been my business to bring men from Guinea, in order that they might learn the language of Portugal, and afterwards when they had returned and they though that use might be made of them in their own land, when they reached their own land this result never appeared. So that, having their women, they will be willing to do that which is laid upon them, and also these women will do much to teach our people their language, which is one and the same throughout these islands of India. Columbus proposed after his first voyage that American slavery be used to finance the conquest. pg 23. Ellipsis. Thus Columbus, according to Las Casas, was determined to consume the entire population of Haiti by filling every ship with slaves to be sold in the Canary, Azores and Cabo Verde Islands or wherever, and planned that these slaves would finance the conquest. As Las Casas points out, for Columbus the lives of Americans were obviously nothing, and the continuous wars to obtain slaves were simply necessary to fill the ships. Columbus wrote to the monarchs that from Haiti, it is possible, in the name of the Holy Trinity, to send all the slaves which it is possible to sell, of whom, the information seems authentic, because in Castile and Portugal and Aragon and Italy and Sicily and the islands of Portugal and Aragon and the Canaries they utilize many slaves, and I believe that those from Guinea are not now enough. In any case there are these slaves in Brazelwood, which seem alive think profitable and still gold. Thus, even as Columbus was loading 5 ships with slaves, he was proposing to sell 4,000 in various parts of the Mediterranean and along the coast of Africa. Columbus was also unconcerned that many Americans would die in the slave trade because, as he said, the blacks and the native Canary Islanders when first enslaved also had died in great numbers. For Columbus the Americans were piezas pieces, or cabezas de cabras, heads of goats, and it did not matter if only 10% lived to reach a marker, according to Las Casas who, incidentally, possessed Columbus's diaries, letters and notes. 65. The shipment of Americans to Europe and Africa by Columbus and by other Spaniards was, then, not an accident, nor was it a result of armed resistance or alleged cannibalism. It was a direct extension of the style of commercial slavery long practiced by the Genoese and Venetians in the Mediterranean and used by the Portuguese along the west coast of Africa. Columbus's voyages, in a very real sense, were mere extensions of the old galley routes from Italy to North Africa and the Black Sea or of Portuguese routes along the African coast. Ellipsis. Many thousands of Americans were shipped to Spain during Columbus's period of dominance in the Caribbean. It is difficult to calculate the exact number because many ships departed from Haiti without leaving any record of their cargo, but we may be sure that they did not leave empty. pg 24-25. In any case, at least 3,000 Americans are known to have been shipped to Europe between 1493 and 1501, with the likely total being possible double that. Most were sent to the Seville area, where they seem to show up in the slave markets as Negroes without a place of origin being mentioned. Others were probably sold in the Azores and other islands, partly to avoid the wrath of Queen Isabel who, on occasion, expressed hostility towards the dividing up of her vassals without her prior permission. Columbus reached Lisbon in early March 1493. Many people came to see the captive Americans and it is very likely that some of the latter were taken 9 leagues into the interior to see the King of Portugal. There it was that 2 Americans drew maps which showed the Lucayos, Bahamas, Cuba, Haiti, and other islands. It may be also that Columbus left some Americans with the Portuguese, as discussed earlier. Miguel de Cuneo, a member of the second expedition. When our caravels were to leave for Spain, we gathered 1,600 male and female persons of those Indians, and of these we embarked in our caravels on February 17, 1495, 550 souls among the healthiest. For those who remain, we let it be known in the vicinity that anyone who wanted to take some of them could do so, to the amount desired, which was done. And when each man was thus provided with slaves, there still remained about 400, to whom permission was granted to go where they wished. Among them were many women with children still at such since they were afraid that we might return to capture them once again, they left their children, and began to flee like desperate creatures. About 200 died on the voyage and were cast into the ocean, the rest being disembarked in Spain.
Francis Welsing, psychiatrist, has said that the white population on the earth is a minority population. And one of the ways that a minority population becomes a majority population, conceptually, theoretically, and practically, is to divide the majority group into little groups, so that by doing that, the minority group, in this case European, becomes the majority group. How do you see that? And does that apply here in what you're talking about?
It does apply here, although it's also very, very common in Latin America, where the Spanish elites who control a good many of the Latin American countries use mixed bloods against the Indian masses. And they try to convince the mixed bloods that they're actually white or near white, and that they're better than those who are darker. So they still use the caste system, you see, so that they can maintain themselves in power. And once in a while they share a little bit with some person who rises from that group. In the United States, the most beautiful example of that technique is the coining of the term Hispanic these days. Hispanic means Spaniard, and that term has been coined by the federal government to co-opt Mexican Americans and Puerto Ricans into believing that they are more related to a white type cultural heritage, because there's no question about what Hispanic is, Spaniard. And even within the federal government's definitions, white Spaniards are allowed to qualify for affirmative action and for other kinds of things under this term, Hispanic. So it has many purposes, but one of them is to, as you were suggesting, you see, bring this group closer to the white population, so that even as in California, where Hispanics may become a majority by the year 2010, they may not be an effective majority, because many of them will be being co-opted into thinking that they're white.
How do you see this obsession Europeans generally have with the color of people whose skin isn't white?
Well, in my research, I've found that it was not an obsession of Europeans, at least of Mediterranean Europeans, in the period in which modern imperialism and colonialism begin.
Which is?
In the 1200s to the 1400s, 1500s. In that period of time, there was free intermarriage between Spaniards and black African women, between Portuguese and black African women, and so on and so forth. And their children were often freed and became part of the general population. I'm not saying it was a paradise, but I'm saying that there's a good indication that they were much more concerned about whether you were a Christian or not than they were concerned about the precise color of your skin or the texture of your hair or those kinds of things. Where this kind of racialism that we're talking about develops is in colonies. It is a characteristic of colonies, whether it be South Africa, whether it be the Caribbean and the Spanish Empire in the Americas, whether it be the British colonies in North America. Racialism of the kind that we're concerned about is a feature of economic exploitation and of the need to develop a hierarchy in order to control the people that are being exploited. The Europeans in Europe are less threatened by the people that they're exploiting, you see, because they're fewer in number, or they're at a great distance away. But in the colonial situation, the people that are actually out there oppressing and controlling are often in a minority. And they therefore want to make sure that the rewards belong to them and not to the others. And so one finds a very conscious attempt to develop ways of controlling and oppressing. And I could show you how the laws in Virginia, for example, develop gradually. They don't develop all at once. They develop gradually in the 1690s and early 1700s against people of color.
Okay. The relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Africa? I don't know if you touched on that.
This is, again, something that needs to be researched. And in my book, my research, all I do is to point out, hey, here it is, the people went there, and we need to look at it. Angola, I think, would be an especially significant area because of the intimate contact with Brazil for a long, long period of time. And I would think it would be very interesting to look at Angolan, well, to talk with Angolan people today and see what they know, to look through the colonial documents, to look at the music, the folklore, and all kinds of other things, foods that people eat. But that's a subject that I haven't really gone into in great depth.
Okay. How did the white man's rule or dominion over both the Native American and African determine the tone of the two groups' interaction or relationship?
Well, there are several ways that I can answer that. I'll give you an illustration of the complexity of it. In California, which was on the northern fringes of the Spanish Empire, in the 1760s and subsequent, a number of Spanish soldiers and some settlers were sent to the north. Now, my research indicates that at least 20 or 25% of those people were of African descent, sometimes mixed, of course, with other ancestry. But that's not commonly known. These were free people. They were Spanish soldiers. They were used in the conquest of Upper California. And they, along with the others who went with them, the vast majority of whom were not white. The officers were usually white, but the soldiers themselves were often Indian or more commonly mixed bloods of one kind or another. These people had been recruited into the Spanish Empire at the lowest levels, and they were utilized to help control other populations that were lower than them on the scale of things. Okay, so what that indicates is that one thing that the Spaniards did in order to help maintain their power in their colonial system, they developed a caste system. And the word caste, of course, is somewhat ambiguous, but what I mean is basically a class system, but not based only on economics, but based upon inheritable characteristics, so that it's much less flexible than just a class system. Caste is more or less permanent. And what the Spaniards do, they introduce various terms, such as mestizo, to refer primarily in the Americas to a person who's part Indian and part European. Mulatto, to refer primarily to people who are African and American Indian. And various other terms for other degrees of mixture. Incidentally, you'll be interested to know that the group known as Zambos, which is another term, Zamboigos or Zambos, another term for black African Native American mixed bloods, they were regarded as the vilest group in the Americas.
Vilest?
Vilest, in the words of a Spaniard. The most difficult to control, rebellious, dangerous kind of people. And in any event, that's one Spaniard's opinion. But in any event, these different caste terms were developed basically to deny privileges to populations, to exclude. These are terms of exclusion. If you're an Indian, for example, you're not allowed to have a gun. You're not allowed to ride on horseback. And there are other things you are not allowed to do. For example, women who are not white are not supposed to be allowed to have pearls or other fancy jewelry. They're not to wear silk clothing and that type of thing. Many people are not allowed to be priests. They're not allowed to be in the clergy. Some are allowed more than others. Mestizos, that is mixed bloods, for example, whose father is a Spaniard and who are raised by the father, are allowed privileges that mestizos who are living out in Indian communities are not allowed. Okay? So it doesn't go only just by the color of your skin exactly, although that's a heavy part, but it also goes to the extent that you've shown loyalty to the Spaniards. So many of the individuals who participate in the conquest of Peru and Chile, for example, are mixed blood sons of Spanish soldiers, but they grow up with their father or something, they think like a Spaniard, and they're allowed to be a soldier and participate in the conquest. One of the early governors of New Mexico was married to a Mexican Indian woman, and his son later became prominent. He was a mestizo. Later what happens is that a lot of these prominent mixed bloods marry Spanish women or lighter-skinned women who are brought over from Europe in a trickle, and they lighten themselves so that they become a light elite who are known as Creoles later on in the Spanish Empire. Well, in any event, a very elaborate system develops with a hierarchy. Now, in that system, the most astute oppressed people, of course, realize that the only way to deal with the Spaniards is through your community, your group, through the common cause of resistance. However, there are many other individuals who are deluded into the idea that the way to participate in the system is by accepting its rules and becoming hustlers for the Spaniards. That is, cooperating with the Spaniards and trying to move up the caste ladder by making money or gaining military rank or other kinds of ways of doing that. Now, the same thing happens, of course, in the English colonies in a slightly different way. One other example that I'll mention, the Spaniards are very good at giving staffs of office to Indian chiefs, and also sometimes subsidies in terms of annual salaries and privileges of collecting tribute from their own people in order to integrate those chiefs into the Spanish imperial colonial system. So this is all part of co-optation and control. And so you can imagine what this does to the relations between Africans and Native Americans. Nonetheless, many of the rebel groups in Mexico, for example, there's a famous rebellion in North Mexico known as the Chichimeca War. There were Africans, part Africans, out with those Indian people fighting against the Spaniards. Rebellions in Baja California, some of the leaders were people of part African descent. So, you see, the people can choose. People do choose different ways of dealing with this oppressive system.
Did they at any time, Native Americans and Africans, see their destinies as being tied?
Yes, I think there were times when they did. Of course, I think one of the best areas where this would be true would be in Haiti, especially in the rebellion, some of the early rebellions, and the Enriquillo one that I mentioned, who is still a national hero in the Dominican Republic. And it's interesting, I understand that many people in the Dominican Republic today still take pride in being descended from both Indian people and African people. They have that consciousness of that heritage. So there are many areas where this is definitely true. There are areas where people trade economically once the free African communities are established. On the other hand, there are other times when things are not so good. For example, in the wars in Jamaica between the Maroons, who are a group of people, as you know, who are, although the original runaways were Native Americans, by the time the British captured Jamaica, the runaways are more African, and they become more African with time. In the wars against the so-called Maroons, the British bring in Mosquito Indians from the coast of Nicaragua to use them as scouts and so on against the Maroons in the cockpit country. Doesn't work too well, but that's the kind of thing that happens.
What I should ask this later, but maybe now is just as good a time as any. What do you think this manipulation on the part of Europeans should tell both Native Americans today and Africans generally, African Americans in particular, people of African descent on the different islands? What do you think this should say to us?
Well, I think that we are very much weakened in our struggles by not seeing these relationships and not seeing the commonalities. We still operate under the illusion that you can fight one battle at a time in one place with an oppressor or an oppressive system that's really carrying on warfare in a number of places simultaneously. And if you only take them on at one spot, You might defeat them there, but if they're winning in these other places, you're still losing. And there are two areas which I think are very comparable today in many ways. One of them is South Africa, where perhaps things are getting a little more promising now, and similar places, Guatemala. In South Africa, it's the black population of African native descent who are the majority and who have been oppressed by colonists from Europe. In Guatemala, it's a Native American majority who are being oppressed by a small Spanish group at the top.
What is the nature of that oppression? What is that oppression like? How does it manifest itself today?
Well, it's a genocidal situation today. Genocide is taking place in Guatemala. It's my understanding that since about 1978, 100 to 200,000 native people have been killed, brutally murdered, whole communities slaughtered. And the primary factor is to prevent them from asserting their title to lands and their rights to organize labor unions and to get better wages as agricultural workers, and in other words, challenging the superstructure. In addition to that, there are about 1 million people who've been forced to leave their homes, many of them internally, to move into the slums of Guatemala City and other places, and large numbers to Mexico and to the United States. We have perhaps several 100,000 Guatemalan people in the United States now as refugees. And it's a system in which the native languages are not recognized as official languages. The native political structures are not recognized as political structures. The native people, by and large, cannot vote in elections, not only because the military runs the elections, but also because elections are conducted in a foreign language, Spanish, and the ballots are not available, in Native American languages. And also it'd be very dangerous to vote in many cases anyway. So it's a system that that resembles South Africa in many, many ways. There are other places around the world that are similar too, but I would just use those examples. I think we'd be much stronger if we always were talking about Guatemala and South Africa at the same time, because it really is the same system that's oppressing people there and maintaining the oppression.
Columbus gave to Cuneo, a very beautiful Carib woman. Cuneo says, I conceived the desire to take pleasure with her. She valiantly resisted Cuneo's efforts at rape, but eventually he had his way, after thrashing her mercilessly. Thus the veil of evil descended upon the Caribbean and many long years of rape and genocide commenced. Todorov stated, the 16th century perpetrated the greatest genocide in human history. In 1500 the world population is approximately 400 million, of whom 80 million inhabit the Americas. By the middle of the 16th century, out of these 80 million, there remain 10. If the word genocide has ever been applied to a situation with some accuracy, this is here the case. But the tens of millions of Americans who disappeared after 1492 did not all die in the Holocaust inflicted within the Americas. Many thousands were sent to Europe and Africa, where their descendants still live. Pg 26. Slavery was quite common in the Mediterranean world in the 13th and 14th centuries. In Iberia, Islamic laws recognized slavery, and Muslims were even allowed to hold other Muslims as slaves if the latter were black or loro, of intermediate color. In Christian Barcelona one finds numerous slave between 1275 and 1288 classified as Moro Lorum, Muslim of intermediate color, Saraceno Blanco, White Saracen, Saracenum Nigrium, Black Saracen, Saracenum Lorum, Saracen of intermediate color, and Saracenum Alban, White Saracen. In the 13th century, Barcelona had many Tartaros, Tartars, Greeks, Bulgarians, Bosnians, Albanians, and so on, as slaves, including an Esclava Blanca Tartara, white Tartar slave. In the 14th century, Muslim slave became more common again, and one finds many white, Loro, intermediate, and black slaves. Turkish and Tartar slaves were also present, along with many Russians, Bulgarians, Sarts, probably Sardos or Sardinians, and others called Abguas, Zarqueses, Circassians, and so on, probably from the Caucasus Mountains. Pg 26-27. Slavery was quite common in the Mediterranean world in the 13th and 14th centuries. In Iberia, Islamic laws recognized slavery, and Muslims were even allowed to hold other Muslims as slaves if the latter were black or loro, of intermediate color. In Christian Barcelona one finds numerous slaves between 1275 and 1288 classified as Moro Lorum, Muslim of intermediate color, Saraceno Blanco, White Saracen, Saracenum Nigrium, Black Saracen, Saracenum Lorum, Saracen of intermediate color, and Saracenum Albam, White Saracen. In the 13th century, Barcelona had many Tartaros, Tartars, Greeks, Bulgarians, Bosnians, Albanians, and so on, as slaves, including an Esclava Blanca Tartara, white Tartar slave. Between 1243 and 1296, of 50 slaves listed in Barcelona, 18% were Loris, 10% were black, 20% were Saracen only, and about 52% Air Blanche white. This characterizes slavery in the period, with white, black and brown, European, African and Asian slaves being treated basically the same, and with a tremendous ethnic variety, although most were from the Balkans, the Black Sea region, or Northern Africa. In Portugal, slaves of Muslim background were present in the 13th century along with some who were Mocarabs, Christians who lived in an Arab fashion. During the 14th century, Portuguese vessels began to raid the Canary Islands and many Canaries were introduced as captives, along with additional Muslims. In the 15th century, Berber and black Senegalese Wolof slaves became common, especially after 1440–50. During certain periods the term Saraceni was synonymous with servi or captive, slave or captive. Moris more corresponded to a free or slave Muslim, while later slaves were known as Negro e Guinu, Preto e Sobretudo Escravo. In 1452, Pope Nicholas V permitted the Portuguese to enslave infidels, pagans, and enemies of Christ. By 1479 the Portuguese were dominant insofar as black slaves were concerned, but Canario and Muslim slaves continued to be obtained by the Spanish directly. 7. By 1455 the Portuguese began to dominate the black African trade by successfully reaching Agadir and then Senegal in the mid-15th century.
And you say now that this attitude, racism, is now deeply ingrained within the psyche of the European. And what do you think? Is there any hope? Is there any, how do you see that?
Well, I think that racism is most ingrained in the psyche of Europeans overseas, first of all. Not just Europeans. I think we have to make that distinction. But it has also become a part of the general world culture of all European people, and even spread to other people around the world. And I think it is deeply ingrained, and it's constantly reinforced. It's constantly reinforced by things such as having shows that run on national television where there's an intellectual topic to be discussed and no one's there but white males. As if there were no Native Americans that might have some thoughts on the subject, and no African Americans. Now, the only time that we get invited is when it has to do with the ghetto, or it has to do with, crime or drugs, or, the reservation. But we're not invited when it has to do with the big philosophical issues of the world, right? That's just an example, but it is perpetuated that way.
So once again, what was the motive behind the enslavement of Africans and Native Americans?
Greed. To put it in one word, greed. A secondary motive would be the life of luxury. In other words, that's one of the things that money can pay for, but it's, it's interwoven with that. An old saying was that the Spaniards never came to the Americas to work. And of course, they had servants galore to do all the work for them.
So what of this? So what of this idea that the African, and I must say now, I guess the Native American was lazy or shiftless? How do you see that in view of what you're saying?
Well, I think, again, it's a total myth, but it also has to do with a form of resistance as well. In other words, if you or I are forced to work for somebody else and we're not going to get paid, how hard are we going to work? We're probably going to work only as hard as we can get by with, because we're not doing it willingly, right? And there would be exceptions, but I think that's a form of resistance.
Why is this research into the color and racial conflict that engulfed Europe, the Americas, and Africa important today? What's the lesson?
Well, I think the lesson is that while many people are trying to transcend colonialism and racialism, we've had a lot of movements for justice, civil rights, to end apartheid, and decolonization attempts, and all these kinds of things. In spite of that, in fact, I wrote a poem about this in some respects.
Let's hear it now,
No,
please.
I can't. I can't recite it, but it has to do with the third world after 30 years. And one of the things that why we have to understand this is because acquiring political independence doesn't mean that you're psychologically or economically liberated. You may have become politically liberated in the sense of the structure of government, but your mind is still possessed in many ways by the colonial system that controls you. And economically, your assets may be owned by people from the outside. So one of the things that we have to do is to understand how systems of oppression and pecking orders will be taken over by the oppressed and perpetuated even after independence, and sometimes going on.
I'll say that again. Say that again.
Okay. In Spanish ex-colonies in Latin America, for example, the Spaniards have been gone since the 1820s. So here we are, almost the year 2000, almost 180 years later, and yet almost identical oppressive hierarchical systems continue to exist, ruled substantially by the same people that were running them when the Spaniards were here, right? Now, how is that maintained? It's maintained because of disinformation, because the people who are being oppressed don't know what we're talking about. They're manipulable. They can be manipulated because they don't know the history of their own oppression. And so that's, to take it into other areas, that would be one of the big reasons why we have to understand this.
In fact, two great mixed races have developed in the Americas. The one in which African ancestry is strongest we can call Eastern Neo-American, because it is most characteristic of the eastern half of the Americas. The other one, in which American ancestry is strongest, we can call Western Neo-American, because it is most characteristic of the area from Chile and parts of Argentina to western North America. Eastern Neo-American, people are part African, American, European and sometimes Asian, with the African ancestry being very clearly evident although European, African and sometimes Asian, with the American ancestry being clearly evident although not always dominant. Western Neo-American, people are part American, European, African and sometimes Asian, with the American ancestry being clearly evident although not always dominant. Thus the two Neo-American races are essentially the same, in terms of components, but differ only in the relative proportions of African, American or European input. In many areas around the Caribbean and in the interior from Colombia to Rio de Janeiro the two groups blend and overlap. Needless to state they also meet each other in almost every great city in the United States. Pg. 65. In the British slave colonies of North America, along the Atlantic coast, many persons of American ancestry were at times classified as blacks, Negroes, mulattoes, or people of color, and these terms were, of course, used for people of African ancestry. Both white and black New Englanders were prone to brag about the royal heritage of certain local bondsmen, and both races shuddered over the cruelty of a fate that would cast princes into endless servitude in an alien land. As early as 1638, John Josselyn had been disturbed by an incident he observed in the New Massachusetts Bay Colony while he was the guest of Samuel Maverick. Maverick held a female slave he intended to mate with a male bondsman. She was, however, of royal heritage, a point Maverick must have recognized well enough since she kept as a maid a fellow bondswoman whom, according to Josselyn, used a very humble and dutiful garb toward her. The former queen held the idea of sleeping with a commoner in utter disdain and threw the impudent fellow from her bed. The next morning she created a major scene, crying out before her master and his guest against the barbarism of trying to force a queen into becoming the breed mare of slaves. 10 Maverick's anguished queen was not the only slave noble in the New World who kept personal attendance. Toussaint Louverture's son, Isaac, reported that his grandfather, a son of the chief of the Aradas in Dahomey, was captured by a plundering expedition and eventually transported to Haiti, where he found among his fellow slaves countrymen by whom he was recognized and from whom he received the tokens of respect they judged due his rank. Moreover, the plantation's overseer gave Toussaint's father, Gauguino, full liberty on the estates and allowed him 5 slaves to cultivate a portion of land assigned him in honor of his rank. 11 Most likely Gauguino was a plantation slave driver. Masters in the West Indies commonly gave favors of rank to their foremen whom they often chose on the basis of African chiefly lineage. These aristocrats from among the slaves were given the most extensive provision grounds, the largest houses, the best clothing and food, and the rights to several wives. These special black men could, as a matter of course, command other bondsmen to cultivate their fields, tend their stock, and sell their produce at the island markets. 12 Whites had long recognized the good sense in trying to use African-born or elected New World black royalty to effect a kind of indirect rule over the Negro community. As early as 1475, Juan de Valladolid had been appointed chief and judge over the black population, free and slave, of Seville in Spain by virtue of his noble lineage among Negroes. 13 The idea carried over to the Americas, where in Brazil, Cuba, Jamaica, Maryland, St. Lucia, New England, and, no doubt, elsewhere black kings, chiefs, and governors were expected to check, and even punish, misbehavior in the local black communities. 14 However, the whites did not institute the recognition of black royalty among the slaves. Instead, the masters were simply showing common sense by parasitically trying to exploit governing institutions the blacks had already developed to honor the royalty and nobility among themselves. African slave merchants had long made a distinction between royals and commoners. They preferred to purchase bondsmen who had been peasants or slaves from their infancy, noting that they made better, stronger, and more docile servants than upper-class Africans. Hugh Jones of Virginia agreed, explaining, "Those Negroes make the best slaves that have been slaves in their own country, for they that have been kings and great men there are generally lazy, haughty, and obstinate, whereas the others are sharper, better humored, and more laborious." Upper-class Africans, the Barbados Assembly complained in 1693, were people, nursed up in luxury and ease, and wholly unaccustomed to work. This observation finds support in the testimony of an ex-slave recaptive in Sierra Leone. "I was a gentleman's son in my country, and they do nothing but eat, sleep, and make war." Thus, when Ayuba Suleiman Ibrahima Diallo, the merchant son of a high priest of Bondu, arrived at a tobacco plantation in Maryland in 1731, he was too softened by his comfortable old-world life to be physically capable of the harsh toil of slavery. 15 Many Africans of royal birth or high status naturally believed common labor beneath their dignity, so, like a Jamaican slave who had been a great man in his own country, some simply refused to be a slave for any man, preferring suicide to the humiliations of bondage. 16 As Captain John Stedman noted in 18th-century Suriname, "I have seen some instances of newly imported Negroes refusing to work, nor could promises, threats, rewards nor even blows, prevail, but those had been princes or people of the first rank in their native country, whose heroic sentiments still preferred instant death to the business and miseries of servitude." 17 When, in Cuba, a former prince of the Lucomes, a Yoruba people, was forced to lie down to be flogged, Frederica Bremer reports, his attendants, in order to reduce the shame, lay down too, likewise requesting to be allowed to share his punishment. John Stedman discovered a similar situation in Suriname. When African princes refused to perform their labor, he reports, "I have seen the other slaves fall upon their knees, and entreat the master to permit them to do the work required, in addition to their own tasks, which being sometimes granted, they continued to show the same respect for the captive prince that he had been accustomed to receive in his own country." The early 19th-century travel writer James Smith reported the story of a planter in Demerara, British Guiana, who unknowingly became the owner of an African queen when he purchased a lot of Africans from on board a slave ship. For some considerable time they were observed to pay great deference to one of the females of their number, and to endeavor, upon every occasion, to screen her from severe labor. Upon inquiry, it was found that she was the queen of their nation, and had been taken prisoner and enslaved with the rest of them. And what is remarkable, this deference is said to have continued until her death. 18 Thus, for fellow countrymen the crossing to America did not end the fealty-due African nobility. As Frederica Bremer explained from Cuba in the middle of the 19th century, many of the slaves who were brought to Cuba have been princes and chiefs of their tribes, and such of their races have accompanied them into slavery on the plantations always show them respect and obedience. At the end of the 18th century in Haiti, Moreau de Sainte Mary observed, Mina Negroes slaves from the Gold Coast port of Elmina recognized princes of their country, prostrating themselves at their feet and rendering homage. In Brazil it was said that on chance meetings in the streets, African dignitaries were saluted respectfully, their hands kissed, and a blessing requested of them. Even some masters were reported to have paid their royals considerable respect. 19 Generally, whites tended to regard slaves more favorably if they were reported to be of noble blood. Class attitudes in Natchez, Mississippi, were still strong enough in 1828 to shape Colonel Andrew Marshak's respect for his royal bondsman Abd Rahman Ibrahima. I did not look upon Prince, or Ibrahim, as a mere biped slave but as a dignified captive, a man born to command, unjustly deprived of his liberty. Similarly, when in 1817 the German traveler J.G. Flugel was informed of the royal lineage of several New Orleans slaves, he immediately saw qualities of innate nobility rather than servility. Gildemeister of Bremen told me that 3 of the Negroes in the group closest to us were formerly kings or chiefs in Congo. I perceive in them a more genteel address. They are richly ornamented and dance extremely well. In the same vein, Elizabeth Alston Pringle recalled that on her father's rice plantation in 19th century South Carolina were 3 quite remarkable, tall, fine-looking, and very intelligent Africans who had been brought to this country. Tom, Prince, and Maria had been of a royal family in their own land, and had been taken in battle by an enemy tribe with which they were at war, and sold to a slave ship. No one ever doubted their claim to royal blood, for they were so superior to the ordinary Africans brought out. They were skilled in the arts of their own country and had artistic taste and clever hands. 20 Having recognized the superior qualities of their royal bondsmen, masters then were willing to acknowledge some of the distinctions given to the captive princes by their own people. Thus William Gray reported from coastal Texas in 1831 that among some recently imported Guinea slaves shipped from Cuba there was a 14 or 15-year-old boy, who, Gray noted, is acknowledged to be a prince, and deference is shown him. He claims the prerogatives of 5 wives, and flogs them at his pleasure. 21 But not all masters were so understanding regarding their royal slaves. A woman of royal birth who had been exiled from Cabinda for adultery arrived as a slave in Cibiro, Brazil, with the homage of her shipmates and her arms and legs still decorated with bracelets of gold-plated copper. Like others of her class, this monarch in exile, who became known in Brazil as Teresa the Queen, was imperious, refusing to work. But in this case, as in probably many others, Teresa was broken by force. In the end, she chose to live as a slave, rather than die as a royal martyr. 22 Ann Parker recalled that her mother in North Carolina kept her royal status secret from the white slaveholders. Yes, she was a queen, and, when she tall, dem niggers dat she was dey bowed down tear her. She tall, dem not tear tell hidden, dey don't tell, but when dey is out of sight of de white folks dey bows down tear her in, does what she says. 23 But since the black community often demonstrated its respect for African nobility in concrete terms, whites could not completely overlook such relationships, even if they thought them unseemly for bondspeople. Thus, in mid-19th century Rio de Janeiro, Thomas Eubank could report there was a Mina black called the Prince, whose Negro subjects honored his royal blood and high position by working long hours to purchase his freedom from the combined savings of their own labors. 24 Jen Cole of Deerfield, Massachusetts, like many Africans of high birth, was said to have never been content as a slave because she was unwilling to forget her days as the daughter of a king of the Congo region. Sometimes this unhappiness with the New World, with bondage, and with white masters also came to include a disdain for the commoners among fellow bondsmen like that mentioned earlier in regard to Samuel Maverick's slave woman. Ex-slave Ann Parker explained it this way: I ain't had no daddy case queens down Mary and, my mammy, Junie, was a queen in Africa. Dey kidnaps her and steals her way from her throne and fetches her higher tear Wake County in slavery. The Reverend Robert Boucher Nichols reported to the House of Commons that an African princess in Barbados refused for 20 years either to eat or to converse with fellow slaves whom she regarded as beneath her status. And from the American South, Charles Ball noted a lesser version of this same class consciousness, remarking that his paternal grandfather, to whom he was very close, always expressed contempt for his fellow slaves, for when young, he was an African of rank in his native land. 25 William Gray apparently misinterpreted a similar type of class distinction in Texas, where he observed an African girl who would not lower herself to interacting with her inferiors. He explained it thusly: one girl sat apart and held no converse with the crowd. She is said to belong to a different tribe from the rest, and to stand on her dignity. 26 It was more usual, however, for noteworthy Africans to serve as community leaders and symbols of the African heritage. Thus it was that the founders of the Casa das Minas of coastal Brazil were descended from the royal family of Dahomey.27. Likewise, in the 18th century, when the king of a small African state was brought to the mines of Vila Rica in Minas Gerais, Brazil, he was honored by his countrymen as Chico Rei, Little King. Once there, Chico Rei consolidated his former subjects into an African-style mutual aid society whose communal savings were used to buy its members out of slavery. They then began to perform a similar service for other tribal groups among the bondsmen. According to the historian Arthur Ramos, Francisco was proclaimed king of this little community and hence passed into legend as Chico Rei, Little King. With his second wife, whom he took in Brazil, his son and daughter-in-law, he formed a royal family in Vila Rica. His wife was popularly accorded the designation of queen and his son and daughter-in-law, prince and princess respectively. Legend has it that the nation, which Chico Rei created, bought the rich mines of Encartadera and Palacio Velho. With the gold which these mines produced, Chico Rei widened the scope of his plan, freeing more and more Negroes. The nation chose as its patron saint, Saint Ephigenia, under whose auspices a fraternity of the same name was founded. The members constructed the magnificent Church of the Rosary, which is still to be seen in Oro Preto.28 in New England. As in most of the rest of the New World, the black communities during the slavery era elected kings and governors to preside over their yearly celebrations. Men of royal African heritage were logical candidates. Thus, in Rhode Island, when Prince Robinson of Narragansett was elected governor of the black community, we might suspect that his mother's royal status was one of the deciding factors. 29 Similarly, even the whites in Derby, Connecticut, knew that local black governors Tobiah and his son Eben Tobias were the direct descendants of an African prince. 30 Likewise, in Lynn, Massachusetts, a prince from the Gambia region served as the master of ceremonies for black holiday celebrations in the mid-18th century, where along the Saugus River, it was said, maidens gathered flowers to crown their king and the men reminisced over happy hours they had known in Africa. 31 Similarly, in Albany, New York, Old King Charlie, a prince from Central Africa, was leader of the blacks celebrating Pinkster. As king, Charlie set the beat of the drum and led off the dance. Moreover, as a Guinea man and prince, Charlie was said to have possessed autocratic power over the Albany black community. Robert Walsh reported an analogous situation in Rio de Janeiro in the 1820s, where he noted that there was a stone at the corner of the Travessa de S. Antonio that had served for many years as the throne of an African prince from Angola. 32 The famed voodoo practitioner Dr. John of New Orleans claimed his father was a great king in Senegal and pointed to his facial scars as proof. 33 Olata Equiano's more specific claim to a noble heritage explained how this worked among the Ibo. My father was one of those elders or chiefs I have spoken of and was styled Mbrench, a term as I remember importing the highest distinction, and signifying in our language a mark of grandeur. This mark is conferred on the person entitled to it by cutting the skin across at the top of the forehead and drawing it down to the eyebrows, and while it is in this situation applying a warm hand and rubbing it until it shrinks up into a thick wheal across the lower part of the forehead. Most of the judges and senators were thus marked. My father had long borne it. I had seen it conferred on one of my brothers, and I was also destined to receive it by my parents. 34 A Georgia slave remembered in his youth being impressed by the markings on a war chief's son taken into slavery in St. Mary's. Patty he was the chief's son and he have 3 straight marks slantin' down on. He right cheek and that was a brand to show who he was. He was the Wat chief's son and those marks tell what tribe he belonged to. In the 1840s, J.B. Cobb similarly noted that in Georgia 4 native Africans with facial tattooing were treated with marked respect by all the other Negroes for miles and miles around, presumably because of their aristocratic heritage. 35 whites were also impressed by the indelible nobility of their royal slaves. Thomas Thistlewood, a Jamaican overseer, noted in 1751 that Jenny, his favorite, was a Nago Yoruba whose face and belly were covered with tribal markings and who claimed to have been a grand man's pickaninny child, and that he had a horse, cattle and slaves of his own, and that she was stolen when he was not at home. Florida planter and slave trader Zephaniah Kingsby was so taken with Anna Magagene J., the daughter of an African chief, he married her and gave their children European educations, but he was frustrated from doing more by Florida's laws against free blacks holding property. 36 Henry Ravenel of South Carolina was one of several writers in the United States who recalled a childhood fondness for the old country, tales of native Africans, some of whom, as Ravenel remembered, showed the tattoo marks of royalty seared upon their faces and bodies. Fanny Saltar, too, vividly recalled her Philadelphia family's servant, Daddy Caesar. He was a prince in his native country, and as a mark of that distinction his forehead and cheeks were deeply slashed with lines. 37 Many of Africa's nobility had suffered exile as prisoners of war. An early compilation of sources at the Vatican Library illustrates this process in 16th-century Congo, since the Isle of Horses, where the king had taken refuge, was small and the number of fugitives very great. Most of them soon died of plague and starvation. They sold one another. Fathers were seen selling their sons. The Portuguese of São Tomé bought them and took them to Portugal. Among them were members of the royal family and the first families of the kingdom. Thus we can appreciate why the 1736 arrival in Rio de Janeiro of a slave claiming to be a son of the King of the Congo was immediately reported to Dom João V in Portugal. 38 It should not be surprising that throughout the Americas members of the African aristocracy often served to crystallize rebellious PG sentiments into well-led slave rebellions, since the powerful loyalty given African leaders made them natural leaders. Ralph Vigil has explained how this worked in a 16th-century slave rebellion in Panama. All the rebels respected, obeyed, and revered King Bayamo as their Señor y Rey natural, and in their veneration of the king they mixed those rites and ceremonies they had performed before their monarchs and chieftains in Guinea with the respect they had seen Spaniards display before their judges and superiors. Thus, Bayamo, the Ladino chieftain of the colony of 300 Maroons, governed in the manner of a barbaric magistrate and defended the colony from the Spaniards who wished to destroy it. 39 Given the respect shown African leaders, it is not surprising that in the first half of the 17th century a former African monarch named Domingo Bayojo led a group of 30 Colombian Maroons to freedom and then fortified their independence by building an African-style village defended by open trenches and palisades. Bayojo's settlement soon expanded its power by raiding the surrounding regions and developed into the famous Palenque de San Basilio. Bayojo, known as King Bencos, was ceded certain rights by Spanish authorities, including the right to wear Spanish clothes and to carry a golden sword and dagger, although he was eventually executed during another insurrection. 40 Such experiences with African leadership explain why in 1647 Spanish authorities in Santiago, Chile, took the precaution of executing a royal African simply because they feared that his 400 slave followers might rebel in the aftermath of a local earthquake. 41 During the same era a Maroon settlement in Mexico came under the rule of just such an African leader. This Yanga was a Negro of the Bron nation, Brong or Abron, an Akan culture, of whom it is said that if they had not captured him, he would have been king in his own land. He had been the first Maroon to flee his master and for 30 years had gone free in the mountains, and he united others who held him as chief. In a Pan-African gesture of solidarity, Yanga gave the command of his armies to a black from Angola, while he reserved for himself the civil administration of the rebel state. 42 The situation was similar in Brazil, where rebel settlements known as quilombos were commonly ruled by black royalty. 43 Some of these rulers may have been elected solely on the basis of competence, but others like Karunkango, an African prince from Mozambique, took power from their African heritage. Karunkango's Quilombo eventually developed a subsistence economy that allowed its 200 Maroons to terrorize the region around Campos, Brazil, for many years in the 19th century. 44 In a like manner, Court called Taki after the Akan word for chief. The rebel leader of the St. Mary's, Jamaica, slave rebellion of 1760, was a young Coromantun, who was said to have been a chieftain in the Gold Coast. 45 And although in reality he may have only been from an important family, he styled himself a great man, for it was reported by English officials that he endeavored to put on a port and means suitable to his affected dignity of king. 46 Royal African women were also recognized in the New World, and some of those elected queens of black communities in the Americas, like Louisa Mahin, the central figure of the Hausa revolts or jihads of Bahia, Brazil, in 1835, held power in good part because of their African heritage. 47 African royals were always potentially dangerous in this regard. When a severe caterpillar plague struck the upper James River in Virginia in 172,829, a number of slaves took advantage of the disorder to flee into the wilderness under an African prince to build a maroon colony near the location of present-day Lexington. According to the historian T.E. Campbell, they built a town of boughs and grass houses in the manner of the homes of their native land, and set up a tribal government under a chief, who had been a prince among his own people before slave traders brought him across the Atlantic. The whites located them, and the next year military men mustered from all sections of the colony moved on their settlement, killed the chief, and returned his followers to their masters. 48 LePage Dupratz was appalled to discover that the commander of a slave revolt in Louisiana had been a resistance leader in Africa, exiled to their American colonies by the French. I learned that Samba had in his own country been at the head of the revolt by which the French lost Fort Arguin, and when it was recovered, one of the principal articles of the peace was, that this Negro should be condemned to slavery in America, that Samba, on his passage, had laid a scheme to murder the crew, in order to become master of the ship, but that being discovered, he was put in irons, in which he continued till he landed in Louisiana. I drew up a memorial of all this, which was read before Samba by the judge criminal, who, threatening him again with torture, upon which Samba directly owned all of the circumstances. 49 In 17th century Lima, Peru, the Marques de Guadalcazar reported a rumor that the Dutch had specifically reared 2 sons of African kings for the purpose of rallying the Peruvian slaves to the cause of Holland. If true, nothing seems to have come of this particular threat, but the Spaniards' worries were understandable. 50 The same traits of courage and nobility that made African aristocrats leaders of New World black communities, rebel as well as bond, made them heroic characters in European literature and art. The noble Coromantee prince and war captain, Orinoco, first appeared in Aphra Behn's novelette of 1688 as the prototype captive slave king, whom she claimed to have known personally. The story was soon dramatized for the English stage by Thomas Southern, John Hawksworth, and Francis Gentleman, and in the translations of Antoine de Laplace and the Abbé Leblanc the book became one of the 9 Mostred volumes in 18th-century France. At least some American masters may have been aware of the tale. A letter of James Habersham of Savannah, Georgia, written in 1764 gives the name of one of his male slaves as Orinoco. 51 The literary Orinoco, although the leader of an anti-white slave revolt in Suriname, was described effusively by Behn as inherently noble, possessing that real greatness of soul, those refined notions of true honor, that absolute generosity, and that softness that was capable of the highest passions of love and gallantry.
Would you say to Native American and African people around the globe about their past and their future?
Well, I think that we have to realize that we all belong to the only race that exists, and that's the human race. I think we have to realize that the concept of races was developed by white racists, and that concept is not based upon going out and looking at all the people in the world. It was developed by just sitting in their studios and thinking about it and coming up with 3 races or 5 races or 6 races or whatever they wanted to come up with. And the reality of human beings out there is that we're 95 to 96% identical. We're only 2 or 3% different in terms of our characteristics. That's all that separates all the people in the entire globe. There's only one human race. And the variations that exist between us are infinite in their complexities and shading into each other. And over all these many tens of thousands of years we've existed, we've intermarried and intermixed with each other and then separated again and come back again in very complex ways. So we're all kin in one degree or another. And I think that counts. But at the same time, we have to respect each other's uniqueness as well. And that extends not only to what we call ethnic groups, but to families. We have to recognize that there may be a family who is part African, part Irish, and part Cherokee, and they might want to recognize every one of their ancestries. Another family might want to emphasize the Native American. Another might want to emphasize the African. And that we have to respect each other in those differences, while at the same time taking pride in realizing that unique heritages enrich human life. We like to have different cultural heritages because they give us different kinds of music and different kinds of foods, you know, art and so on, to make our lives richer and more beautiful.
Now, what about that European dominance there that hangs over all of this? How do you see that?
It's also the dominance of the state. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that very often it's the state, such as the French state, that wants all French people to speak Parisian French, doesn't really want people to be speaking Basque or Bretagne. And even over here, it's the state that manipulates the differences a lot. So changing the people, I think we've made good progress there in the beginnings, at least. But we also have to think about decentralizing governments so that they have less power to manipulate us as well.
How much of this history of the brutal enslavement of Native Americans do you carry with you?
Well, I suppose I carry quite a lot with me, as do a lot of Indian people, you know, carry these kinds of things, each for their own tribe as well as for Indian people in general. And it's, of course, one of the reasons why there is alcoholism among Native American people and things like that. A friend of mine was suggesting that one of the things that Indian people have never really had is a kind of a way to overcome the sorrow of conquest, the sorrow of being conquered. Of course, some people don't really want to acknowledge it. There are people that just try to, you know, pretend that it never happened. And of course, there were some native groups that were not technically conquered militarily. They were just kind of overwhelmed bureaucratically. But they tend to end up being treated the same way, even if that's the way it happened. So there's a certain element in Native American personality among many groups particularly that just never has quite been right since the tribes were shattered. And of course for some it's even worse things happened.
Now when you hear about the alcoholism problem among Native Americans, you never hear this reason, this angle that you're now discussing.
No, it's popular now to say that people have a gene for alcoholism or something like that, you know. I still believe that it's that our social cultural realities have a lot to do with these kinds of problems, not just genes. But in any case, I think a lot of the alcoholism has to do with the difficulty of looking around at a world in which your people are still oppressed. For example, we can't even protect Native American burials in some places. We can't get Native American skeletal remains returned to the earth from museums and things like that. It's a start is being made. We can't protect the place names for sacred mountains. In some places, Indian people can't protect their right to pray at places of worship. The National Park Service wants to build a platform so that tourists can come in and watch Native Americans in their vision quests and that kind of thing. I mean, it's a continual battle on many fronts, you know. But that's another story.
How do you, as a Native American, feel about living in a country that once belonged to your people?
Well, I think that many Native people feel that they are the landlords, the custodians of the land, even though unrecognized. This has often been a slogan in more militant Indian movements, that we are the custodians of the country. So you have kind of a feeling that we have a responsibility to try to do everything that we can to care for this part of Mother Earth, even though we don't politically control it, even though we've been driven from traditional home areas, that in a spiritual sense it still belongs. But there's a tremendous sadness, too, at seeing things inundated and destroyed, which is a continuous process in this country, you know. It's not something that stopped some years ago. It still goes on. And, you see, reservations are still, in effect, being made smaller today, primarily through the process of leasing lands to large mineral extracting corporations and other outfits that come in and tear it up for the coal that's underneath and take the water away and so on and so forth. So that it's a process that has not ended. It's still an ongoing process.
In 1992, this country plans to celebrate Columbus's so-called discovery of the New World. How do you see this planned celebration?
Well, I think one has to compare it immediately with the visit of Marco Polo to China, which, as you know, preceded Columbus's voyage by a few decades. And no one claims that Marco Polo discovered China. They don't celebrate Marco Polo Day in China or Europe or Hong Kong or any place else that I know of. And of course, one of the reasons for that is because the Chinese, you know, are still in possession of their own country, and the Europeans didn't get a good foothold there. If they had, they'd probably be celebrating Marco Polo Day. So what that tells us, I think, is that Columbus Day is part of the ritual of colonialism. It's part of the ritual of imperialism. The conquerors, as long as they're maintaining their empire, they can't be completely ashamed of what they've done. They can't completely disown it, because if they do, they have to dismantle their empire, or at least make serious moves in that direction. So I think Columbus Day is part of that celebration. Now, in a way, it is a mistake in a certain sense for Northern Europeans, who are basically of British and German ancestry, to celebrate the activity of somebody who was from the Mediterranean. But since it is the first European white penetration that they know of, they seize upon that. And they wanted to call the United States Columbia at one time. And I suppose that's where District of Columbia comes from. They didn't, so that's what D.C. gets left with, unfortunately. But the whole idea of calling a country Columbia, which some of our brothers down in Latin America do, is a gesture to the conquest, you see. It's a recognition and applauding the conquest. Or the genocide.
2. It is especially important, of course, that census data and other enumerations be utilized very carefully, since it is quite clear that the category of Negro almost always included people who were not of purely African descent. This is especially true in Brazil and the United States area, but also may be applicable to Spanish-speaking regions. Such a conclusion will come as no surprise to many people in the Afro-Mercian community of the United States, who have long been aware of extensive Indian ancestry and who have, at least since the Civil War, self-consciously utilized the terms to encompass people of mixed Native American and African descent. From a scholarly perspective, the logic of evolving white racism, which has tended to classify people in very arbitrary ways, is neither the logic of genetics nor of bona fide ethnicity. The mixture of African and American does not make a person black or Negro any more than it makes one automatically Indian. Modern scholars must aver that it is both pernicious and dangerous to read into the evidence, and to affirm for earlier times the pronouncements of a dominant social caste. Their myths, their prejudices, and their systems of classifications and nomenclature must all be subjected to critical and empirical re-evaluation. For a long period of time, Muslim slaves continued to arrive in Seville and other Spanish cities, some from Granada and others from Algiers, Oran and other places which were raided in North Africa. Canary Islanders were also shipped in by the Spaniards, who had replaced the Portuguese as the oppressors of the Canaries. Thus, all during the 15th, 16th and 17th centuries, the slaves of the Iberian Peninsula were of all colors and of many nationalities including Greeks, Slavs, Turks, Egyptians, Asians, Indians, Americans, and so on. 8. pg 28. The Christian Castilians possessed slaves of many kinds in the 13th and 14th centuries, most of whom were Morazite Moros or Morenzo, children of Moros, perhaps Moreno. Some were classified by color: white, black, loro as in Cataluna, while a few in 1266 were called Mamelukes, slave in Arabic, especially soldier laves. Both Spaniards and Portuguese had become accustomed to financing their wars and expeditions by seizing men, women, and children wherever possible. Columbus was the major supplier of American slaves prior to 1500. As noted earlier, he caused some 3,000 to perhaps 6,000 slaves to be sent to Europe and also, if we are to be believed that his plans were implemented, to the Azores, Canary, Madeira, and Cabo Verde Islands. By the year 1500, however, a great escalation began in the shipment of Americans across the Atlantic since other Spaniards and the Portuguese became directly active. pg 28-29. In the year 1500, Americans were directly transported to Europe from the Caribbean islands, from the coasts of South America, and from the Terranova, Newfoundland region. pg 29. In Seville, between 1510 and 1515, some 13 Terranova slaves were registered and sold, including, in 1510 Isabel age 20, Cristobal age 20, Virgita 17, in 1511 Pedro 200, Anton 25, Felipa 140, in 1512 Pedro 25, Catalina 18, Anton 25, in 1513 Fernando 20, and Maria 25, in 1514 Francisca 140, and in 1515 Maria 20. 2 of these slaves were categorized as Negro, 1 as Loro, and 10 as slaves only. pg 30. Gaspar Corte Real and João Fernandes were among Portuguese navigators from the Azores who reached the Newfoundland-Greenland area in 1500 or perhaps earlier. In October 1501, however, Corte Real sent some 57 captives to Libson. Their description is worth noting. Les habitants son un peu plus grand que nous. Ils sont très semblables à des Cigales. Leur voyage est peint à manière des Indians, quelques avis six signes, d'autres avis huit au moins. Les chevaux des mâles sont longs et flottants en boucles. Leurs yeux de couleur presque verte. Les femmes, leur couleur est plutôt blanche, le male, au contraire est beaucoup plus foncé. Thus, the Americans were slightly taller than the European observers. They resembled gypsies with their faces marked in signs like those of the Indians. The hair of the males, who were darker than the females, was long and curly, and their eyes were greenish in color. They were in possession of what appeared to be part of a sword and jewelry manufactured in Italy.
Let's go back into history a bit. Right. Culturally speaking, what did the two groups, Native Americans and Black Africans, what did the two groups gain from each other?
Well, that's a subject that is deserving of many a doctoral thesis and good book. The area of music, for instance, is one that intrigues me very much. I don't think we've even begun to explore the possible ways in which these musical traditions have influenced each other. I've looked at a number of books about the evolution of African-American music in the South. Some of them don't even have American Indian in the index. So it's as if that African-American people existed in the South for all of these 470 some odd years, and yet they didn't come in contact with Native Americans, or vice versa. The Native Americans never came in contact with them. One of the interesting things, however, if you know anything about Native American music, is that a lot of the eastern tribes, and particularly the southern ones, have a call and response type of music. There's a lead singer who sings a refrain, and then the group sings back. And it goes on like that throughout the music, and particularly stomp dance songs, they're called.
52 many similarly fictionalized accounts of enslaved African princes of noble character, like Jean-François de Saint-Lambert's Zimio, followed in the literature of France, England, and the United States. 53 An especially well-developed example is the tragic character Pierrot, or Bug Jargal, in Victor Hugo's novel about the Haitian Revolution. Bug Jargal, the enslaved son of the king of Congo, is portrayed as a natural leader whose recognition by his fellow slaves gave him a leadership role in the San Domingo Revolt. The noble slave twice saved the white heroine he loved from afar and even saved the white hero before sacrificing his own life for his fellow black revolutionaries. Still, the narrator, Captain Doverney, was slow to make the connection between slave and prince. Nonetheless, Doverney could not help but suspect that within the mistreated slave lay a different man. Giffey remembered, not without surprise, the look of rough majesty imprinted on his face, the shining eyes, the white teeth against the shining black skin, the wide forehead, especially surprising in a Negro, the scornful curl which gave to his thick lips and nostrils a haughty and powerful look, the dignity of his bearing, the beauty of his form, which, although thin and worn from the fatigues of daily labor, still showed Herculean development. I recalled the imposing appearance of the slave, and said to myself that he was well fitted for a king. 54 European poets and painters were especially taken with the tragic theme of the enslaved African princess. In 1788 the poet William Collins inspired George Morland's painting Execrable Human Traffic, or, The Affectionate Slaves, with a verse about a noble African woman taken in bondage by brutish white slavers. In Collins's poem, the woman, Ulkna, and her child were torn from the arms of her helpless husband and sold on the coast. 5 captains with their barges came and quickly made a purchase of the young. But one was struck with Ulkna, void of shame, and tore her from the husband where she clung. Her faithful chief, though stern in rugged war, seeing his Ulkna by a white Caracid depart with her, and little son Tangair, his gentler feelings could not be suppressed. With hands uplifted, he with sighs besought the wretch that held a bludgeon o'er his head, and those who dragged him, would have pity taught by his dumb signs, to strike him instant dead. While his dear Ulkna's sad entreating mien did but increase the brute's unchaste desire. He vaunting bears her off, her sobs are vain. They part the man and wife whom all admire. A similar poem written in 1827 by the wife of African traveler Thomas Edward Bowditch described a chief's daughter who was abducted by African slave traders and taken to the coast. There she escaped and was found by British settlers who made her a servant and Christianized her. Later freed and reunited with her family, she married a neighboring prince and effected a little reformation by convincing both her new husband and her royal brother to decrease their use of human sacrifices. 56 The enslavement of this noble woman was illustrated in Henry Thompson's painting The Ballroom Slave of 1827, which showed her as a new slave, sunk on one knee, praying for divine deliverance from her plight. European literature's romantic interest in enslaved royalty was reinforced by the appearance of reputed African kings brought to Europe on slave ships. As early as 1455, a black king, from Sierra Leone, was reported to have sung at the Portuguese wedding of the Infanta de Joana. He was later freed to appear at the courts of France and England. 57 Another such prince, Peter Panna, the son of the King of Mezzerado, after being kidnapped and sold into bondage, was recognized on the London docks around 1788 by Karl Bernhard Wadstrom, a Swede who had recently traveled to Africa. Wadstrom bought and freed the slave prince and made him his protege until the prince's death 2 years later. This relationship, which was of course flattering to at least part of white civilization, became the subject of the 1789 painting by Carl Friedrich von Breda, Portrait of Karl Bernhard Wadstrom instructing a Negro prince, Peter Panna. 58 Another celebrated African who appeared at the English court was a slave from Maryland named Job Ayuba Suleiman Ibrahima Diallo. Ayuba was a folk born into an important clerical family from Bandu, where he studied alongside the future king of his people. Ayuba had become a successful merchant when he was taken into slavery. Recognized for the important personage he claimed to be, Ayuba was freed and taken to England, where he was honored with a gold watch presented by the Queen. 59 In the reign of Louis XIV of France, 2 boys, said to be the sons of an African prince, were brought to court and educated by a Jesuit appointed to the task by the king. Years later one of the young men was insulted and threatened with dishonor unless he fought a duel. Force into action, he bested his opponent without injury to either party, but this departure from his tutor's moral guidance so disillusioned the noble African with the hypocrisies of Europe that he was said to have tearfully departed France, saying that he could not live with such contradictions, for how could Christianity be of any use to the French if it did not influence their actions? In his homeland, he said, men were never dishonored for acting according to the principles of their religion. 60 In the same era, Prince Aniaba, from Assini of the present-day Ivory Coast, was received at the French court with such enthusiasm that King Louis XIV became his godfather. Louis gave his new godson instruction in Christianity and European manners and then sent his supposed brother monarch back home to Africa, where he was said to have unaccountably reverted to African ways. However, Aniaba was not really a prince at all but only a shrewd impostor named Louis Hannibal, the slave of a coastal cabossier, who saw how to take advantage of Europe's interest in enslaved princes. 61 In much the same way, another black of lesser origins who had been raised as an interpreter and sent to Europe with a white prisoner released by the King of Dahomey eventually appeared in England, where he was celebrated in local papers as Prince Adomo or Unoko Tomo, ambassador to King George. 62 When a slave girl presented to British naval officer Lieutenant Forbes of the Bonetta married a Sierra Leone merchant in Brighton, it was a grand social occasion because the bride was presented by Forbes as a royal princess, a rank which it later turned out may have been an exaggeration. 63 Such fraud and confusion were all the more possible because lesser princes in Africa were known to have been sent to Europe for educations only to be enslaved by treacherous white captains. As the famous Drive, Johnson explained to Boswell, princes have been sold by wretches to whose care they were entrusted, that they might have an European education. But once they were brought to a market in the plantations, little would avail either their dignity or their wrongs. Johnson's reference was presumably in regard to two sons of a king of Onomabu on the Gold Coast who were Panya-Red and then ransomed from the West Indies by the British government and presented to King George in 1749. Intriguingly, the newly freed princes were taken to Covent Garden to see the play Orinoco, where it was reported one of the royal visitors became so moved he had to leave and the other was reduced to tears. 64 In 1762 an African prince of Amabu, Onomabu on the Gold Coast sent one of his sons abroad for an education. When the boy returned 4 years later, the ruler permitted a younger son and a nephew, both about 10 years of age, to follow. But this time the slaving captain reneged on his bargain and sold the boys, later known as Prince and Cuffy Whipple, into perpetual slavery in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and although the history of this transaction was known locally, the boys were never returned home. It also could befall noble children such as those who were often held hostage to ensure the security and honesty of African traders. As a committee of the House of Lords explained in 1788, it has always been the practice of merchants and commanders of ships to Africa, to encourage the natives to send their children to England, as it not only conciliates their friendship, and softens their manners, but adds greatly to the security of the trader. 66 Thus Grandy King George of Old Town complained in a letter to a Liverpool merchant, "Other captains may say what they please about my doing them any bad thing, for what I did was their own faults, for you may think, sir, that it was very vexing to have my sons carried off by Captain Jackson and Robin's sons and the King of Quas saw their names as Otto, Imbus, Eggshiam, Ogan, Acandum, Ebetham, Effiong, A. Set." 67 Whites who were generally unbothered by slavery were, nonetheless, fascinated by the tragic fate of noble Africans who fell into bondage. Thus the religious autobiography of the ex-slave Akasa Granwasa, or James Albert, sold well in Europe and America more because Albert claimed to be the enslaved grandson of the king of Bornu, than for his account of his Christian conversion. The nominal topic of the piece. 68 Richard Madden explained his own respect for a slave of a Mr. Anderson of Kingston, Jamaica, in terms of the slave's former nobility and offers us insight into his motivation when he tried to make his English audience empathize with the fallen African. By what name, under heaven, must that system be called, which sanctioned the stealing away of a person like this, as much a nobleman in pg.91. His own country as any titled chief is in ours, and in his way, without disparagement to the English noble, as suitably educated for his rank. Fancy, sir, one of the scions of our nobility, a son of one of our war chiefs Lord Londonderry's, for example, educated at Oxford, and, in the course of his subsequent travels, unfortunately falling into the hands of African robbers, and being carried into bondage. Fancy the poor youth marched in the common slave coffle to the first marketplace on the coast. He is exposed for sale. Nobody inquires whether he is a patrician or a plebeian. Nobody cares whether he is ignorant or enlightened. It is enough that he has thews and sinews for a life of labor without reward. 69 Even in the most racist region of the United States, the American South, local literature was penetrated by the legends of enslaved noble Africans. When George W. Cable published the story of the rebel Bras coup in the Grandissimes, his 1880 novel of Creole New Orleans, He included most of the legendary motifs that characterize the stories of captured African royalty. 70 In this case the African was described as a powerfully built giant of a man, a prince of the Jollof captured in war and taken in slavery to New Orleans. He could accept bondage as a fortune of war, but he violently rejected physical labor as beneath his station. Thus, according to Cable's story, Bras Coupe came to the attention of his master. The dauntless captive and fearless master stood looking into each other's eyes until each recognized in the other his peer in physical courage, and each was struck with an admiration for the other which no after difference was sufficient entirely to destroy. Since a king could not be a field hand, the solution was to make Bras Coupe a driver, and an excellent driver he became. Tragically, however, on his wedding day, Bras Coupe drank alcohol for the first time and consequently struck his master in an argument about getting more to drink. Before running off as a maroon to the Great Swamp, the Black Prince condemned his owner with a voodoo curse. Finally recaptured, the noble slave was lashed and lamed, but the punishments were of no consolation to his former owner who soon died, ruined by the African's powerful magic. Bras Coupe too was dying, but once again he demonstrated his nobility by releasing his master's wife and infant son from the curse. When asked by a priest if he knew where he was going, the dying prince lifted his hand, and with an ecstatic, upward smile, whispered, "Tofrikand was gone." 71 Despite the elite literary tradition of doomed but noble resistance, New World slave masters in their own folk narratives understandably preferred not to celebrate the rebels among their royal slaves. Instead, they chose to memorialize those whose nobility was manifested in loyal service. Typical was the memorial to the model slave, Iambo, published in the Gazette of the United States in 1789. An African prince subdued in battle, capitulated his bow and Quivera Bauble bought his life. A British merchant sent him to South Carolina, where he was used as a slave. A placid countenance, and submissive manners, marked his resignation, and preserved him in all situations, the possession of his arms the only companions he had left the sole objects of his affections. His stateliness and strength recommended him to Colonel Mott, a humane master, in whose service he died, in steadfast faith of a certain resurrection in his native state. The bow and quiver were preserved as relics of a faithful slave, in the colonel's family, who gratefully remember the services, the fortitude, and fidelity of the trustee, the
They don't celebrate Marco Polo Day in China, or Europe, or Hong Kong, or any place else that I know of. And of course one of the reasons for that is because the Chinese, are still in possession of their own country, and the Europeans didn't get a good foothold there. If they had, they'd probably be celebrating Marco Polo Day. So what that tells us, I think, is that Columbus Day is part of the ritual of colonialism. It's part of the ritual of imperialism.
Slaves from Terranova show up in the slave markets of Seville and Valencia very soon after 1500. In Valencia during the period to 1516, we find in 1503 Miguel, age 20, and Man, age 10, in 1505 Juan, 16, in 1507 Antonio, 8, and Juana Marco, 18, in 1515 Ali, now Melchor, 20, in 1516 Catalina, 28. These 8 slaves were, with one exception, all obtained from Portuguese sources. They were all classified as Negroes with the exception of Juan and Pedro, called simply slaves. pg. 29-30. In 1525 a Spaniard, Esteban Gomez, made a voyage up the Atlantic coast of North America, bringing back many Indians as slaves. Allegedly, they were set at liberty, but perhaps some Terranova slaves after 1525 were derived from Gomez's voyage. pg. 30. Interestingly, between 1548 and 1560, some 20 slaves from Terranova appeared in Peru out of 256 who can be identified geographically in the records. Between 1560 and 1650 about 143 slaves from Terranova showed up in Peru, coming by way of Iberia probably. An additional 11 were classified as bozales not familiar with the Spanish language or culture at all. 17. The location of Terranova has heretofore been a matter of debate, with writers generally placing it somewhere on the west coast of Africa. On the other hand, there is very strong evidence that Terranova was, at least in the first half of the 16th century, Newfoundland. 18. First, Antonio Brasio in his collection of Portuguese missionary documents and royal communications relating to Africa 1471 mid-1500s does not mention any place called Terranova. 19. On the other hand, in a contract written in the Canary Islands in 1543, a reference is indeed made to a black slave as being a native of Terranova de Guinea. First, although the Portuguese referred to Brazil as La Terra Nuova, the New Land, in 1500, thereafter they virtually always used Terranova for Newfoundland. First, although the Portuguese referred to Brazil as La Terra Nuova, the New Land, in 1500, the year after they virtually always used Terranova for Newfoundland. Many other maps, including that of Verrazano 1524-9, also used Terra Nova for Newfoundland. This usage persisted so that in the 1630-46 period, Brazilian Portuguese were referring to O Comércio com a Terra Nova in codfish. There was regular trade in fish between Terra Nova and Recife in Brazil. 21. For the Spanish, Terra Nova was used consistently for Newfoundland. Early maps used by the Spanish, such as the Oliveriana 1503, the Pissarro chart 1503-8, and the Roysk map circa 1508, located Terra Nova at Newfoundland. The Ribeiro map of 1529 places Tierra Nova, de Cortorel near Cape Breton. Martin Navarrete 1829 entitled a section of his work, Sobre las navegaciones de los Vascongados a los mares de Terra Nova. He cites documents from 1561 referring to Newfoundlands as Tierra Nueva and Terra Nova. The French, it may be added, also used Terra Nova or Terra Neuf consistently for Newfoundland. Thus, we must, it seems, acknowledge the fact that for the Spanish, Portuguese, and French, Terra Nova was the proper name for Newfoundland or for the Newfoundland Cape Breton area, and that slaves from Terra Nova would have to have been from that area unless specified as being from the very obscure Terra Nova de Guinea, especially before c. 1540. pg 31. It should also be noted that Terra Nova fell outside of the realm of Spain in practice, and for a time was thought to be within the Portuguese sphere. In fact, Portuguese under João Álvares Fagundes attempted to colonize the area in the 1520s, but the attempt failed. Americans were usually regarded as Pardos Portuguese or Lourdes Spanish in terms of color in the early period 1492-early 1600s, but Negro was also used for them. The second source of slaves after 1500 was the Caribbean region, which, very soon, included the adjacent coasts of South America, Florida, Carolina, and Mesoamerica. Many Americans were taken as slaves to the east, to Spain and to the Canary Islands, often as a result of the direct authorization of the Crown. In 1499, for example, Vicente Yanez Pinzón was authorized to discover islands and mainland in the Indies, and permission was given to take all manner of slaves, Negroes, Loras or others, who in Spain are held as slaves. Moreover, the authorization given by Ferdinand and Isabella to Rodrigo de Bastidas, June 1500, allowed for the importation of slaves to Spain who were Negroes and Loras who in the kingdoms of Castilla were held and reputed for slaves of whom the crown was to receive a quarter share. Late 1499-1503 expeditions to northern South America, José Antonio Sacco states that one of the objects of these expeditions was that of robbing human beings in order to sell them as slaves. The expeditions were to obtain slaves from among the Negroes and or Loras who lived in the discovered lands. In 1500, Yanez Pinzón captured 36 Americans in northern Brazil as well as some from other places. These were landed at Palos, Spain. pg.32. In 1499, Diego de Lepe also departed from Palos and proceeded to enslave Americans in the Amazon region and the Gulf of Paria. In 1503, Juan de la Costa sailed to the Cartagena region, seized 600 Americans, the majority of whom were sent to Spain with Luis Guerra, brother or other relation to Cristobal Guerra. Costa went on to seize other Americans in the Gulf of Urubá. It would appear that if the Americans resisted, as many did then, just war could be alleged and enslavement became legal. Moreover, as a result of the above incidents, in which several Spaniards were killed, the Crown was persuaded in 1503 to authorize the enslavement of the alleged Caribs of Cartagena. In 1504, a royal decree stated that rebel Indians were to be enslaved, a portion going to the government. In 1512, for example, Ferdinand authorized the enslavement of Borinquen natives, with an F being branded on their fronts, and with a fifth part going to the Crown. After 1510, Spanish slave raiding reached out increasingly towards the outer islands of the Caribbean and the adjacent mainlands. Much of the raiding was designed to meet the labor needs of Haiti, where the native population was being greatly reduced, but numerous Spanish expeditions such as those of Magellan 1519, Sebastian Cabot 1529, to Brazil and Gomez 1525 captured Americans who were taken to Spain or who died en route. Cabot also purchased 50 to 60 slaves from the Portuguese in Brazil, for later sale in Seville. By the 1520s, slave raiding in Florida and the Carolina coast area was common also. The enslavement of Americans in Panama, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Mexico, Peru, and other countries, but there is sufficient evidence to indicate that, at least through the 1550s, large numbers of slaves were procured and shipped to various locations. By decree of July 21, 1511, Ferdinand ordered Columbus that no American slaves could be sent to Castile. This was to prevent the depopulation of the islands. pg 33. A decree of 1543 prohibited the taking of free or slave Americans from one province to another in the Indies, by the Crown. In May 1549, the officers of Seville were commissioned to liberate the Americans in Spain. In the years around 1500, some Americans were actually freed and returned to the Caribbean from Spain, but the numbers seem few in comparison with those actually shipped. Thus, Spaniards were exporting American slaves from Peru to Colombia, and many were being sent to Spain, with the help of officials and in spite of laws to the contrary. The new laws of 1542, which supposedly ended several forms of American slavery, did not immediately result in the suspension of the slave trade or in the shipment of Americans to Spain. In 1547, American slaves, especially females, were still being sold in Seville, and the acceptance of such sales in the latter city gave birth to the impudence of Spaniards in the Indies, who continued to ship American slaves in defiance of the laws. During this period, the northern coast of South America seems to have served as a major source of slaves, with slave ships arriving at Haiti from Paria and Cumana, Venezuela, as late as 1544. pg 34. An Italian, Girolamo Benzoni, was in the Indies from 1541 to 1556. He later wrote that, "All the slaves that the Spaniards catch in these provinces are sent to Cubagua. The slaves are all marked in the face and on the arms by a hot iron with the mark of C for Caribe. When ships arrive from Spain, they barter these Indians for wine, flour, biscuit, and other requisite things. And even when some of the Indian women are pregnant by these same Spaniards, they sell them without any conscience. Then the merchants carry them elsewhere and sell them again. Others are sent to the island of Hispaniola, Haiti, filling with them some large vessels built like caravels." Benzoni also noted that, although an almost infinite number of the inhabitants of the mainland have been brought to these islands as slaves, they have nearly all since died. It was primarily Cuba, Haiti, and Borinquen which absorbed Mayas from Yucatan, Huastecas from Mexico, Mosquitos from Nicaragua, and various other nations during this era, rather than Spain itself. pg 34-35. In 1528, Hernán Cortés took a group of Aztec and Tlaxcalteco chiefs, including a son of Montezuma II, to Spain along with a troupe of jugglers, acrobats, and dancers. These also were taken to the court of Pope Clement VII in Rome. A different kind of figure was Juan Santos Atahualpa of Peru, taken to Spain and Angola by the Jesuits. Later, Atahualpa led a major rebellion in Peru, one feature of which was the use of black African allies. Part of eastern Peru, the Campa region, remained liberated for many years as a result of Atahualpa's efforts. 34. pg 35. A third region which served as a major source of slaves for Europe and Africa was the coast of Brazil. The King of Portugal seems to have envisioned the coast of Brazil as a second slave coast, to be harvested in the manner of West Africa. In 1502 he let a contract to Fernão de Noronha and a company of merchants, to trade in Brazelwood and slaves. They were to send to Brazil 6 ships each year. 4 ships were sent in 1503 and they returned to Portugal full of wooden slaves. It is known that the trade was fairly regular after 1504. From the very beginning then, Americans were acquired as a commodity and shipped to Europe, as well as perhaps to Africa. In 1511 the Portuguese ship Bertoa, with 2 Negroes and 1 non-Negro slave on board, carried some 35 American slaves from Brazil to Portugal. From then on there are frequent reports of Americans being taken to Portugal, some for showing to the king and some for more ordinary servitude. The Portuguese crown in the 1530s authorized the creation of about 12 feudal domains in Brazil. Each of the grantees donatarios was entitled to enslave as many Americans as were needed for local labor, but only 24 per year, 48 for one donatorio, could be sent to Portugal by each for sale. This authorization continued until 1549 and allowed about 216 slaves to be sent each year for some 15 years, for a potential total of 240 or more. Pg. 36. Paraphrased. Some Brazilian slaves were shipped to Haiti. However, in 1550 Charles V resolved not to allow the introduction of Brazilians as slaves, which was not followed. In 1570 consideration was given to authorizing the importation into the Spanish colonies of Brazilian slaves enslaved by other Americans. This category of slave, as well as Caibes, could be imported. Between the 1520s and 1570s, the Portuguese were actively attempting to market American slaves far and wide. 37. Within Brazil, the enslavement of Americans proceeded very rapidly, primarily for use in the sugar cane and cotton industries. Letters of the donatarios between 1535 and 1550 document this process, as in 1545 when Pero de Goa wrote to the king that in the fields and sugar refineries of São Tomé there were enough slaves. The population of San Vicente in 1548 included 600 free persons and more than 3,000 American slaves, according to a letter of Luis de Goa. 38. In 1549 the Jesuits began preaching to the Americans, free and slave, as well as to the Mamelucos, mixed bloods, and Portuguese. Their letters, from 1549 on, contain frequent references to the escravos da terra, American slaves, who were very numerous. 39. In 1548, Hans Staden found Morin and Priscillianish Schlaven, Moors, and Brazilian slaves used together against an enemy group. 2 years later, in San Vicente, Staden frequently mentioned American slaves and said that the Portuguese and many. 40. The development of the sugar industry created increasing labor demands and Africans began to be taken to Brazil regularly after 1550-70. For the next 50 years, however, Americans continued to be a source of labor even in the sugar industry, being only gradually outnumbered by Africans and American mixed bloods. In 1584, for example, the Pernambuco area had 60 or more sugar refineries, com muita gente branca, negros de Guiné e indios da terra. Bahia had some 40 refineries, with Portugueses, indios de terra e negros de Guiné. To the south of Bahia only American slaves were mentioned as forming the labor force in 1584. 42. Pg. 37. Especially in the southern and northern parts of Brazil, São Paulo, San Vicente and Para-Maranhão, and in the interior, the enslavement of Americans continued to be the major source of labor for centuries. Between 1630 and 1650, for example, from 100,000 to 200,000 Americans from the Paraguay region were enslaved and sold in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro and elsewhere. 43. Cr. Boxer noted that as late as circa 1719 the Portuguese of the Piauí region were trading 3 or 4 redskins for 1 Negro from Angola. In that area the Americans were disliked and despised. It is possible, therefore, that cheap American slaves captured in slave raids were sent to Africa and Portugal in exchange for Africans. 45. Chief Martin of the Carrijo nation complained to the Spanish in 1576 that the Portuguese of southern Brazil were carrying their children off to other parts of Brazil and then to Portugal to be sold as slaves. We can, I think, be confident that Americans soon appeared in the Portuguese colonies in Africa and in the Cabo Verde Islands. It may well be that Americans were introduced into the Portuguese African outposts soon after 1500. Pg. 38. A Brazilian scholar, José Honorio Rodrigues, has written that, from the 17th to the 19th century Brazil had more contact with and greater bonds to Angola, Dahomey, and parts of the coasts of Minas and Guinea than did Portugal itself. Many Brazilians went to Angola as soldiers, peddlers, businessmen, prostitutes, and exiles. 47. Portuguese vessels were noted for having crews of diverse national and racial origins. From Madagascar to Japan, crews were often of African or Indian, South Asian origin. Black African reached Macau in Japan in the 16th century in Portuguese ships, but it is also possible that a few Americans or part Americans reached the east coast of Africa and then went to the Far East. Japanese drawings of the Portuguese at Nagasaki show many Africans but also a few brown men of possible Indian, Asian or American appearance. 49. An interesting example of a person of American ancestry going with the Portuguese to Africa, India and the Far East can be seen in the career of Antonio de Albuquerque de Coelho (1682–1746), a Brazilian-born man who served as governor of Macau, Goa, and in East Africa between 1700 and 1746. Albuquerque's mother, Ángel de Byros, was from Pernambuco and had white, Negro, and Amerindian blood, in about equal proportions. The fact that he was of mixed race and born out of wedlock did not prevent Albuquerque's rise to fame and fortune, and his case is certainly not unique. Because of the rarity of Portuguese women in Brazil, we must assume that a high percentage of Brazilians who later served in Africa and Asia were of at least part American racial background. 50. pg. 39. Some Americans were utilized as military auxiliaries to Portuguese soldiers as well. In 1641 auxiliaries were to be sent from Bahia and Rio de Janeiro to reinforce the troops in Angola, and in 1644 the king approved a project to send Henrique Dias with non-white auxiliaries from Bahia to Angola. In 1645 an expedition left Rio de Janeiro for Angola. Again in 1648-9 some 2,000 men were sent from Rio de Janeiro to Angola. 51. After 1650 Angola was virtually a colony of Brazil, and we can be sure that many persons of American ancestry went there. In addition to the normal kinds of contact, Angola was used a place for sending Americans and other persons who proved troublesome in Brazil. In Ceará, for example, mixed bloods and American undesirables are periodically rounded up and shipped off to Angola, 1720s onward. After about 1740 the island of Fernão de Noronha was also used as a dumping ground for such people. In the south of Brazil Americans and other non-whites were deported to Angola for gold smuggling or for using a route passing through a region exposed to attack by free American forces, 1720s.52. There exists a painting from the early 1500s wherein a Portuguese artist painted the Black King and his sons named the Adoration of the Holy Kings. In 1552 or thereabouts Libson had some 10,000 slaves out of a population of 100,000, including Asians, South Asians, Muslims, Black Africans, Americans, and others. A Flemish priest wrote in 1535 that, "Todo o service feito por negros e moros cativos, all service is done by captive Negroes and Muslims." 55. pg. 40. Many Americans were sold as slaves in Spain, as revealed by the notarial records of Seville and Valencia. It is not possible to be certain as to the numbers involved since not all of the slaves seem to have been properly registered, and also baptismal records are relatively scant. Moreover, many slaves are classified only as to their color, and for some even that is lacking. The term Negro is, of course, very commonly used for Seville slaves. Between the 1490s and 1525 some 1,153 slaves were freed in Seville, of whom 319 were Negroes, 234 Muslims of all colors, 11 American males no females, 16 Canario males and 11 women, 44 male Loras and 45 female Loras. The balanced sex ration of the Americans registered would suggest that some of the Loras must have also been from the Americas. In 1565 there were more than 6,000 slaves in Seville, including Muslims from Granada, Turks, Berbers, Black Africans, Americans, and so on. Reportedly, the inhabitants of the city were not really white or black, while another source states that there were as many Prietas dark people as whites. 67. These were joined by other slaves later, including 2,000 Turks, Greeks, and Slavs sold in Cadiz as a result of a victory of the Austrians over the Turks in the late 17th century. 68. In 1599 a traveler coming from Portugal noted that in Ayamonte and also in Gibraltar. In that area, then, there were many black and darkish brown women from the Americas and from São Tomé Island who were so beautiful and amorous that the local males often married them. Valencia, as a major port on the Mediterranean, was an important center for the transshipment of slaves to Italy and to other parts of Spain. The situation was quite similar to that of Seville in that there were many loras called lors, large numbers of Muslim slaves, loras, Negroes and blancos, even larger numbers of black Africans, and quite a few Canary Islanders, Asian Indians and Americans. Many more Americans, Canaries, and Muslims are classified as loras, while some Americans, many Muslims and almost all Asian Indians are classified as Negroes. A high percentage of loras seem to be of Muslim extraction, from North Africa, or are said to have been born in Spain. Nonetheless, there are a number of loras who are not identifiable by place of origin. The following is a list of known Americans arriving in Valencia to be registered, through 1516. June 6, 1509. Martin, 10 years, of Brazil, Terra de Negres, land of Negroes, along with a group of Berbers. September 6, 1509. A Venetian merchant presented a lora, 15, who was native, de les Indies de la Terra a en Porten lo Brazil, lo nom de la qual nos sab com no sapia parlar. February 6, 1515. 2 Negroes, Alo, now Jorge, 15, de Herreo, Urago, now Alvaro, same place. These were the only slaves in Valencia from Herreo, which was probably Eire or Trinidad. 1516. 4 Blancos Indianos presented. Olmuran, now Antonio, 14, de Paranonpal Boy, now Isabel, 16, same place, Yaya, 14, same, Parahimpo, 15, same. They were purchased in Portugal. Paranonpal was probably Pernambuco, Brazil. December 9, 1516. 88 slaves presented, 85 from the island of Brazil, formerly pagans but now Christians, and 3 Negroes. A Spaniard testified that of these he had seen 23 Negroes die and taken them to be buried, thus the Brazilians were called Negroes. December 12, 1516. Una Blanca, Francisca, 14, of the island of Brazil, brought from Lisbon. 73. Thus the Americans were variously categorized as whites, loras or Negroes, depending upon their perceived color. pg.46. Many Americans were also sent to the Spanish and Portuguese islands off the African coast, as well as the Canary Islands. pg. 47. Doubtless Americans were resold to many countries just as African slaves were resold. Italy was perhaps a major market, but the Spanish-controlled Netherlands were probably also a place of transshipment, along with, of course, the various Portuguese islands off Africa. Antwerp was known as a city with many slaves, including blacks, Muslims and Jews. In the early 1500s, one Baltasar the Moor, who was freed, was said to have been born in the Indies of Portugal of Christian parents. The Jesuits had been Christianizing Americans since 1549. The close Portugal-Antwerp-Brazil connections virtually guarantee that many Brazilian slaves, along with many Africans, arrived there in the 1500s. In the latter part of the period, the Dutch living to the north of Antwerp began to wage a successful struggle against their Spanish rulers. Part of their strategy was to send out ships which raided Spanish and later Portuguese shipping and colonies in the Americas. As early as 1580, some Dutchmen established New Zealand in Guyana, and thereafter they frequented the coasts of South America. As early as 1601 and 1609 they made contact with Brazilian natives, and it is possible that some were conducted to the Netherlands, even as some were taken from the Bahia da Traição. The Dutch took Brazilians, among others, to the Netherlands, where they were interviewed and provided important data to those who planned the attempted capture of Brazil from the Portuguese. Brazilians in the Netherlands had learned the Dutch language, been taught to write, and been instructed in the Christian religion. In turn, they informed the Dutch about the Brazilian region. Dutch expansion in the early 17th century also served to accelerate American-African contacts elsewhere. From the 1590s onward, Dutch warships frequently captured Spanish and Portuguese vessels, many of which were loaded with slaves or possessed crew members of non-white race. Some of these slaves were taken to Europe, while others were sold to the English in Virginia or were sent to Dutch ports in the Americas, New Amsterdam and Curaçao, for example. We know that some of the captives were persons with Spanish Christian names and were not new slaves from Africa. In fact, some of those who arrived in Virginia were Carib people. 85. The Dutch also sent Esopus captives from the Hudson River area to the Netherlands, Bermuda and Curaçao in 1644. In 1660 some 15 to 20 Esopus Lenape captives were sent to Curaçao and Bonaire by Governor Peter Stuyvesant to work for the West Indies Company. Before 1664 slaves arriving in the Netherlands from the Indies were set free. 86. Along the South American coast the Dutch attempted to establish posts at various places. During the period from 1631 to 1654 many Brazilian natives were sent to the Netherlands for education, to provide entertainment, and for diplomatic alliance purposes. Dutch in Brazil married Portuguese-speaking and native women, producing a new type of Mameluco, often blonde-haired. Many of these mixed families stayed in Brazil, but others, after 1654, fled to the French West Indies, Curaçao, and Holland. Black Africans were also taken to Holland during the period. 89. pg. 50. After 1630 the Dutch West Indies Company became fully involved in the slave trade from West Africa, made necessary in part because large numbers of African and American slaves in Brazil fled to the interior during the years of Dutch-Portuguese fighting. The slavery business prompted the Dutch to attack Portuguese trading stations in Africa, beginning in 1637. Dutch military expeditions to Africa included significant numbers of Brazilian Tupi and Tapuia auxiliary soldiers. The expedition which conquered the Portuguese forts along the Gold Coast 1637-8. In 1641 and 1642 complaints were being made that Tupi numbers were diminishing because they were being taken to fight in foreign lands. 91. pg. 50-51. Albert van Danzig, a Dutch scholar working in Ghana, has written to me that, down to the 19th century, when the Dutch sold Elmina Castle to the British, the Dutch continued to refer to mulattoes as tapoyers. William Bosman, a Dutch slave merchant who fathered a mixed-blood son on the Gold Coast of Africa, where he resided from 1687 to 1701, had some nasty remarks to make about the tapoyers of mulattan tapuyas or mulattoes. He notes that the tapoyers were serving as soldiers for the Dutch, but otherwise they and their women are described as bad characters, idolaters, although nominal Christians, prostitutes, and knaves. He states also that they were born from the mixture of European with a Neger woman, a statement which betrays his lack of knowledge of their actual history but which also reveals that they had become Africanized. That tapuyas remained on the Gold Coast is not surprising, since after 1654 they would have probably been killed by their Portuguese enemies if they had returned to Brazil. 93. It should also be noted that the Portuguese sent civilians from Brazil to Africa. In 1644 mulattoes e Negroes who were stonemasons were taken from Pernambuco to Luanda, Angola, to help build a fort. The mulattoes were doubtless part American. In this connection, it is interesting to note that J.A. Rogers refers to the tradition of American ancestry in West Africa at a much later date. Today the West African mulatto has castes of his own. The oldest group are the Portuguese Brazilians. They live chiefly in the larger towns as Porto Novo, Cotonou, Whydah, Grand Popo. Some even have an American Indian strain brought by their earliest mulatto ancestors from Brazil. These Portuguese Brazilians are the aristocrats of the mulatto group. 94. After being expelled from Brazil in 1654, the Dutch, or many of them, and the Portuguese Jews who had joined them, retreated with slaves, servants and a plantation ideology to other places. In addition, the Dutch had been actively selling slaves in the French islands, as noted. We know that many of the slaves on the islands were Brazilians, Americans from Brazil, and Arawaks, perhaps from the Guiana coast. pg.5152. The island of Curaçao was also used by the Dutch as a center for the resale of slaves, and it would appear that Americans were still being obtained along the wild coast of South America well into the 19th century. The ultimate disposition of the American slaves from the Suriname Orinoco Amazon. Some Suriname area natives were sent to Barbados from 1627 to help develop the sugar industry there. Perhaps others were sold, with black Africans, to all available markets or were taken to Dutch colonies in Africa and elsewhere. 96. Regulations issued in Netherlands in 1764 for the Dutch slave trade at Curaçao mention two kinds of slaves, Neger slaves and Macquaran slaves. In general, the French were active initially in two regions, in the North Atlantic and along the coast of Brazil. In 1503, Captain de Gonville of Honfleur sailed to Brazil and brought back an American who was the son of a chief of the Carriho nation. The French were active rivals of the Portuguese, along the coast of Brazil, making friends with the Americans who were enemies of the Portuguese, in particular, with the Carrihos of the south, the Tamoios of Rio de Janeiro, and the various groups north of Pernambuco. French individuals intermarried with the Americans, leaving in Brazil many Mamelucos of French ancestry, especially among the Tupinamba, many of whom were blondish and white-looking. Numerous Brazilians journeyed to France after 1509. Many other Brazilians lived in Rouen, France. The first Americans reaching France across the North Atlantic would seem to have been brought to Rouen from Terranova, the Newfoundland area, in 1508, with another group following in 1509. The first group consisted in 7 men, of Sioux color, tattooed from ears to chin. 102. pg. 53-54. As the years went by, the French became involved in American slavery in Canada, the Mississippi Valley, Louisiana and the Caribbean. In North America itself, American slaves, called Paducas 1720s, and Panis, became quite common. It is possible that some of these, along with mixed-blood Acadians, reached France. In 1747 a Panis slave was sent from Canada to Martinique, while in 1732 a Carib slave was taken to Canada. 104. In the early 1700s the French there are known to have been interested in exchanging American slave for Africans from Haiti and other colonies. Some were actually traded for supplies. In the late 1720s many Natchez people were sent as slaves to Haiti. 105. In about 1501 a joint Bristol-Portuguese venture seems to have been responsible for bringing 3 Americans from Newfoundland to England. A source states that 3 men were brought out of an island found by merchants of Bristow 4 beyond Ireland, the which were clothed in beast skins and eat raw flesh, and rude in their demeanor as beasts. These newcomers were presented to Henry VII. In the 1580s, the English also began to capture Spanish shipping during this period, in the Caribbean and elsewhere, and we know that non-whites began to be present in Plymouth and other ports in some numbers. 107. pg. 54-55. Beginning in 1603 the English began to abduct or otherwise convey Americans from the New England and Virginia coasts to England. 109. pg. 55. In any case abductions began to play a key role in English plans for colonization. Interpreter were needed as well as precise geographical information. By 1610 taking captured Indians to England had become routine, to learn as much as they could about the lay of the land, and to acquire mediators with the local Indians. Thomas Hunt in 1614 kidnapped 27 Americans from Massachusetts and took them to Malaga, Spain, for sale as slaves. A few were sold as such while the rest were taken by Spanish friars to be instructed in Christianity. Most of them doubtless remained in Spain, but one Squanto was able to get away to Newfoundland and England, and in 1619 returned to Massachusetts, only to find his region decimated by European introduced disease. 110. In 1616 Pocahontas and at least 10 other Powhatans were taken to England from Virginia. One of the men, Utamacomic Tomokamo, and several girls remained in Britain for some time, the girls being eventually, 1621, sent to the Bermudas where they married settlers. Records in England indicate that Queen Elizabeth in 1596 and 1601 issued orders to be rid of all of the non-white foreigners in her realm, blackmoors and neggers and blackamoors, and many were gathered up for resale to other countries. Some Americans or part Americans could have been among these sold, since in 1621 there is a reference to 13 Negroes or Indian people, 6 women, 7 men and boys who were being sold, perhaps to Bermuda. 111. After the Pequot-English War in New England many American prisoners were enslaved and sold. In 1638 Pequots were sold in the West Indies, many reaching Providence Island off Central America. Between 1676 and 1683 many other New England Native Americans were condemned to be sold into foreign slavery, after the so-called King Philip's War. Thus during the war and for some time afterward, Indians believed to be hostile or dangerous were shipped away to the slave markets of the West Indies, Spain, and the Mediterranean coasts. Both Jamaica and Barbados legislated against their admittance. John Eliot knew of a case in which a vessel filled with Indian prisoners tried in vain to unload its human cargo at one market after another. She finally managed to get rid of them at Tangiers in North Africa, where they were still living in 1683. Probably many a black man today in North Africa and the islands of the West Indies carries some traces of the blood which once surged through the veins of Philip's Metacomet's defeated warriors. pg. 56. Another source indicates that some Americans were returned to Massachusetts from Algiers in 1683. In any case, a policy was developed early in New England of exchanging Americans overseas for Africans. 112. Some years after the English took New York from the Dutch, one Sarah Robinson, a Native American of that province, was seized in Southampton and sent as a slave to the Madeira Islands. She was fortunate, however, and was later returned to New York. 113. In 1663, William Hilton kidnapped several Americans from South Carolina and carried them to Barbados, where two of them, Shadoo and Wamini, were seen in 1666. From 1670 onwards, the English of South Carolina engaged regularly in the American slave trade, sending natives in the tens of thousands to the West Indies and other markets. In 1674, a group was sent to Jamaica. In 1693, a Cherokee delegation at Charleston requested the return of their relatives who had been taken to Jamaica, without apparent success. Most of the slaves were from Florida or the Mississippi area, Choctaws for example, and they were a major source of income to the English. American slaves from Virginia, North Carolina, and other areas were also sold to the West Indies and Bermuda. Virginia laws of 1660, 1711 and 1723 specifically referred to enslavement and transportation to a foreign country, or to the West Indies as a punishment for Americans. 114. An interesting article of 1915 notes that many of the most prominent men and the most respected families in the north of Scotland edging in from the Orkney Islands are of Indian descent. Most of these persons are of Cree blood. For many years the Scotch have been active as traders, and scores of them have brought back with them their Cree wives. Even the Cree men intermarried with Scotch lassies, and so today up in the north of the British Isles, Cree words mingle with Gaelic and bronzed cheeks are often seen. The British Army and Navy even number their descendants as soldiers, Marines and officers. 11. pg. 57. Doubtless as a direct result of American experiences as sailors, Paul Cuff, an American-African mixed blood, and his Native American in-laws went into the shipping business in the early 1800s. Most significantly, Cuff acquired his own vessel and actually sailed to West Africa with other Americans from the Wampanoag Nation. Cuff was interested in the idea of colonizing free people of color in Africa. Subsequently, the colonization of persons of part African or African descent occurred in Sierra Leone and Liberia. Some of these persons could, of course, have been part American ancestry, since the white racism of the period did not always distinguish between a red-black mixed blood and a pure African. 120. The most important source of continuous contact would appear, however, to be between Brazil and West African, and especially with Angola. A Brazilian author has stated that Angola was more closely linked to Brazil than to Portugal, it having been Brazil that freed Angola from Dutch rule. From 1807 to 1821 the Portuguese crown ruled Brazil, and after 1825 Brazil was an independent state dominating the Angola slave trade. Thus during the 19th century we can be sure that Brazilian-American contacts with Africa were quite extensive. During all of this period Americans were held as slaves or were being enslaved in Brazil. This was true in the Amazonian region, where Native American labor was in constant demand for the Para-Sierra area. One Jesuit estimated that 3 million Indians were descended, as slaves, from the Rio Negro alone in the century up to 1750. pg. 59. In the Spanish Empire and the independent republics established therefrom, slavery or semi-slavery also continued from the late 17th through the 19th century in spite of laws prohibiting such. Along the northern frontier of Mexico slavery continued during the 1690s and persisted until the 1860s, primarily involving Apaches, Navajos, Paiutes, Yavapais, and other border nations whose resistance made them subject to being captured. Some natives from this region were shipped to the West Indies, while others, such as the Yaqui in the 1880s, were sold to Yucatan. After the abortive Tupac Amaru rebellion in Peru in 1781-3, However, the Inca nobility suspected of disloyalty to Spain were executed, imprisoned, or shipped to exile in Spanish Sahara. Thus some Americans reached still another part of Africa. 125. The Spanish sent slaves of Islamic background were also sent, although prohibited by law, as in 1523 when Almanzor, Esclavo Blanco, and Maria and Catalina, Esclavas Blancas, were transported. All three were natives of Allende in Berberia, North Africa. Of course Africans of non-Islamic background were sent, as in 1501 when Pedro de Color Negro contracted to serve as a soldier with Juan de Saravia for 2 years in Haiti. 126. pg. 60. In 1502 a large number of Negroes were sent from Seville to Haiti as slaves, but the following year the Crown temporarily prohibited the sending of more because of the difficulties which had been produced by their uniting with rebel Americans. 127. Thus in many parts of Europe, along the coasts of Africa, and throughout the Americas the slave trade and European imperialism in general produced a vast number of contacts between black Africans and Native Americans. As a result a great deal of intermixture took place, as in Zabrazil where one scholar has stated that from the beginning Brazil was more a Negro and Trupi product than a Western, Portuguese one. Brazil is therefore a mestizo republic, neither European nor Latin American, the synthesis of Tupi, African, Occidental, and Oriental antitheses, a unique and original creation. 128. pg. 62. In any case, the initial slave population was American. In the second stage it became African and American. In the third stage it became increasingly Africanized in certain regions such as plantation areas of Brazil, the British and French Caribbean, the Atlantic seaboard of North America, but other areas saw the continued enslavement of Americans such as northern and southern Brazil, or the replacement of slavery by peonage or low-wage labor using people largely of American ancestry. But the fact remains that there are large areas of the Americas where the modern-day Indians, or mestizos are part African, and conversely there are few areas where the modern-day Afro-Americans are not part American. As early as 1559 Americans in the Bahia region captured a Portuguese slave vessel from São Tomé. As a result, os negros de Guiné fugiram e esconderam-se pelos matos. Exactly where in the Mato the Africans fled to is not clear, but this incident may have led to the founding of an early mixed African-American free community. 132. pg. 63. Rodriguez states, I don't know to what degree that action was more Europeanizing than Africanizing. Both whites and Indians underwent a definite Africanization in food, dress, language, music, religion, and folklore. 134. It is clear, then, that Africans and Americans have been interacting in a variety of settings for at least 500 years. What is, of course, especially intriguing is that this interaction is not confined to the Americas but extends also to Africa and to Europe where, incidentally, people of African and American ancestry from Suriname, Aruba, Curaçao, French Guiana, Trinidad, Dominica, Guyana, and other areas are living today in considerable numbers in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Paris, London and other cities. pg. 67. Latin Niger, Negri would seem to be the predecessor of Spanish and Portuguese Negro, Catalan Negra, Italian Nero, French Noir black, and Negre black or dark person. These terms correspond to Dutch swart, German Schwarz, English, black, swarthy, has come to be equivalent to dark, rather than black. 7. An early Spanish-French dictionary, 1607, translated Spanish Negro as being equivalent to French, noir, sombre, obscure, offusque, brun. Negro de la Guinea is equivalent to un negra, un moor. 8. According to Simonet in his study of the language spoken by the Mozarabs, Christian Spaniards under Muslim rule before 1492, Moro meant Negro and corresponded to Castilian usage in which Moro was applied to horses whose color was Negro. The corresponding Moor, French Moris, Hispanic Latin, and Moro Valencian were derived from Latin Moris, Negro, and ultimately from a Greek word meaning oscuro. 9. pg. 68. An Irish Gaelic saga of the 900s Copoid in 1643 states that Danish-Irish raiders attacked Spain and Mauritania in the 800s. From the latter place they carried off a great host of them as captives to Erin, and these are the blue men of Erin, for Maori is the same as black man, and Mauritania is the same as blackness. Long indeed were these blue men in Erin. The Gaelic text uses Maori and Negri and Mauritania and Nigritudo, obviously borrowed from Latin. The concept of blue men is described in original Gaelic words. 13. From this text we can see how the term Maori for Negro spread to Northern Europe, and at the same time how both words could be used for shades of brown, since from our modern perspective the Mauritanians, Berbers, Moors, and others are not regarded as being, I say, sub-Saharan. It may be, of course, that they have become much lightened due to mixture with Romans, Spaniards, Arabs, Vandals, and so on, but some of that change in color could have preceded the 800s. The use of Moor in the Dutch language during the medieval era was understood as someone of a very dark color, so that the color of coal was compared with that of a Moor. Also it was said, "Shaint sweert gelijk dan Moor, he is as black as a Moor." 14. I reworded this. pg. 69. For example, in 1519 it was said of the Brazilians, "Non sono ne neri ne blanchi, ma di color de olivo," that is, they are not black or white but of oli's color, but the same writer also remarked that the Brazilian canoe men he saw were so black, that they could have been taken for sailors on the Sea of Styx in hell. Another Italian in c.1533 described them as di color olivastro, e più presto negri, that is, olive-colored and almost black. In 1524 the Carolina coast people were said to be of dark color, not much unlike the Ethiopians, with lighter colored people farther north. 16. From 1549 through 1565 the letters of Jesuit missionaries in Brazil, usually addressed to colleagues in Portugal or Spain, frequently referred to the Americans as Negroes, as well as using terms such as gentios, pagans, brassies, and other forms of Brazilian, and Indios. In April 1549 Manuel da Nóbrega, the leader of the Jesuits, addressed a letter from Bahia to Simão Rodrigues in Libson, in which he refers to the Portuguese in Brazil as living in sin because of their having many negras, and lots of children by the said black women. 17. In June 1551 Brother Diego Jacome wrote from São Vicente to the Jesuits of Coimbra, Portugal, referring to the Americans as os Negroes. In August 1551 from Pernambuco Father Antonio Pires wrote to Coimbra that the Negroes are now very calm. pg. 70. A very interesting letter is one prepared by Dos Meninos do Colegio de Jesus da Bahia, that is, by the young Americans studying in the school, Diogo Tupinamba, Parabira, Mongueta, and Quantia. Although probably edited by a Jesuit, this may represent the first letter written by Americans in a European language from Abrazel. In it they refer to an American leader, El Grillo, as a Negro and to other natives as Negroes. We find, for example, El Grillo, who is a Negro very well known and feared among them, and the El Grillo, es Negro muy grave. El Grillo was at the same time an Indi pagan and a friend of the Portuguese. 20. In August 1552 Nóbrega wrote from Bahia to Libson, referring to the native people as Negroes. In May 1554 Antonio Blasquez from Porto Seguro wrote to the Jesuits of Coimbra that, "Yo estoy en este puerto seguro, y la vida que hago y en lo que me ocupo es esto, encenso la doctrina a los negros y negras." That is, he was preaching to the Americans, called Negroes. He also referred to the Negroes and Los Mamelucos esta tierra as pupils. 21. pg. 71. In July 1559 Nóbrega wrote to Portugal that the Christians Portuguese were, for the most part, living in the interior areas with their negras as mistresses, and that their slaves were also living together without proper marriage. Nóbrega also wrote, in a letter to the governor, that 8 Negroes of Guiana were killed by a party of 60 valiant Negroes. By using Negroes of Guiana for Africans and Negroes for Native Americans, Nóbrega is able to refer to both in the same sentence. pg.73. In India the Portuguese also frequently use the term Negro for Indians as well as Baco darkish. Alvo or Branco white was sometimes used for light-skinned persons of Moro, Muslim, Arab background. Afonso de Albuquerque in the very early 1500s encouraged his men to marry the white widows of dead Muslims at Goa, but he did not want them to marry the black women of Malabar. Nonetheless, in 1524 it was said that the Portuguese of Goa who were married were almost all married to Negras. In 1645 an Italian Franciscan in India referred to the Indians generally, the people, of the country, as blacks. pg. 75-76. In Valencia, between 1480 and 1510, for example, one finds the following kinds of descriptions for slaves: white Moorish female, black and white captives, black Moorish female, Jalaf Walif, from Senegal, without the term Negro, Turk, Canary Island female, black female of Jalaf, white female, black of Barbary, 2 captives, one of white called Mubarich, age 45 years and the other black, named Asmet, age 30 years, a Jew from Barbary, a Larb Bedouin, Moors of Barbary, a white Canary Islands captive, a black female of Tripoli, Almasora age 17 years, Arab, as well as Loras and Indians and Americans called Negroes. The children of a white and a Negro were called either Loro or white. A Spanish authority notes that, also some children of a white man and a black female were whites. In 1525 in the Canary Islands one notes, Juanico, child, of white color, his slave, son of Maria, his black slave. The boy was classified as being of white color and he and his Negra mother were slaves of the same owner. In 1695 a Spaniard stated that it was necessary to include the Negroes captured along the Mediterranean coasts and taken to Sicily as infidel Moros, because all these are Negroes of a Leonish Leonado color which is known as Membrillo Casido. They are Moros of the religion of Muhammad and it is possible to capture them just as they capture us. 45. pg.77. Many of the slaves from Terranova, Newfoundland, were called Negroes, although some were not categorized at all, and one was classified as Laura. 47. pg. 78. In India's The Americas, the Spanish Crown's official documents seem ordinarily to carefully distinguish between Indios, Negroes and, after 1550-80, mulattoes and mestizos. In the early 1560s a Spanish official wrote to the king that in the island of Puerto Rico there are above 15,000 Negroes and less than 500 Spaniards, and in all of the island of Hispaniola there may be 2,000 Spaniards and there are over 30,000 Negroes. The same is the case in the island of Cuba and in Veracruz, Puerto de Cavallos, which is in Honduras, and in Nombre de Dios, Cartagena, Santa Maria, and the coast of Venezuela, where there are 20 Negroes to 1 white man. pg. 79. He states specifically that the French could capture Santo Domingo with 500 soldiers, and by freeing the Negroes, most of whom are Ladinos and natives of the land, and by liberating them, so that they be no longer slaves, they would kill their own masters. An estimate for the population of Santo Domingo, Haiti, made in 1560, 5,000 whites, 13,000 mestizos and mulattoes, and 20,000 Negroes. 53. A Dutch-Spanish dictionary of 1659 has Negro translated as swart, donker dark, or bruin, while morena is equivalent to donker, bruin and olive color, and moreno, cosa bacca brown, something dark, is translated as swart and donker. It should be noted that for a very long period the Dutch language used Moor and Morian for black Africans and not Negro or Neger. pg. 80. Filippo Pigafetta's work on the Congo, published in Dutch in 1596, translated Italian, black, into swart and said, of de kinderen van de Portugezen die in deze gewesten geboren worden van de vrouwen van Congo, swart, of wit, of Gielswer zijn, en diemen mulakken moemd. That is, the mixed blood children of Portuguese men and Congolese women were either black or white or yellow-black olivastre, cardo, and were called mulakken, a Dutch equivalent to mulattoes. Although swart is used in reference to color, the term Moran is used generally for the people from Nubia to Guinea and the Congo. It is also noted that the women, and some of the men, are not so swart but are yellowish giel. 56. M. Hemaram's Diaries, 1639-45, published 1663, states, the children of Moran of Guinea were not black, at first but brownish like Brazilians, and those born of Europeans and Africans were yellowish like wax and were called Malacan. 57. pg. 81. The Voyage Journal of A.O. Exquemelin, originally published 1678, states, the Spaniards were said to be more attracted to Swartanen, dark or black women, than to their own wives. But the original states that the Spaniards were more attracted to Negrinan, black women, or Getand Indianch Bruin, tanned Indian women, than they were to their own European wives. 59. pg. 87. New Jersey was also an area where Americans and Africans intermixed with considerable frequency. In 1734 an advertisement appeared for the recovery of Juan. He is a half Indian and half Negro. In 1747 advertisement we read, "Run away on the 20th of September last, from Cohansey a very lusty Negro fellow named Sampson, aged about 53 years, and had some Indian blood in him. He had with him a boy about 12 or 13 years of age named Sam, was born of an Indian woman, and looks like an Indian, only his hair. They both talk Indian very well, and it is likely they have dressed themselves in the Indian dress and gone to Carolina." Cyrus Bustill, a Philadelphia baker, black, born in 1732 in Burlington, New Jersey, married a Delaware Indian woman. His son became a Quaker and an anti-slavery leader and was known as a Negro. 86. pg. 88. In the 1780s certain white Virginians began to agitate for the termination of the Gingiskin Indian Reservation in Northampton County. The reserve was described as an asylum for free Negroes, and it was alleged that the Americans have at length become nearly extinct, there being at this time not more than 3 or 4 genuine Indians at most. The place is a harbor and convenient asylum for an idle set of free Negroes. In 1812 it was argued that the place is now inhabited by as many black men as Indians. The Indian women have many of them married black men, and a majority probably of the inhabitants are blacks or have black blood in them. The real Indians are few. The reserve was allotted in 1813, and by 1832 whites had acquired most of it. In 828 the Gingiskin descendants were described as respectable Negro landowners. pg.89. In a treaty with the Creek Nation the Commissioner of Indian Affairs noted in 1832, "An Indian, whether of full or half-blood, who has a female slave living with him as his wife, is the head of a family and entitled to a reservation of land also. Free blacks who have been admitted as members of the Creek Nation, and are regarded as such by the tribe, if they have families, are entitled to reservations of land." pg.90. In 1871 a white writer of Maryland observed, "In this Dorchester County at Indian Creek, some of the last Indians of the peninsula struck their wigwams towards the close of the last century, and there are now no full-blooded Aborigines on the eastern shore, although many of the free-born Negroes show Indian traces." 104. pg.91. By 1940 all African American hybrids were to be counted as Negroes, unless the Indian ancestry very definitely predominates and he is universally accepted as an Indian. 109. pg. 90. pg. 107. The Islamic law in Christian-ruled Spain during the early 15th century, apparently reflecting usage in Muslim-controlled Granada, possessed a section which stated that a Muslim-controlled village, a newly converted Muslim could possess a Muslim slave provided that the latter was black or Loro and not white. 19. pg. 117. In discussing the children of Portuguese fathers and black mothers in the Congo 1579-91, a Portuguese translator from Italian states that the children of white Portuguese, born in those lands, of Congolese women, are Negroes or white or Pardos, whom the Spaniards call mulattoes, and, so, the children of the Portuguese, who are born to Congolese women, lean more towards the white color, but native Congo people are Negroes, and some less, leaning more towards Bako, and they have black kinky hair, and some also reddish. In his epic poem Luciadas 1571, Luis de Camins used the term gente, Baka, to refer to the people of Arabia and the Persian Gulf. Manuel de Faria commented upon this circa 1639 by saying that Camins meant that the people of those parts were of a color that is neither white nor black, which in Portugal we call pardo or amulatado, because the children of a black and a white are called mulattoes, they who from this mixture of parents have this color dudoso, neutral between the two, very bad without doubt, because hasta ali it is bad to be neutral, a horrible thing. 52. pg. 121. Aguirre Beltran notes that in Mexico in the 17th century the mulatto pardo was half American and half African, while the mestizo pardo was half American, quarter European. He goes on to say that The dark mulatto, mulatto pardo, was the result of the mixture of Negro and Indian. The dark mulattoes were, without a doubt, the most numerous single group in New Spain, and their skin color inspired a curious and varied series of adjectives. They were said to have color pardo, dark color. pg.123. In 1559 one author stated, "As the world's sun makes the more black, the European white, American tawny." pg.124. An Englishman who had lived in Spain for many years visited Mexico and Central America in 1625-37. This man, Thomas Gage, served as a parish priest in Guatemala. He wrote circa 1645 of the servant women of Mexico City. "Nay, a blackamoor or tawny young maiden slave will make hard shift, but she will be in fashion. The attire of this baser sort of people of blackamoors and mulattoes, which are of a mixed nature, of Spaniards and blackamoors, is so light, and their carriage so enticing that many Spaniards even of the better sort, disdain their wives for them. Their bare, black, and tawny breasts are covered with bobs hanging from their chains of pearls." Aguirre Beltran has shown that, in fact, mestizo could be used in Mexico for part African persons in the 17th century, provided that they also had American and Spanish ancestry. 89. pg. 130. For example, a friar who was half African is called a mestizo by the historian Antonio Dominguez Ortiz. The Spaniards had been exposed to many hundreds of years of experience with various types of racial mixtures, e.g. Spanish Moorish, Moorish African, Spanish African, during a period in which North Africans and Black Africans were often conquerors, not to mention the earlier Roman and Carthaginian periods. E. Levi Provençal, in his History of Muslim Spain, writes of slaves of various colors being imported into the Iberian Peninsula, including Sudanese, Black African persons, as well as white slaves from various parts of Europe. pg.154. The records from the slave market in Las Palmas, Canary Islands, 1514-1600, provide us with an opportunity to analyze the early use of the term mulatto, especially in relation to its gradual replacement of loro. The Canary Islands were under Spanish control, but contact was maintained with both Portugal and the Portuguese islands. Slaves were obtained also directly from the west coast of North Africa, Muslims of various colors, as well as from the Sierra Leone region in West Africa. pg.160. In West Africa one would expect any terms developed for mixed bloods to refer principally to Portuguese, European or Jewish mixtures with Black Africans, although the presence of a certain number of Indians from India and Americans from Brazil is also likely. The term mulatto continued to be used for mixed bloods in the area. In 1572 it was noted that the whites of Mina, Ghana. Many whites had pagan negras as mistresses, but not a mulatto was to be seen in the area due to abortions or other means used apparently by the negras to prevent the existence of mixed children. In other areas, such as the Congo, mulattoes were born. Note has already been made of Lopez and Pigafetta's comment that the children of the Portuguese and negras there were called mulattoes by the Spanish. An English visitor of the 1590s commented that the children in this country are born white, and change their color in 2 days to a perfect black. As, for example, the Portugals, which dwell in the Kingdom of Congo, have sometimes children by the Negro woman, and many times the fathers are deceived, thinking when the child is born it is theirs, and within 2 days it proveth the son or daughter of a Negro, which the Portugals do greatly grieve at, for they rejoice when they have a mulatto child, though it be a bastard. 13. pg. 163. Of great interest are several documents also of 1568. In one the Crown stated, "Nos somos informados que esa tierra Nueva España hay mucha cantidad de negros, y que estos se casan y envuelven con negras y indias, y nacen de los muchos mulattos, los cuales son mal inclinados, y que asimismo hay muchos mestizos, hijos de españoles y de indias, y que como no conocen ostros dudos sino los de sus madres, se juntan con ellos." Here we have a clear statement from Spain that Negroes were marrying Americans and that the mixed progeny were called mulattoes. We also read of the Crown's concern that the mestizos, raised by their Native American mothers, were joining with the non-white masses in a threat to Spanish imperialism. Mulattoes were children of Africans and Americans and are called Zambegos in Peru and its vicinity. Juan López de Velasco's Geographia states that the mulattoes or Zambegos were coming to be the worst and most vile group in the Americas and that they and the mestizos were putting some regions in danger of separation and rebellion. In 1580s Miguel Cabello Balboa wrote a detailed account of the Esmeraldas region of present-day Ecuador, including especially coverage of the intermixture of black Africans with the Americans of the area. pg. 165. The collaboration of part African mixed bloods and mestizos with rebel Americans was a danger which spread to the Chichimeca region of north-central Mexico. In 1585 a report to the Chichimecos noted that they were going about armed, on horseback, and carried with them, very skillful mestizos and mulattoes who led them. 21. In 1592 the king stated that "Ma ha dicho relación que en la Venezuela hay muchos mulattos hijos de Indias, que pretenden gozar de la libertad que de sus madres les pertenece y salen con ello, de que resultan muchos daños, delitos y excesos que cometen, los cuales cesarían si tuviesen corrección y subjeción al servicio de sus encomenderos como sus madres. Esta dada la orden que se ha de tener en esas partes en el tributar los negros y negras, mulattos y mulatas libres que hay." 22. Thus the king stated that in Venezuela there were many mulattoes, children of American women, who asserted their freedom and refused to be controlled by the encomenderos of their mothers. The king wanted them to pay tribute in accord with an earlier order of 1574. pg.166. In 1654 the Dutch and Portuguese entered into a formal treaty which ended their fighting. pg.166-167. Portuguese usage in the Indian Ocean region is reflected in the writings foreigners who traveled with the Portuguese or who visited their colonies in East Africa and India. In this area it would appear that the Portuguese developed a distinction between mestizo and mulatto, the former being used for mixture with the Indians and other Asians, the latter being used for part Africans. 28. 1590s to distinguish between part African and part Indian mixed bloods by the selective use of mulatto and mestizo. Another Italian merchant, Carletti, noted at the Cabo Verde Islands that the Portuguese there were intermixing with Nair blacks and mulat. The latter women were born of white and a black. On the other hand, in Bengal he used the term mestras to refer to mixed bloods. Sassati also had noted the use of the latter term in India. 29. A French visitor, Pirard de Laval, spent the years 1601-11 in the region. At the Maldive island he mentioned a young servant, age 17, he is the son of a Kafre Kafir, of Ethiopia and of a woman of these islands, that whom they call a mulastre. In India he noted that the Portuguese had many slaves from Africa whom they called Kafres and that those descended from Portuguese and Kafre or Negro de Guinea were called mulattoes and were held to be the equals of the mesticos. Thus mulatto in its early French form, mulastre, was used for both mixed bloods of African Maldivian and African Portuguese background by this traveler. pg. 169. Kafra equals a she-black a Moor of Ethiopia, black Moor, meaning a native Ethiopian of Muslim faith in the Portuguese language. Pretino, preto equals Negro, Negro ou Kafre equals a he black, Negra ou Kafre equals a she black. Mulatta equals one born of black and white parents. Mulatto equals a man of that mixture between a white and a black. pg. 170. An English-Portuguese dictionary of the latter part of the 18th century states of mulatta, the daughter of a black and a white, that is of a tawny color. Tawny as a color has already been discussed. A 1701 dictionary has carafus, one that has a brown, or blackish, or tawny countenance, again, a rather indefinite term, ethnically speaking. However, that by 1820 Cafuso was in use in Brazil to refer to African American mixed bloods, but at least two later authors make it refer to African mulatto mixtures as well. 44. pg. 172-173. The first documentation of mulatto occurs in reports or legislation relating to the Americas as already discussed. To review that material let us construct a short list. 1568 Royal Order defines a mulatto as a child of Negro in India. 1574 Viceroy Enriquez of Mexico states that mulattoes are not sons of Spaniards. 1574 Lopez de Velasco states that mulattoes are children of Negroes and Indias and, such less commonly, of Spaniards and Negras. 1583 Cabello Balboa uses mulatto for American Africans in Ecuador. 1592 Royal Order states that mulattoes Venezuela are hijos de Indias. 1599 Mixed African American chieftains from Esmeraldas called mulattoes. Interestingly, John Minshew's English-Spanish Dictionary 1599, 1626 states for mulatto, mulatta, the son or daughter of a blackmore and one of another nation. In his 1617 Vocabularium Minshew states, Latin Philus Morae and hominis albicularis vel e contra. English the zana of a woman blackmore and a man of another nation, or of a blackmore and the woman of another nation. In 1617 Guide Minshew has mulatto, hoc nomini hispan, vocant genitum ex maro patra, and alterius nationis mater, vel e converso. Thus Minshew, obviously an excellent student of contemporary Spanish, understood that mulatto meant half Maro Latin or half Blackmore English. 49. In 1656, for example, Blunt repeated the same definition, half Blackmore, half another nation, and added, one that is of a mongrel complexion. Minshew was followed, in essence, through Kersey's 1708 Dictionarium. Most attributed the word directly to Spanish. 50. In 1602 Garcilaso de la Vega, the half-Inca scholar, after traveling widely, in Europe as well as America, and after interviewing old Spanish soldiers, in all of the West Indies, those of us who are born of a Spanish father and an Indian mother are called mestizos, just as in Spain those who are born of a Negro father and an Indian mother or vice versa are called mulattoes. 51. In 1613, after many decades of research and travel in Peru, Huaman Poma, a Quechua Indian, wrote, when mulattoes a mixture of Negro and Indian produce quadroon children, these children lose all physical trace of their Negro origin except for the ear, which still gives them away by its shape and size. pg. 173-174. In 1617 Garcilaso de la Vega's History of Peru was finished. In it he states, mulatto, hijo de Negro y India, that is, that a mulatto is the child of a male Negro and a female American. He also adds that the word cholo was then used for the children of mulattoes but was a Caribbean coastal word used in a derogatory way by the Spaniards. The term cholo later came to apply to various types of mixed-blood Americans in Peru and along the Pacific coast generally. 52. pg. 174-175. In 1615 the Viceroy of Peru wrote to his successor that mulattoes have resulted from the mixture of Negroes and Blancos while mestizos derived from white American mixture. Nothing was stated about African Americans. Solorzano, writing from a Peruvian perspective 1620s-40s, states the same thing, in essence, but also notes that quas Zambahigos, vocant, hoc est ex Ethiopibus, ac fominis indus, vel e contrario, Zambagos, of Ethiopian American mixture. pg. 175. This is certainly borne out by Aguirre Beltran's study of labels used by the Inquisition in Mexico in the 17th century. The author states that these different types of Negroes, on mixing with whites and Indians, had descendants which were known by the general term, mulatto. In order to distinguish between the various types of mulattoes, adjectives denoting color were added. Aguirre Beltran then describes various terms lighter-skinned mulattoes as well as mulatto prieto, mulatto pardo and other names for those who were darker and part American. The dark mulatto, mulatto pardo, was the result of the mixture of Negro and Indian. The dark mulattoes were, without a doubt, the most numerous single group in New Spain. He then indicates that local terms, such as cocho, cambujo, zambo, chino and loro were used for such persons, as well as color de membrillo, color pardo, color champorado, color quebrado, and so on. 58. pg. 179. A Dutch work of 1824 which, although late, contains a rather interesting summary of the meaning of mulattan. Zu noemt men in de beide Indian degenen, welkeen blanken of European tot vader, en eens woord finchbereen tot motor hebben. Thus in both Indies mulattan were children of a European father and a black or native mother. De Spanjaards noemen ons gelijks de Zuidenide mulattan, Die uit een woorden of Neger en een Indiansch vrouw geboren zijn, als meet de kinderen van een more, of Mohammedanschen African uit barbarie, en een sponge motor, en zo ook in al these gevelen omgekeerd. 70. Thus the Spaniards name likewise as mulattan the children born of black American and more Muslim African from Barbary Spanish mixtures. pg.181. Mulatto virtually always refers to a person of part African ancestry. The vast majority of persons called mulattoes were half Native American in the 16th century, and a substantial part of those called mulatto to our own day have been persons of some degree of native ancestry. A new interpretation requires that we briefly look at evidence which illustrates the intensity of black African American intermixture and establishes that, indeed, Africans and Native Americans did create a new population of mulattoes. pg. 182. Mourner, after an extensive study of race mixture in Latin America, states, perhaps there were as many as 3 times as many men as there were women among the Negroes brought to the Indies. The ratio may have been even more unequal, logically women preferred them to their own husbands. Mourner cites a letter from the Viceroy of Mexico to the latter effect, dated 1574. He also indicates that only 10% of the licenses issued by the Crown for passage to the Americas were for women. Form 1509-39. Quite a number of these, after 1512, were for Moriscas, women of Islamic background, unmarried, to serve as wives for Spaniards, but some were slaves. 77. It would seem very likely that from 65% to 75% of the first black African males who established a relationship with a woman would have done so with a native woman, not only because of the sex ration among Africans but also because of an opposite sex ration among the Americans. Referring to the period from the 1560s to 1613, Huaman Poma tells us that the Indian males died working in the mines of Oropesa, Peru. The Indians continued to be worked to death and only the women remained in the villages. He also notes that the city of Lima was full of Indians who had fled from their own villages and were living on their wits or acting as servants in Spanish houses. More and more Indians were following the example of the fugitives and leaving their villages. Nobody was left. I saw also a great number of Indian prostitutes, encumbered with their half-caste babies. Even the married ones sold themselves indiscriminately to Spaniards and Negroes alike. The lowest quarters of the city were full of Indian whores. 78. Some black Africans accompanied the early Spanish expeditions, but it wasn't until 1501-3 that slaves were introduced in any numbers. pg. 183. In 1574, as already noted, López de Velasco referred to the large number of mulattoes, hijos de negros y de indias, who were becoming the más peor y vil que en aquellas partes hay. The mulattoes or Zambiagos were doubtless difficult to collect tribute from, since many avoided Spanish control or were in active rebellion. pg. 185. In 1595 Philip II decreed that the unmarried, Españoles, mestizos, mulattoes, y Zambegos vagabundos, who were living among the Indios be expelled from the latter's villages. Incorrigibles were to be exiled to Chile or to the Isla Filipinas. The Spanish effort to expel non-Americans from native villages, after many years of effort, part Africans were still residing in native communities. 83. Specifically as regards the Caribbean, in 1502, a significant number of Negroes were sent to Haiti from Seville. The next year further shipments were suspended because of the troubles which were produced when the Africans united with the island's American rebels. 84. Thereafter, American slaves were being introduced from elsewhere at the same time that African slaves were being brought in. From 1499 through the 1500s, the coast of Venezuela was a regular source of slaves for Haiti and other areas. Many slaves were also shipped from Mexico, especially via the port of Panuco, as in 1529-30 when figures of 10,000 to 15,000 are indicated. Such shipments continued through the 1540s, involving thousands. In 1536 the king acknowledged reports of slaves being shipped also from Nicaragua, Peru, and other places and forbade the practice. Americans were also seized regularly in Nuevo Leon and Florida, the latter form c.1513 onward. The Bahamas were virtually emptied of native people from the 1490s to 1629. It is reported that 40,000 Lucayos alone were sent to Haiti and elsewhere. 85. Balboa and his successors also sold slaves from Panama. Thus it is clear that prior to 1530, at least the numbers of American slaves being brought into the West Indies exceeded the numbers of Africans, and then remained a significant element of newcomers for several decades, or at least until well after 1542. In c.1530 it was reported that on Haiti, there are a great many mestizos here, sons of Spaniards and Indian women. This is logical since of the 689 Spaniards on the island in 1514, 107 had Spanish or Morisca wives and 64 had native wives. The rest were not legally married, but doubtless almost all were living with American criadas, maidservants, or concubines. Thus it would seem likely that the 2,000–5,000 feet Spaniards, living on Haiti in FC 1562 were mostly mixed bloods, and this would be especially true of the younger men and women and of those who would come into frequent contact with the incoming black Africans. The mixed children produced by any sexual union would then be American Spanish African rather than simply black-white. 86. The English also introduced American slaves into the islands, although at a somewhat later date, as did the French, Portuguese and Dutch also. In c.1670 Hans Sloane said of the unmixed Americans on Jamaica, "They are not native of the island, they being all destroyed by the Spaniards, but are usually brought by surprise from the Mosquitos of Nicaragua or from Florida, or such were slaves to the Spaniards and taken away from them by the English. They are very good hunters and fishers, but are not at working in the field or slavish work, and if checked or drubbed are good for nothing, therefore are very gently treated and well fed." 87. In 1682 the Spanish governor of Florida wrote that the English of South Carolina were taking Americans to sell as slaves, como han hecho con muchos, llevándolos a la isla de Barbado, capturaron a los mestizos, nacidos de españoles y indios. Thus Americans and American Spanish mixed bloods from Florida were both being shipped to Barbados as slaves as early as the 1680s, and that process continued for years with other Americans such as those from New England also being sent there, the latter form 1637–77.88. In 1592 the Crown made reference to the many mulattoes children of Indias in the Venezuela area. Other decrees make it clear that the same thing was true in adjacent coastal areas of Tierra Firme, Colombia and Panama. 89. The West Indies, specifically Angel Rosenblatt, suggests that, in general, the great mestizo population of the early days had disappeared by being diluted in mixture with the Negro and the mulatto. 90. Virtually the reverse has occurred in Mexico and Peru, where the African has been absorbed by the Indian and mestizo populations. Let us now look briefly at the latter areas, beginning with Mexico. In 1553 Viceroy Luis de Velasco of Mexico noted that the Negroes and mestizos were much more numerous than the Spaniards. Many black Africans and mixed bloods fled to the Americans and, in a report of 1585 already noted, reference is made to mestizos and mulattoes playing leading roles among the Chichimeca rebels of the Zacatecas Coahuila region. We have also made reference to Viceroy Martin Enriquez, concerned that the mulattoes were becoming very numerous, 1574, and that they were toter than the mestizos, the latter being sons of Spaniards. For that reason he proposed that the children of Negroes and mulattoes with American women be enslaved. 91. pg. 186–187. 2 Royal Orders of 1568 February 9 and November 4, wherein it was asserted that there were a large number of mulattoes in New Spain, children of Negroes and Indias, who were badly inclined, as well as other mulattoes, children of either Negroes and Indias or Español and Negras, who were serving the Spaniards. Also, as noted, Aguirre Beltran states that the dark mulattoes were, without a doubt, the most numerous single group in New Spain, and they were of African-American mixture. 93. What transpired with the African Americans of Mexico in later years? The following figures provide an estimate, with the term Afromestizo being used for part Africans. 1570 20,569 Africans, 2,437 mulattoes. 1646 35,089 Africans, 116,529 Afromestizos. 1742 20,131 Africans, 226,196 Afromestizos. 1793 6,100 Africans, 369,790 Afromestizos. 1810 10,000 Africans 624,461 Afro-mestizos. In 1810 Mexico had 3,676,281 Indios and 1,339,706 feet mestizos y mulattoes according to another report. 94. By 1562 the mestizos y mulattoes in Peru were said to have been both numerous and dangerous. 96. The mixture of Africans and Americans throughout the greater Peruvian region was extremely significant. A group of serologists found in 1962 that of the Americas Quechua, of Pacarcula 14.6% were part African and only 1.1% were part European. pg. 187-188. Mario C. Vasquez has noted that, throughout Peruvian history, Negroes and Indians have engaged in sexual relations. This explains why in 1791 there were more free Negroes and mulattoes 41, 398 than Negroes Sabs 40, 337. 97. The Spanish crown went to great extents to prevent the mixing of Africans and Native Americans which all failed. My own words. In 1570 the Spaniards were preoccupied with runaway Negroes who mix also with the Indians in the present Panama region. By 1559 a group of American African mixed bloods, as noted, had established an independent state near Esmeralda, Ecuador. Similarly other American African republics were established all along the Caribbean. One, called the República Zamba de Nirgua, survived from the 16th into the 19th century. When Alexander von Humboldt visited the coast of Colombia in the early part of the 19th century he found that this mixture of Indians and Negroes is very common in these districts. The women of the copper race feel a great inclination towards that of the African race. Along the coast of Venezuela and Colombia a great Pardo population, Población Mulata y Zamba, continues to exist today. This is also true in Nicaragua, Belize and elsewhere. Thomas Gage noted in C.1627 that some 200 to 300 Blackamoors were runaways in the eastern Guatemala area and that they were preserving their independence. 98. Slave rebellions took place on Borinquen in 1522, on Haiti in 1527, in Panama in 1531, at Ametepec in Mexico in 1537, and in Peru. In 1538 slaves and French pirates sacked Havana. From 1533–43 the American cacique Henriquez led a major joint rebellion of Americans and Africans on Haiti. pg. 191. Within anthropology a few scholars, such as Ashley Montague 1944, have recognized the significance of African American contacts. With the discovery of the New World, intermixture between the Negroes and the Indigenes of the West Indies began almost at once. It must be supposed that these Negroes from different parts of Africa were already very thoroughly mixed, among themselves and with the Indians of the islands and of the mainland of Brazil. By the time most of them reached North America, the mingling of Negroes and Indians, of course, occurred first in the West Indies. pg.192. It is significant that Montague recognized that many of the slaves, coming not directly from Africa but from the Caribbean, might have had American ancestry. Thus it may be seen that not only was there much mixture between different varieties of Negroes in the islands, but also complete mixture with the indigenous Indians, and sometimes, with Indians who were not indigenous to these islands. The available evidence indicates that ethnic mixture between Indians and Negroes has been of vastly greater proportions than has hitherto been realized. The American Negro population of today is a composite of African, white, and Indian elements. 8. pg. 194. Robert Hooke c. 1664. We find by relations, how much the Negro women do besmear the offspring of the Spaniard, bringing forth neither white-skinned, nor black, but tawny-headed mulattoes. This is an English reference to mulatto. I added this part. 25. After 1910 Virginia reclassified large numbers of persons by extending the colored category to include people with minute amounts of African ancestry. 29. pg. 202-203. In 1870 the term mulatto was defined by U.S. Census officials to include quadroons, octoroons, and all persons having any respectable trace of African blood, thus taking the definition far beyond the legal statutes of any states at that date. 61 Quite clearly, large numbers of people of Native American ancestry would be included under such a definition. In 1910, black included all full-blooded Negroes, while mulatto included all other persons having some proportion or perceptible trace of Negro blood. 62. Later censuses also tended to increase the size of the Negro group by including most persons of mixed Indian and African ancestry. For example, the 1930 census takers were instructed to count as Indians those of mixed white and Indian ancestry, except where the percentage of Indian blood is very small, or when the person is regarded as a white person, where he lives. But this same reasoning was not applied to the African American hybrids. Such people shall be returned as a Negro unless the Indian blood predominates and the status as an Indian is generally accepted in the community. The 1940 census instructions required that an American African hybrid be counted as a Negro unless the native ancestry very definitely predominates and he is universally accepted in the community as an Indian. Italics added 63. PG 203-204. In C.1648 an Englishman, Thomas Gage, who had lived in Mexico and Guatemala, wrote a book which made frequent use of the terms mulatto and mestizo. The latter was defined as a Spanish-American mixture while mulatto is used very frequently but only clarified in this passage. Nay, a blackamoor or tawny young maiden slave will make hard shift, but she will be in fashion. The attire of this baser sort of people of blackamoors and mulattoes, which are of a mixed nature, of Spaniards and blackamoors, is so light, and their carriage so enticing, that many Spaniards disdain their wives for them. Their bare, black, and tawny breasts are covered with bobs hanging from their chains of pearls. 66. In 1673 an Englishman from Virginia visited the Tomahidan Yuki people living to the west in the Appalachian Mountains. They took him on an expedition to Spanish Florida, to a Negro town, where they killed a Negro man. Later it was reported, the Tomahidans have amongst them many brass pots and kettles from 3 gallons to 30. They have 2 mulatto women, all ye white and black people they put to death, since their 20 men were barbarously handled by the Spaniards or hairy people. 67. It seems quite clear that these mulatto women were neither white nor black but were of mixed race, including American ancestry, since it would make no sense to kill whites and blacks but keep people who were mixed white and black. PG.208. Americans were still being held as slaves in Virginia as late as 1790. PG 209. In 1613 Purchas asks, why then are the Portugal's children and generations white, or mulattoes at most? PG 210-211. In 1670 a law was adopted which confirmed the practice that all slaves converted to Christianity before coming to Virginia served for only a fixed term as servants. In 1682 this act was changed, became many Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, and others born in a heathen country and of heathen parents but converted to Christianity elsewhere had been avoiding full slave status. PG 214-215. In 1847 report stated that most of the Indians in Massachusetts are of mixed blood, mostly Indian and African. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries Massachusetts reports make reference to 3 classes of people in Indian communities: Indians, mulattoes, and Negroes, or later, Indians and people of color. A 1767 report stated that at Mashpee there were various wigwams and shingled houses belonging to and inhabited by Indians and mulattoes. It would seem that the term mulatto was used for white Indian mixed bloods as well as for African Indian hybrids. An 1802 report notes that the inhabitants of Mashpee are denominated Indians, but very few of the pure race are left. There are Negroes, mulattoes, and Germans. The 1808 census counted 357 feet Indians, Negroes and mulattoes there. 102. My interpretation is, in essence, that mulatto means primarily African European or European American and musty primarily African American. But by the 1790s musty also refers to an African European American hybrid of a yellowish or light character. PG 218-219. In 1793 a prominent Cherokee leader, Little Turkey, declared that the Spaniards were not real white people, and what few I have seen of them looked like mulattoes, and I would never have anything to say to them. 109. This statement, designed to please Anglo-Saxon ears, is perplexing only if we conceive of the term mulatto as referring to a narrow mixture of black African and European Caucasian. The Spaniards of Florida and Louisiana were, of course, largely mixed with Arawak Carib and North American native ancestry, as well as with black African and North African. We can be certain, I believe, that most American African hybrids were called mulattoes until being called colored, or even Negro, at a later date. We can also, I think, be certain that European American and European American African hybrids were also called mulattoes, except and as above also where the term musty was in common use. pg 219-220. It would seem that those many students of North American history and society who have been fascinated solely with the black-white nexus or who have conceived a black and Native American history as being two largely separate streams are going to have to re-examine their assumptions. Especially important will be the construction of the basic, plantation, and free non-white cultures, both in North America and around the Caribbean, into which all later slaves and free people became subsequently immersed. We must also re-examine the myth of the lusty, white men who produced an entire race of mulattoes, the image so exuberantly portrayed by several writers. It must be kept in mind that the early documented cases of white parentage run into the dozens, or hundreds at the most, in any given colony, while the numbers of Indians forcibly merged into the slave population in South Carolina alone seems to exceed the total of white parentage cases for all of the colonies. Admittedly, there is a great deal of hearsay, sometimes inflammatory, evidence relating to the sexually active white planter and overseer, but hearsay evidence must, in the end, give away before concrete empirical data. The free-colored population before the Revolutionary War developed largely by the natural growth of a people descended from parents and especially mothers who were born free and not from manumissions. 112. These free mothers were ordinarily, therefore, of European, Native American, or mixed ancestry. pg.216. North Carolina records have the following. In 1826 all free mulattoes descended from Negro ancestors to the fourth generation inclusive, shall be deemed free persons and persons of mixed blood. pg. 217. In New York 1788 every Negro, mulatto, or mestiz, who is a slave, shall continue as such, but the children of every Negro, mulatto, or mestiz woman, being a slave, shall follow the condition of the mother. pg. 215. In 1740 South Carolina law stated, all Negroes, Indians free Indians in amity, and Negroes, mulattoes or mestizes who are now free, excepted mulattoes, or mestizes, and all their issue, are absolute slaves, and shall follow the condition of the mother. Every Negro, Indian, mulatto, and mestizo is a slave unless the contrarty can be made to appear, but Indians in amity, expected. pg. 220. In 1712 John Norris provided advice to prospective planters. He told them to buy 15 Negro men and 18 Indian women, or, if they were starting out small, a good Negro man, and a good Indian women. 113. pg. 221. The forms, musty, mestizo, and mestiz, were used commonly in the South Carolina region, in New York, and also in such British Caribbean colonies as Jamaica and Trinidad and in India. They clearly are derived from Spanish mestizo and Old French métis, now métis. 1. The term means mixed, but came, in Spanish, America, to refer most commonly to persons of European and American ancestry, as opposed to part Africans. In the English language the term musty according to Joel Williamson, 1980, who states, there was also miscegenation between American Indians and Negroes. Offspring of such unions were usually called musties. 2. pg. 221-222. From the 1560s onward, and especially after the 1620s, the English came into frequent contact with Spanish-speaking mixed bloods, many of whom were associated with the crews of ships raiding Spanish fleets and who were later captured and enslaved. In securing slave the English seem to have been quite willing to abduct Spanish-speaking, Christianized persons, whether of American, African, or part European ancestry. In 1682, For example, the governor of Spanish Florida wrote the English of South Carolina were capturing Native Americans to sell as slaves, as they have done with many, carrying them to the island of Barbados. They also capture the mestizos, born of Spaniards and Indians. 3. In 1777 de Menonville utilized the term Métis to refer to the mixed breeds of the Spanish Empire from Panama to Mexico, but he uses mulatto when referring to Cuba. 19 French Métis stands for Spanish Mestizo. pg. 226. In South Carolina, musty could be half African in that they could range in color from yellowish to black. We might conclude, therefore, that musties as a group were variable in appearance, having in common some acknowledged degree of American ancestry. pg.227. There are many advertisements and court records referring to yellow people, as in New Jersey in 1769, a yellow fellow, part Indian, and part Negro. Also, Ben, a yellowish Negro, bushy hair, and Jack, also yellowish, both spoke Dutch and English. None of these persons are called musties. Many runaway slaves in South Carolina were described as of yellow color. It would seem that yellow-brown as well as lighter shades could be so denominated, since in 1771 we read of a well-made fellow, of the Guinea country, yellow complexion. 24. pg. 228. In any case, it would appear that the term, musty, began to go through a gradual change in meaning during the 18th century, doubtless due to the fact that slaves of European American ancestry were intermarrying extensively with slaves of African ancestry in whole or part. Also, as slaves, these musties began to be considered to be Negroes, since Negro was becoming practically synonymous with slave. In 1759 one Saunders, a runaway, was described as a Carolina-born Negro man, of the musty breed, and in 1775, you are hereby ordered to apprehend John Swan, a reputed free Negro or mestizo man. 26. pg. 231. Air Trinidad in the Caribbean, where it was noted in 1838 that the Indians of that island were fast merging on extinction from no fault of the local government, nor from any disease. The births amongst the Indian women exceed the deaths in the usual ratio. The fact is, that the Indian men choose mates of other races, and the women do the same. Hence, out of every 7 children born of an Indian mother during the last 30 years, there are scarcely 2 of pure blood. This will decrease their population. For those of the mixed race, whether they be Sambos between Negroes and Indians or musties between European and Indians, or the countless castes that the admixture between the African, European, and Indians tribes produce, they are not the real aboriginal race, and leave the inactive community of Indians as soon as they reach the years of discretion. 34. pg. 231. Persons of American race, unmixed and mixed with Spanish or African, survived the British occupation of Jamaica in 1656. They formed a large part of the original free people of color on the island, since the British were forced to recognize their free status after a period of armed resistance. Subsequently, the British brought in large numbers of additional Americans as slaves and servants, the greater part from Central America, but probably many also from South Carolina, Virginia and New England. For example, in the decade after 1712 the British purchased more than 2,000 Catholic Indian and Mestizo slaves from the Mosquito Indians of Nicaragua, and others were purchased from Indians in Darien, Panama. In the period 1674-1701 51 out of 600 estates in Jamaica included Indian servants or slaves. American slaves were also taken from Jamaica to New York and Virginia in the 18th century. Charles H. Wesley in a 1932 article noted that a parish register of Kingston referred to the persons baptized as blacks or Negro, Sambo, Quadroon, Musty, Brown, persons of color, and Indian. 35 in 1774 Edward Long reported that the inhabitants of Jamaica may be distinguished under the following classes: Creoles, or natives, whites, blacks, Indians, and their varieties. Thus, it is clear that through the end of the 18th century there were enough people of American descent in Jamaica to doubtless require the use of special terms musty, Sambo, etc. for part American mixed bloods. pg. 232. Long gives us the following relevant definitions. The child of a Negro and a mulatta, is a Sambo de mulatta, the child of an Indian, and a mulatta is a mestiz, the child of an Indian, and a Negro is a Sambo de Indian, the child of a Sambo de Indian, and a Sambo de mulatta is a Givaro, probably Jabaro, supposedly the worst type of mixed blood. But then he goes on to state that these distinctions do not prevail in Jamaica, but are used by the Spaniards elsewhere. 36. Americans in Jamaica were overwhelmingly mixing with people of African descent as opposed to Europeans. Brian Edwards, writing in 1787-92, offers a rather confusing picture. He states, "I proceed now to persons of mixed blood, usually termed people of color. All the different classes are not easily discriminated. In the British West Indies they are commonly known by the names of Sambos, mulattoes, quadroons and mestizes, but the Spaniards have many other nicer distinctions." He also quotes a Spaniard as saying, "Between the mulatto and the Negro, there is an intermediate race, which they call Sambos, owing their origin to a mixture between one of those with an Indian, or among themselves." Edwards also states, "All, whether called in common parlance mestizes, quadroons, or mulattoes, are deemed by law mulattoes in Jamaica." A footnote was added stating, "A Sambo is the offspring of a black woman by a mulatto man or vice versa, mulatto, of a black woman by a white man. Mestiz on musty of a quadroon woman by a white man. The offspring of a mestiz by a white man or white by law. A mestiz therefore in our islands is, I suppose, the quinterin of the Spaniards." 37. pg. 233. In the 19th century, Charles H. Eden noted that the people of color of Jamaica were placed into various subdivisions based upon the degree of European ancestry. After a brief listing of terms, he states, "It is not requisite to dwell upon this subject, although it is one of great importance in the eyes of the colored population." 38. pg. 234. In 1752 one man, in the Cherokee Nation, had, no less than 3 Negroes, 1 mulatto, and a half-bred Indian now living with him. The mulatto is one of Scott's sons who escaped out of prison. From 1754 to 1757 there are numerous references to half-breeds, all living in the Cherokee, Catawba, Creek, Petee, or Chickasaw nations. In the early 18th century a man who had lived many years among the Creeks stated that if a person was to travel among the latter he would see the number of half-breeds of whites, Negroes, and all others that have mixed. The Spaniards came to use several terms for American African hybrids, including mulatto, which came to saply also to European African hybrids, Zambago or Zambo, Lobo, Wolf, Chino and Griffo. The use of these terms was often local, as with Lobo, but Zambo or Sambo spread to English-speaking colonies. pg. 235. In 1501 Rodrigo de Bastidas reached the Puerto de Zamba along the Caribbean coast of Colombia. Zamba was also called the Los Coronados because all of the Americans there wore grandes coronas crowns. It was near Caramari, Cartagena, and in the early 1530s was still a prominent village. A coastal Colombian leader's name is also given as Tomalesa Zambo, in the same period. Zamba is also an African name, common among the Wolof people, and usually used for males. In the records of Valencia one finds many slaves with such a name. Most were from Jollof Wolof, but a few were listed as being of Mandinga, or Seni. In Seville one Zamba, a girl of 7 years, was sold in 1499. López de Velasco wrote that there were in the Indies, muchos mulattos, hijos de negros y de indias, que se llaman zambegos, que vienen a ser la gente más peor y vil que en aquellas partes hay. Thus, Zambegos were mulattoes, children of Africans and American women, and were coming to be the worst people from the Spanish perspective. Thereafter Spanish royal decrees occasionally made reference to Zambegos in connection usually with Tierra Firme, Colombia, Panama, or Peru. In the 1620s Solorzano also refers to Zambahigos as children of Ethiopians and Americans, while in 1680 certain Zambegos were referred to in a royal decree relating to the Provincia de los Charcas Rio de la Plata Paraguay area. In general, the term Zambego seems to have appeared first in the Peru region, where López de Velasco and Solorzano both served, or in the Colombia-Panama area. Nonetheless, it is actually used by the Crown in Spain prior to general adoption by Spanish writers in the Americas. Cabello Balboa, for example, uses mulatto and not Zambago in Ecuador in the 1580s. The term spread both to the north and to the south, but its introduction into Mexico is comparatively late. The shortened form Zambo is used by Solorzano in 1647, Los Zambos, O Zambahigos, que son hijos de negro, e India, o al contrario, children of Africans and American. 46. pg. 236. Since there was a great amount of mixture between Americans and Africans in the Cartagena area of Colombia, it is very possible that the place name Zamba was the origin of the term. On the other hand, Zambago is rather close to the Wolof name Zambico, which could, however, be an Iberian diminutive of Zamba, the more common Wolof name. In 1643 in New Mexico, a Zambahigo was described as a child of an Indian woman and a Negro, or a mulatto. In Peru, it appears that by the 1700s a mulatto was seen as a lighter-colored hybrid than a Zambo. By the late 1700s and 1800s, most Spanish writers defined Zambago, or Zambo and Sambuyo, as being a mixture of one-half American with some combination of African and America, usually with some European ancestry as well. One partial exception is in Peru, where Negro and Mulatta and Negro in India both yielded Zambo or Sambo de Indio children. Again, however, mulatto in Peru implied American ancestry. One also finds such variations as dark Zambos, being children of Zambos, and Africans, and so on. 47. In the British West Indies the term began to be used quite early. A free non-white named William Sambo was baptized in the 1690s in Barbados, where many Americans from Suriname in North America had been enslaved, and it is said that, already in the 17th century, the most favorite name was Sambo, among slaves. 48. In 1774 Edward Long asserted that the mixture of Negro and American produced Sambo de Mulatta. pg.236237. In 1811 the New York Evening Post carried an advertisement for a runaway slave described as a black boy, named Joab, aged 14, and has likely features of a yellow complexion, being a Sambo. Sambo was also a common name among slaves in the North American British colonies. In the early 19th century James Swaby, a Sambo, rose to some prominence in Jamaica. 52. E.L. Joseph, a resident of Trinidad for 30 years, states 1838 that Sambos were a mixture between Negroes and Indians. 53. Reed's Rifle Rangers 1851 notes that in Mexico, you meet with a strange race, the cross of the Negro with the ancient inhabitants of the country, the Zambos. 54. The Encyclopedia Britannica of the same period noted that Zambo could refer to any half-breed, but mostly the issue of Negro and Indian parents, except in the United States, the West Indies and Peru, where Negro and mulatto were involved. 55. As regards the West Indies, by the 19th century it is more than likely that few pure Americans remained in Jamaica, while, at the same time, the genes of many thousands of Americans had been absorbed into the population, primarily among people classified as colored or black. The 19th century use of terms such as Sambo, mulatto, and musty must be analyzed within that context. It is simply not possible to accept the standard definitions of the late period because, with one or two exceptions, they ignore the fact that the people who are being called Sambos, and so on, are very likely part American as well as part African. It should also be noted that Jamaica maintained close relations with the Mosquito Coast of Nicaragua, where the term Zambo for American-African mixtures was in common use. A similar situation doubtless prevailed in Louisiana, where American slaves were still being absorbed for many years after 1803, but where the greatest numbers had already merged into the colored or black groups. 56. Most whites figures, of course, not concerned with the precise ancestry of non-whites. Instead, as the century wore on and as emancipation, social unrest, and abolitionism became paramount issues, the white ruling classes became more and more fearful of the black masses still held in slavery and of the possible collusion of the mixed groups with the slaves. They began to see a white-black division, or white-brown-black, and whether a black or a brown was part Indian was rather irrelevant in that context. pg. 238. The term Griffo or Griff occupies a somewhat similar position. In the 1650–1700 period it is said to have designated a person of three-quarter African ancestry in Mexico. 57. Another term used was chino, borrowed perhaps from China, a female, in Quechua. A 1672 report makes reference to Los Indios chinos in various parts of Mexico. Later the term, as in La China Poblana, came to refer to a certain type of mixed red-black person who resembled, in all probability, a Filipino or Eastern Indonesian. 58. pg. 239–240. Americans, Black Africans, Muslim North Africans, South Asians, and Asians were all subject to seizure and sale and all found their way, in varying proportions, to the slave plantations or mines of the Americas. Race mixture rapidly occurred. 1 Thus a growing African-American hybrid population developed, along with perhaps smaller European African and European American African groups. pg. 240. Many of the mixed bloods remained in slavery because their mothers were slaves. In many areas, such as parts of Argentina, coastal Brazil, in the entire Caribbean region, and along the Atlantic seaboard of North America, the mixture of races and languages gradually produced a class of people who were denationalized and who were speaking dialects of Guarani Tupi, Portuguese, Spanish, French, English, Dutch, or so-called Creole languages. Pardo is the most directly analogous to English, colored. In the late 15th and early 16th centuries it was applied by the Portuguese to dusky, or brown-colored peoples such as the Idzagan Berbers of northwest Africa and the unmixed Americans of Brazil. 3. pg. 240–241. The Portuguese who first reached Brazil in 1500 stated specifically that the Americans were pardos, that is, de aspect esta gente são homens pardos. Pardo color was said to be intermediate between branco and preto, between white and black. 4. A modern-day Brazilian dictionary, Nascense, defines pardo. De si or intermediaria entre o preto e o branco, quasi escuro, pessoa mística, de cor parda, filho de mulattos. Of color intermediate between black and white, almost dark, a mixed person, of pardo color, a child of mulattoes. 5. Thus the basic meaning of pardo is a brown color intermediate between white and black remains, but in addition reference is made to persons of mixed racial background. Cr. Boxer, a historian of the Portuguese Empire, defines a pardo as a colored man, mixed blood, often with the connotation of Negro blood. Many Portuguese dictionaries since that of Bluto 18th century tend to equate pardo with mulatto. pg. 243. Rodriguez goes on to say that the division of the census into 3 groups is extremely imprecise. It permits classification by sight, to features, hair, and color of skin. Many light mulattoes must appear to be white. Mestizos appearing to be white are included as white. In the white group, then, one finds not only true whites but also white phenotypes, that is, Afro-white and Indian white mestizos reverting to white type. In the Negro group there are Negroes and Negro phenotypes, mulattoes and Cafuzos, Indian Negro, reverting to the Negro type. Finally, the mestizo-pardo classification shows the greatest lack of precision, for mulattoes are not distinguished from caboclos. pg. 245. Euclides da Cunha in his classic work Os Sertões stated a pardo would be seen as a product of the blending of the American, African and European racial strains. 12. In the Spanish Empire the terms pardo and moreno also begin to be applied to a broad range of mixed bloods of free status, although in certain regions cholo, ladino and gente da razón were used for persons not living as traditional Indians, or as slaves. De razón racional was often used for persons not living in a traditional American way in northern Mexico and California. In 1774 a royal official noted that the different castes are called de razón, which resulted from the mixture, in varying proportions, of whites, Indians, and Negroes. pg. 247. Thus, in Mexico, the term mestizo has gradually come to refer to almost everyone who is not a traditional Indio or a Blanco. Mestizo has come to encompass all Spanish-speaking brown or light brown persons even if they are American in appearance or have some degree of African ancestry. Thus mestizo has lost any precise racial meaning and has become a social designation, although one pointing towards the possession of a degree of indigenous Mexican-American ancestry. pg. 247–248. In the British colonies of North America, a similar process seems to have occurred because the complex intermixture of Americans, Africans, and Europeans gave rise to a class of people who, like the mestizos of Mexico or the pardos of Brazil, were so highly mixed that previously popular terms no longer seemed broad enough to encompass the group.
Okay, now back to the cultural question. Not that comparison is necessary. How would you compare some of the Native American civilizations with European civilizations during this time?
Well, again, it's very hard to generalize, and one wants to be careful to specify that, you know, you can't be an expert on all these different kind of cultures.
Right.
But nonetheless, the European population had been exposed to many, many more examples of imperialism in the period from, say, the Roman Empire on. And imperialism is I regard it as a disease. I call it the disease of cannibalism, because in imperialism, people think that they have the right to consume not only the resources of other people, but their lives as well. And one of the characteristics of this kind of cannibalism, or I call it the wetiko psychosis, from a Cree Indian word meaning a cannibal disease. The wetiko disease, it's a psychological and cultural disease. One of the characteristics is that it brutalizes people, because as a part of imperialism, well, the thing that keeps empires going is that you have to terrorize the people you're going to control. I mean, you don't get to steal their resources just by asking. You know, you've got to take it by force, and then you have to create a reign of terror in order to maintain that system. So people become brutalized as a part of that. And after you've gone through quite a few of them, then it becomes a part of your culture, and the disease takes you into its clutches, so that the Europeans, particularly by the 1400s and 1500s, the Northern Europeans, had learned to become Romans. They like to even call themselves Romans. The Germans. Meaning building an empire and ruling over others. In other words, if you read a lot of history in the past, you will find that the French are very proud of the French Empire. All the areas ruled by the French flag. The British are proud of the British Empire. The Italians want an empire. The Germans want their empire. The Russians want an empire. This is the way you make yourself into big shots, right? And people think you're powerful and you're successful. It's because you are messing with other people's lives, right? So the concept of doing evil becomes, instead of being evil, it becomes the ambition of your society to do that. And along with that, of course, is the economic motive, or what we might call greed, although it's done not only for economics, it's done also for other illusions of grandeur and that kind of thing, which are psychological. But the economic motive of getting other people's wealth is the real springboard. So, in other words, you have a people who are more greedy, they're more avaricious, and they have definite plans and schemes of building empires. And that makes them very different from most native people. Maybe not all, but from most.
Mm-hmm. Last night while talking to you, you mentioned one of the, I don't know if you use the term mistakes, that Native American used in dealing with Europeans was that Native American would say exactly what he meant. Would you deal with that, please?
Well, one of the characteristics, I think, of a lot of traditional peoples around the world is that honesty is highly valued. And this has certainly always been true among Native American people. And to have a face, as the Aztecs used to say, to have a face means to have a personality that is not changeable. In other words, you can be relied on. Your word is your bond. Now, in a world of hustlers,
I thought that was a European saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it is an old expression among a lot of peasant peoples, because peasant peoples used to have that kind of relationship when they traded with each other. Again, they didn't have to write it down, just like they didn't have to lock their front doors.
Okay.
So it's not just exclusively among native people, but it's the idea that you can be relied upon. But when you're wheeling and dealing as a hustler type, that is an imperialism, one of the things you have to do is to fool people, right? And so it becomes, perhaps honesty is a temporary, at least, disadvantage in dealing with imperialists, because they get to know what you're up to too quickly. Well, of course, each group had its own name. Up in our area of where some of my people are from, up in the Chesapeake Bay area, we had the term Atan Akamik.
You know, Washington?
Powhatan, yeah, Washington, D.C., Richmond, Virginia, and all through that area. Atan Akamik was one of the names that was used. Another one was Saint Akamak. It means, I think, our fertile earth. Akamik means a place on the earth. Down in this area, one name I'll mention to you is Chicora, which is very important. South Carolina should probably change its name to Chicora, or some people would write it Shakori or Shakora. The reason for that is because the first Africans were brought to Chicora by the Spanish in the 1520s. They accompanied a Spanish expedition which was basically looking for slaves, but also intended to establish a settlement. And it so happened that the Africans rebelled, and the Spaniards left. They had some fighting with the native people in the area, and the Africans rebelled and remained behind. This was in the 1520s. So these are the first permanent non-Native American settlers in continental North America, long before St. Augustine and long before Jamestown. And that area was known as Chicora at that time, which probably comes from the Shakori native people. In the coastal area of Georgia, you have a region that's known as Guale or Huale, and that could possibly be the origin of Gullah, possibly. I'm not, I'm not for sure, but when white people speaking English start saying Guale, it's going to change its accent a little bit there. But that is the region of coastal Georgia, and there were many tribes that lived there, the Yamasees, the Huas, and others who became ancestral to the Miccosukee people who now live down in Florida.
Okay, another quote. You quote Tartaroff, who said, quote, "The 16th century perpetrated the greatest genocide in human history. In 1500, the world population is approximately 400 million, of whom 80 million inhabit the Americas. By the middle of the 16th century, out of these 80 million, there remain 10.
Yeah. Well, that's the real Holocaust. Very comparable to what the Nazis did to the Jews in recent times, if not even more severe.
But you're talking from 80 million to 10 million.
That's right. Now, a lot of those people died because of new diseases that were introduced, but that doesn't really let the Spaniard off the hook. Because what the Spaniard...
Before you go to that, the diseases, what are you talking about?
Well, apparently syphilis, for example, well, some people think that syphilis originated in the Caribbean, perhaps, but I don't believe that at all for reasons that I won't go into here. But I think syphilis was brought in, but also smallpox, measles, and a number of other epidemic diseases.
Okay.
But the reason those diseases, I think, had such a disastrous effect was because the Spaniard drastically interfered with the ecology. Now, we're beginning to learn today that you can't mess with the ecology of an area. Even introducing new animals and plants can disrupt the whole thing, let alone forcing people away from their traditional villages, trying to make them eat different kinds of food or not enough food. And one of the big factors that happens to native labor and to all labor in systems of extreme oppression is that they're not fed enough. They don't get enough caloric intake. Studies of the California missions, for example, the Spanish missions in California, show that the Indian people in those missions were being underfed. They were malnourished. So it's no wonder that diseases then come along and take their toll. In addition to which, the Spaniards, in the early stages especially, were fighting a lot of battles with Indian people, and a lot of people were killed through military action. And because the Indian population was quite heavy, in central Mexico, for example, there were 20 million people. Well, it's only in this century, in recent years, that there are as many people in Mexico today, in that part of Mexico, as there were before Cortez reached Mexico in the 1520s. Some of the West Indian islands, like Haiti, there are estimates as high as 1 million or more people living on the island. Although we don't know exactly, but there were a lot of people. And so the Spaniards believed at first that they could just kill people off very rapidly. They could always go get more. And but then, of course, that proved to be disastrous. Now, I should mention that the native population has recovered, of course, somewhat in modern times. But even in the United States, for example, we still don't have as many native people as we probably did at the time that Columbus
How many
arrived.
are there?
Well, the census shows about 2 million people today who mark Native American on the race question, along with another 8 or so million who say they have some Indian ancestry, but they don't necessarily mark Indian on the race question. That's a very low number. There are actually more people than that. But there are only about 2 million who say, yes, I'm Indian. There are, most estimates would say at least 3 million maybe at the time of the initial European contact.
Okay. How would you describe the kind of relationship Native Americans and Africans had in Europe, Africa, and the Americas?
Europe is a story that still needs to be told. People have to take an interest, have to go to Lisbon, they have to go to Sevilla and Valencia and dig through what remain of the local records and talk to people. I've been there, and in the southern area of Portugal, for example, I ran into a lot of individuals who could recall something about Indian people being there and even looked Native American or part Native American. But generally, that basic research hasn't been done. But my impression is that the people got along pretty well from what I have seen. In the Americas, it's rather complicated because the Spaniards and the Portuguese both, and the English in South Carolina particularly, and also in the Caribbean, all were colonists without many of their own people. Now, when you're building an empire, you never want to spend any more money than you have to. And so the number of troops you keep in the field and so on, you want to keep to an absolute minimum. So the more people that you can co-opt, that you can get to do work for you, the more you do that, then you don't have to have so many people of your own. And in many of these colonies, the Spaniards, the Portuguese, the French, the English were always outnumbered vastly by the Indian people or by the black African people. And so one of the things that they try to do whenever they can is to use tribe against tribe and group against group. It's a systematic policy to attempt to get people to distrust each other and to fight each other. So sometimes Indians will be bribed to bring back runaway African slaves. That's a way to make a living. You know the territory, black slaves are trying to run away. All right, you can make some money going after them and bring them back. Well, of course, the African slaves, as well as the Native Americans, are always trying to resist. Throughout the whole region, particularly in the Caribbean and South America, African slaves form many free communities and free cities. And quite often it's done in collaboration with the local native people. So there are also many instances in which the groups do collaborate with each other.
Now, let me stop. You said many times Africans created free communities or free cities. Now, I have this impression that those Africans that ran away, they all ran away to the bushes, etc. But you mentioned the word cities. Did you mention that loosely or what?
No, they form fortified communities in many cases. Some of them are called palenques and some of them are called quilombos, depending on the area. Some of them are relatively small and they have to be mobile because of the military circumstances. But others become very large, like Palmares in Brazil became very, very large. I'm not an expert on that particular subject, but of course I run into it in my research frequently. And even in Mexico there were such groups. In the vicinity of Puebla in southern Mexico there was a very large band of Africans. Also in Guatemala there were runaway Africans establishing free communities and so on.
So this idea of African slaves being docile and complacent and not that concerned about the care that they were getting from white. What would you say about that?
Well, I think that's a complete myth. But several things have to be said. A lot of times, you know, a system of terror was used, like a Spanish soldier in the northern frontier said, cruel war makes peace secure. That was his motto. La guerra dura hace la paz segura. Cruel war makes peace secure. That's not my philosophy, but that's the philosophy of imperialism, you see. In other words, if people try to rebel, you hit them with the bloodiest, cruelest response you can possibly make, whether it's an individual or whether it's a group. You might wipe out an entire community, kill every single person in it. You might cut off all the legs of those that you allow to survive, or one of their arms. Send them around as examples to other people. Or if it's individuals, you burn them alive or cut them into all kinds of pieces, or, you know, some other terrible technique. And that terrorism, you see, is designed to break the will of people to resist, because it means that even if you're a brave man or woman, it's not just your life you're dealing with. It's the life of many other, maybe innocent people or people you love, who may be punished because you run away or you rebel. So that's the way terrorism works, to oversimplify. So it's a great mistake to think that people didn't try to resist or didn't want to resist, even in the face of these severe dangers. And many, many communities of those kinds were established, and very often they involved mixed Indian people and African people. In some cases, such as in Suriname, which is fairly well known in the United States now, the Bush Negro communities there.
Near Columbia, Tennessee, there is a monument erected in memory and appreciation of the loyalty and service of the slaves owned by the early settlers of Zion community. Buried among them was Daddy Ben, a prince of Africa owned by Colonel Scott. The stone records, his loyalty to his master won for him the award of a gold eagle from a British officer. He was hung 3 times, still he refused to tell where he had hidden his master. 73 in early 18th century Jamaica, Sir Charles Price was reviewing some newly purchased slaves when he was said to have noted one among them looking especially troubled. A female interpreter could not get the sullen bondsman to speak, but a fellow countryman of the sufferer then spoke in explanation. The silent man was a cabossier, or village chief, on the Gold Coast and had owned many slaves, the informant explained. In fact, he himself had been among them. Sir Charles was said to have been so touched with the vicissitude of fortune, which had reduced a fellow nobleman to bondage alongside one of his former slaves, that, after having the story checked, he manu. pg.93. Mitted the unfortunate cabossier, offering him a return to Africa or a place of relative comfort in Jamaica. According to the tale, the former chief not only chose to stay and marry a young slave woman, he also eventually returned the favor of his master by restraining Price's slaves, who were mostly his countrymen, from joining in the Black Rebellion of 1769. 74 in the United States, 2 full princes, Ayuba Suleiman Diallo and Abd Rahman Ibrahima, are known to have been given their freedom, and both eventually returned to Africa. Martin Delany and Bishop Henry McNeill Turner also told similar stories of royal ancestors being freed. Delany said his maternal grandfather, Shengo, was freed because of his royal birth and returned to Africa, while his royal grandmother, who was similarly emancipated, chose to remain in America. Turner likewise recalled that his royal grandfather, David Greer, won his freedom and decided to stay in the New World. 75 The African slaver Captain Cannet told of meeting a princess of Galenas who returned home to Africa to the country of her father, King Shiakar, from whom she had been separated for 24 years after being taken into Cuban slavery as a 15-year-old girl. Canet says she only stayed 10 days, considering the court of her elder brother sadly deficient in decency since the men were not wearing trousers. 76 New England whites told a somewhat similar story of a slave woman named Queen Abigail, who persuaded her owner, Roland Robinson, to finance a return trip to Africa for her so that she could recover her son, whom she brought back with her to Rhode Island. 77 As already noted, black families had their own traditions about the royal slaves. Senegambia, a slave from Narragansett, Rhode Island, was said never to have tired of telling stories of the wealth of his father, a Gambian king who maintained a large trading fleet and had a Goldiran, dog-shaped knocker on the door to his entrance hall. 78 Hannah Crasson of North Carolina remembered her, and, as a royal slave, of dignified bearing and exquisite posture who could sure tote herself. I always loved to see her come to church, said Crasson. She sure could tote herself. 79 Other slaves may occasionally have been a little jealous of these royal claims. Elias Dawkins, an ex-slave and a commoner by heritage, reported, Siller was the daughter of a king in Africa, but dat story been PG.94. Traveling ever since she got to these shores and it's still a gwine. Whatever the case of Siller, most blacks and whites of her era believe the tales of royal birth. As Joseph Cobb noted from Mississippi, the slaves boast that the blood of royalty flowed through their veins, and there is no doubt of the fact. Indeed, in the 1950s Nell Graydon reported that many of the blacks of Edisto Island, South Carolina, were still proud of their descent from an African king brought to the island as a captive in the early days of slavery. Again, Maroda Street. Mary tells of the respect shown in Haiti to members of African royal families. The Mina Negroes have even been seen to recognize princes of their country, prostrating themselves at their feet and rendering them that homage whose contrast to the state of servitude to which these princes have been reduced in the colony offers a striking enough stance of the instability of human greatness. 56. Field work in West Africa has made available some further information regarding the inclusion of upper-class persons in the slave 80. PG.97. Such traditions were also received with skepticism by the social historian J. C. Furness, who nevertheless registered their commonness when in 1956 he suggested that claims of black Americans to mixed ancestry may have been exaggerated because, as he sarcastically put it, the Indian appears as often as the African king in Negro fantasy about lineage. Willard Gatewood, in his study of the turn of the 20th century black elite, effectively both noted and then disregarded the connections of the elite to African aristocracy by commenting, as in the case of their white ancestors, they tended to endow the African branches of the family tree with a prominence they did not always possess. Their genealogical charts contained a disproportionate number of African kings and Madagascan princesses. 94 There is probably some truth to the charge that not all the noble African ancestors who were claimed as kings, queens, princes, and princesses by their American progeny really held such exalted rank. But on the other hand, there is no doubt that hundreds if not thousands of noble Africans arrived on American shores. Indeed, when compared to European Americans with their middling and lower ancestry, Americans of African heritage truly are a noble people. It would be a pity if history were to forget Black America's royal heritage. The Myth of the Negro Past, by Melville J. Herskovitz. Opinion most generally has it that there was a strong weighting caused by the fact that Africans of least worth in their own town tries were sold as slaves, or, because of lack of ability, fell most ready prey to the slaver. There is evidence to prove that some representatives of the upper socio-economic strata of African societies, at least, were sold into slavery, and there is some reason to believe that certain of these men or their descendants, such as Christophe, became leaders in the organized slave revolts of the New World. Mrs. Bremer gives an instance of a slave of noble African blood. Many of the slaves, also, who were brought to Cuba have been princes and chiefs of their tribes, and such of their race as have accompanied them into slavery on the plantations always show them respect and obedience. A very young man, a prince of the Lucomies, with several of his nation, was taken to a plantation on which, from some cause or other, he was condemned to be flogged, and the others, as is customary in such cases, to witness the punishment. When the young prince laid himself down on the ground to receive the lashes, his attendants did the same likewise, requesting to be allowed to share his punishment. Cargoes. These data come entirely from Dahomey. No comparable materials have been collected elsewhere, so that any generalizations drawn from them must be made with all reservations. Yet the fact that in this instance traditional history is so specific might indicate that the mechanisms involved were more widely operative in West Africa than the facts previously in hand suggest. Tradition has it that, in Dahomey, considerable numbers of sons were enslaved as a result of dynastic quarrels. When a new king was to ascend a throne, his right to the kingship was sometimes disputed by a brother, the son of a different wife of their common father. If revolt broke out, whatever the result, the winner had at hand the slave market to dispose of his rival. This not only meant that the unsuccessful contender was safely and profitably disposed of, but that his family and supporting chiefs, his diviners, and the priests who had advised and aided him were also enslaved. The extent to which this account represents an exaggeration of oral tradition must not be lost sight of. It is well known that one of the Dahomean kings, Glel, was for many years held prisoner under the regency of an uncle, who sold the queen mother into slavery, and probably others of the royal compound. It is an historical fact that da Souza, the Portuguese mulatto confidant of Glel, after his friend had regained his throne, traveled to Brazil to find and bring back the deported mother of the king. Tradition says he was successful. History says the mission failed. This tradition concerning dynastic disputes would account for members of the Dahomean nobility being slaved. A further tradition tells the circumstances under which priests of the native cults were sold away in considerable numbers. The explanation of this fact is likewise political, though intertribal rather than intratribal differences are involved. Local priests, especially those of the river cults, are held to have been the most intransigent among the folk whom the Dahomeans conquered, while it seems to have been policy to spare compliant priests so that the gods of a conquered people would not be unduly irritated and thus be rendered dangerous. Priests who refused to submit, or who were detected in intrigue against the conquerors, were disposed of through sale to the slavers. It is firmly believed in Dahomey today that one of the reasons why the French conquered their country was that, having sold away all those competent to placate the powerful river gods, these beings finally took their vengeance in this manner. On the basis of such evidence from Africa and the New World as is available, then, a prima facie case can be made that the slave population included a certain number of representatives from African governing and priestly classes.
Should be subjected to the supremacy of the Queen of Egypt, and also that some of the products of the country, in particular incense, should be delivered as a tribute to the royal court. The ambassador and his suite had in the meantime pitched their camp on the seashore, that this was done with the friendly intention of receiving the princesses of Punt, whose favorable answer must have been given, and of entertaining them hospitality as the friends of the Egyptian queen is shown in the clearest manner by the inscription. The camp of the tenants of the royal ambassador and his warriors was pitched in the neighborhood of the Bausoleum Terrace mountain of the country of Punt on the shore of the Great Sea to receive the princes of this country. There was offered to them bread, meat, wine, meat, dried fruits, and everything else from the country of Tamara, Egypt, just as the royal court had ordered.